Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. So today we are gonna see what if Naruto became the vessel for Hades, Ultimate Demon Lacrima. Naruto x Harem. Demon Lacrima. By Death God Slayer. The wind rasped gently through the trees, leaves dancing in the currents that were caught in, the trees divided in a perfect line, a rocky path paved directly down it. And along this path was a man, advanced in age, clad in black armor, a long gray beard coming from the bottom. Only one of his eyes were visible, the right one covered by an eye patch. A large cloak hanging behind him as he walked powerfully down the road. But he was not alone. Next to him was a small black-haired girl. Wearing a formal attire, she skipped softly next to the man, holding his hand tightly. "Father, what are we doing here?" she asked the man curiously, stopping her skipping to walking normally next to him. "We are looking for the final member of the kin of purgatory," he replied bluntly, but not coldly. Looking down towards the girl, she looked confused. "But I thought there were only 7 sins." She placed her finger to her lip, pondering it hard. The man chuckled softly. Sometimes vanity is classed as a sin itself, instead of being an extension of pride. "To be vain," she mumbled aloud to herself. "That sounds a lot like Rusty Rose." She giggled sweetly. The man smiled, carrying on along their way down the path. "Ultir," he spoke to her, "I have decided, you shall be the eldest of the 7 kin of purgatory." The girl seemed very surprised. "Me? But Caprico, Kane and Azuma are older than me, even Rusty Rose is a year older than me." The man chuckled again, smiling down at the small girl. "Elder can mean many things besides being the oldest. It can mean the strongest, the wisest. In this particular case, eldest means to be the leader." The girl's small eyes widened. "You want me to be the leader?" She looked at the man with suspicion. "I do," the elderly man replied. He looked forwards. A small village laid ahead. He felt a surprising tug towards the village, a feeling that made him curious. "Perhaps I will find the 8th here." Konoha. Hades stared at the welcome sign for the village. A fitting name. This village is situated in the middle of a forest. He entered this Konoha with Ultir. The village was small, but everyone seemed cheerful, going about on their way, stopping to smile and wave at each other. They traveled through the town. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, just a normal rural village. Until they came across a group of villagers, huddled around something. He approached it with Ultir, but he couldn't see past the heads of the crowd. Lifting Ultir onto his shoulder, she was able to scout over the crowd for him. "What do you see?" "It's a boy," Ultir replied. He was completely ragged, clothes ripped in all places, dirtied, his face covered with grime, yet his blue eyes seemed to stand out even further because of it. His blonde hair was mixed with stains of brown and red. "Get out of here, you freak. Yeah, take a hike. No one wants you here. Just go away, you weirdo." Hades listened to the screams of the crowds. They seemed angered by this one boy, but for what reason? Stones were beginning to be thrown, flying over his head and towards the boy. "Ultir, what's going on?" "They're throwing stones at him," she replied sadly. She could see everything. The boy was defenseless, shielding his face with his arms as the barrage of stones connected to his frail skin. "Shut up, all of you," the boy suddenly shouted. The villagers ceased the stoning. Together in unison, they began taking fearful steps away from the boy. Until they passed Hades completely, he standing inches closer to the boy than everyone else. Hades could feel it, the magic in this boy, how it erupted with his anger, spreading across the area he was in. "Incredible, I've never felt it as strong in someone so young." He stared in shock at the boy, who yelled in anger. "I'll show you all," the boy screamed loudly. "I'll exceed all your expectations. I'll become the most powerful mage in the world, then you'll beg me to come back to this village and protect it." The boy issued, before running down the street quickly, the villagers closest to his sprint jumping backwards in fear. "Father." Ultir watched the boy run away sadly. "If I am to be the eldest of the king of purgatory, may I pick the 8th one?" "I choose him." She answered her own question as soon as it was asked. "An excellent choice, Ultir," Hades answered, similarly fixated on the boy as he sped away. "That magic, the boy may be able to withstand it. He is the final piece that I have been looking for." Hades and Altair searched the streets of the small village for the smaller boy, until they happened to stumble upon him in one of the most wide-open places with the village, a designated children's play park. The boy sat on the swing alone, lifelessly kicking his feet, to give him the slightest of momentum to move but centimeters from the swing's original position. They approached him slowly and carefully. Upon reaching closer, they heard the sound of sniffling. They held his head down, and drips of tears fell towards the floor. His head shot up. Staring at them, he quickly wiped his face from any sadness. "Who the hell are you? Just stay away from me," the boy shouted angrily. Hades stared at the boy from the distance he was. However, Altair, unafraid of anything, approached him. "Why were they so mean to you? Why did they hate you?" she asked kindly, placing a hand on his shoulder. The boy looked as if he had never been spoken to before, staring incredulously at Altair. Before he sniffled, "They don't hate me." He spoke in defense for the villagers. No matter what, this was his home. He could survive the travel to anywhere else. "You are a pariah boy." Hades approached him, the child cowering slightly under his towering form. "They do hate you. The message was pretty clear a moment ago." The boy stared up at him, tears forming in his already watery eyes. He turned away from them. He didn't want to let them see him cry. "They call me a street rat." The boy sniffled once again. "I am an orphan, and this village is small. There is no orphanage. They can't afford to loan out a house just for one kid, and no one will take me, and so I sleep on the streets." Hades smiled at the boy's tragic story. Had the boy really done something so terrible that no one would invite him into their home? Good. This means no one will miss him. "So is that why they don't like you?" Altair asked sweetly. Her answer was a shake of the head. "I am a mage." He looked up, expecting horrified expressions on their faces. Instead he was met with one that read, "So what? This village, they have never had a mage come from it before. It is so remote that mages never come to it. I was born different, and no one ever likes different." Hades stared down at the disheartened boy. So he is excommunicated for something out of his control. He looked back towards the villagers, who had begun happily on their ways again, as if nothing had happened. "Hey," Altair beamed towards him. "Did you know that only 10% of the population of the world is able to use magic? I wouldn't say that was different. I'd say that was special, unique. We both are mages, boy." Hades continued for Altair. The boy's head jolted up in shock. "We come from a guild. A place where mages gather and become as one and are accepted. If you wish, you may come with us to that guild. There you will have family, there you will have freedom, there you will have power." "I'll go," the boy replied instantly, jumping from his swing. "I'll go with you." He smiled happily. Altair hugged him quickly, cheering from his response. "Come." Hades spoke to the two of them. "Let us go home. To our guild, Grimoire Heart. What's your name anyway?" Altair smiled happily towards him. The boys couldn't wipe the smile from his face, but he managed to wipe away the tears of joy. "Name's Naruto. Naruto Namikaze." Naruto was surprised that their guild was in actuality a humongous airship. Predominantly dark blue in color, but with lines of red, white and gold across the exterior. Inside was like a castle, everything with a dim sparkle to it, at least in his eyes there was. "So don't I have to pass a test or something in order to get in?" Naruto asked the man. Known to him as Hades, Altair had already left them too, saying she was going to meet the other, Kain. "No need. You already have the guild master's approval." Hades turned to him, a small smile on his face. "But I haven't met the guild master." Naruto replied confused, until he clicked onto what Hades had implied. "Altair's the guild master." He screamed in shock. The man only chuckled. This boy was something else. "No, my boy, I am the guild master. Master Hades." Naruto's eyes widened, bowing towards the man. "Master Hades." He spoke obediently. "There's no need for that. Just follow me." Hades spoke in a slightly commanding tone. The boy followed him quickly, standing by his side the whole way. Naruto gazed around the guild headquarters. Everything was magnificent, but he had yet to see a single other person. "So when do I meet the other members?" he eventually asked the guild master. "There will be time for that, but not yet." Hades opened two grand doors, revealing a long hall, At the other end was a staircase. Atop said staircase was an immaculate throne, where Hades promptly moved to sit down on. Naruto. Hades spoke once he had sat down. You wish to be strong, yes. More than anything. Naruto responded eagerly and confidently. The elderly man smiled in return. Then I shall make you strong. Really? Naruto beamed widely, staring at the man in utter gratitude. Hades nodded, before flicking his hand forward with 2 fingers up, a gesture to begin, but it wasn't at Naruto, but behind him. Naruto turned sharply. It was brief, but he got a look at the person behind him. He looked something akin to a goat. The goat man's hand came swiftly into his skull. Naruto dropped to the floor, unconscious from the single hit. So is this the one you chose to house it? Caprico spoke to Hades, looking down at the unconscious blonde boy. He is. Hades stood up from his throne, approaching Caprico. You should have felt his magic aura, Caprico. So powerful for one so young. It wasn't easy finding someone who could house it. They couldn't be weak. Something that this boy is not. Hades bent down to pick up Naruto, cradling him in his arms. I'm going to implant it in him now. Caprico, I will need your help. Hades wasn't requesting, he was ordering. Of course. Caprico nodded before giving a short bow. I will assist you in any way, father. They entered the blackened room. Light shone through red-stained windows, the only source of light. The 4 beams of light all pointed to the same direction. In the center of this connection of lights sat a table, straps in the corners. Hades and Caprico, who now carried the unconscious blonde, walked towards the center of the room. Strap him in, Hades ordered, before walking away. Caprico gave another quick nod. Before laying the boy on the table, strapping his limbs down tight on the table. I apologize for what is about to happen. Caprico whispered in the boy's ear. But when you awake, you will be strong. Hades returned. In his hands was a wooden box, covered by a black cloth. He tore the cloth off eagerly. Opening the box, he reached his hand in. As soon as he grasped it, he threw the box aside. He lifted the item in the air, mesmerized by its appearance. Finally, I have found you a host. He spoke to the item. So that is it. Caprico looked at the item, crystalline in shape and in characteristics. It shone a blood-red color. Even in the red light they stood in, the crystal's color shone more brightly and more red. It noted the shape of a human heart, with 9 sharp spikes sticking out at the sides, all pointing the same direction. Yes, Hades smiled widely, fixated on the crystal. One of the 9 legendary demon Lacrima. Immensely powerful Lacrima capable of terrible, disastrous, miraculous things. According to legend, each one has the entirety of a demon sealed within, including its personality and will. How did you stumble across such an artifact? Caprico asked, similarly fixated on the crystal as his guild master. I found it during my travels after I discarded my previous guild. It lay at the bottom of an abyss. Its power cut off from the world. I made it my duty to collect it. I used my chain magic to glide gracefully down, and I had it in my hands. The strongest of the demon Lacrima, the one you see before you right now, codenamed 9 Tails. Hades explained, gazing upon the magnificence that was the crystal in his hand still. Tails, Caprico added. He could understand the 9, the spikes on the crystal. There were 9 of them. He assumed that the other 8 had a number of spikes corresponding to its appearance. The measurement of power these 9 crystals come under. The only crystals to be classed in such a way. Hades gave off a sigh. If only I could have found the other 8. Why not just implant this one into yourself? Caprico asked the obvious question. Why waste it on this boy? I cannot, Hades admitted. This body of mine is too old and too frail to adapt to it now. Then why not Zancro, Rusty Rose, or even Ultir? Caprico continued his questions. They didn't need anyone new in their guild. I have made my decision, Caprico. He glared hard at the goat man. And you will respect it. This boy, he is different from them. Zancro would be overrun by this. He is far too quick to enrage to harness it. He would be destroyed. But this boy, I saw his anger. It was enthralling. But I have seen the control over his emotions. He smiles genuinely and happily. And that is what will help him learn to control this. But Master Hades, these crystals, are they really all that? Caprico's final, and perhaps most important question. Hades stood in silence for a few moments. Bring the crystal back down. They are. He answered bluntly. I will begin the implantation now. Hades pushed the spikes down first on the boy's now revealed stomach. The lacrima did not tear through his skin, instead passing through it slowly, like water seeping through a crack. But the boy instantly responded with an agonizing, tortured scream of pain. He thrashed around instantly, unconscious, trying to get away from the pain being delivered to him. Hold him down, Caprico. Hades shouted. Caprico slammed his hands down into the boy's shoulders, pinning his upper body down. It reduced the painful thrashing, but it didn't stop the screaming. In fact, it caused them to grow larger. His screams filling across the room. The light from the crystal faded as it entered his body, fusing into his magic stores. The spikes had all disappeared. Just a bit more, Hades yelled in his own mind. The boy stopped screamed. Hades stopped pushing to glance at the boy. Blood exploded out of his mouth with a cough. More came, and more, then even more. The boy's scream resumed, blood pooling out of his mouth, his nose and his ears. Even tears of blood escaped the corners of his eyes. Shit, Hades cursed in his own mind. He began pushing the lacrima back into the boy's body. It was almost in. I have never attempted to implant it in anyone before. Will I lose it if he dies? He questioned in fear. This was too powerful a lacrima to lose. Caprico, you must have someone who can help. He yelled at the goat man. I do. Caprico let go of the boy's shoulders, allowing his thrashing to continue. Blood flew over in all directions. Open, mystic of the Twilight Plains, Kaizen Suru. Quote. A man appeared in a holy uniform composed of flowing white robes. His face was feminine, long black hair flowing backwards, with half-lidded eyes and a gentle smile gracing his face. He looked down towards the blond bloody boy in front of him. His face turned to one of sadness, but his smile and elegant features remained. The man stood to Caprico's side, his hands around Naruto's head while Caprico continued to hold the shoulders down. A steady flowing green light enveloped the boy. It calmed his pain-filled face, until he looked more as if he was sleeping. There is nothing I can do to stop the blood. The boy's voice was also unsurprisingly feminine. But I relieved the stress on his body. It should boost his chances of surviving. Hades continued pushing the crystal in, until the light disappeared. Instead of feeling the cold hardness of rock, he felt the warm squishiness of flesh. He looked and saw the crystal had been completely integrated in. He turned to the boy. A success, he pondered. He leaned forwards towards the boy's face. An inhale, an exhale. It was faint, but there was breathing. The boy's face relaxed into a sleeping state. The boy has slipped into a coma, Kaizen told them, before disappearing. Caprico gulped, staring down at the boy. I apologize, Master Hades. He spoke apologetically. Had he have been quicker? Why? Hades asked him, a victorious smirk on his face. The boy is alive. He survived the implantation, the hardest part of adapting to a lacrima integration. Coma or not, he has survived. But will he wake? Caprico asked, finally undoing the bonds around the boy's limbs. He will overcome this. I can see a great destiny in him. Take him to somewhere more deserving of someone who has done a job well done. Hades ordered. Caprico, nodding, carried the boy out of the room. Hades watched the man leaving. Before turning back to the table, the boy's blood littered across the upper half. It begins now. A.N. So, remember to read, enjoy, review. Let me know about your opinions on it. Was the demon lacrima good? I mean, it was a little like dragon lacrima, but the effects will be totally different. As mentioned before, this is just a preview, so it's still in development. I'm trying to decide what other magic Naruto should have. I've been considering Storm God Slayer or Light and Darkness Magics, as Agora of the Darkness suggested. Maybe perhaps both of them. All in all, it was quite fun. I've been planning other chapters of this as well as another story. It should be good. It's original, but coming from an unoriginal idea. If that makes sense. I'd like to thank Rene Kami and Agora of the Darkness for all their advice, as well as you guys for reading, and a future thanks to all those who review. See ya. DGS. Awakening. A.N. Hey everybody, seeing as the preview chapter was so well received, I worked extra fast to change it to a full-fledged FIC. So here's chapter 2, ready and waiting, and it was a lot of fun to write. There's a few things that have come up in reviews that I'd like to address. Naruto's other magic. It is imperative that Naruto learns other magic. If I have explained it well, it should be easy to understand. Storm God Slayer is a definite. It is hinted at in this chapter, but for a second one I'm deciding between light and darkness magic or something else. Legend of the Kyuubi suggested a fantastic magic called Cataclysm. Read his review for details. I have found a way to integrate it into the story effectively, without it being one of the two magics Naruto will learn. Arashi Renden 23 also suggested a very cool magic, which has been hinted at in this chapter as well. This will be Naruto's preimplantation ability, which has been cut off for now. All will be explained in future chapters. So I'd like to give a big thanks to Legend of the Kyuubi, Arashi Renden 23, Agora of the Darkness and Rinne Kami for all their ideas and suggestions. Pairings. I honestly have not considered pairings at all. Well, the only pairing I have thought of will be Naruto x Ultear, but it would be very light. Seeing Naruto will be disturbed by her obsession with Zirf. I only ask that no one suggests Urza. I hate Urza. I know everyone loves the sword-wielding chick. But honestly, she's made out to be some super bad chick, and all she does is cry. And her magic, swapping armors instantly, yeah, compared to Makarov who can grow enormous, the Dragon Slayers who can eat uneatable things, and Ultear who can restore destroyed objects, that's some super powerful ability, not. I just don't like her. My favorite FT girl is Juvia, by the way. Now she is amazingly hot, a little depressing at the beginning, but she's really sweet. I've been doing a lot of thinking for what I want out of the demon Lacrima, and they've been thinking of their powers. Like what makes them so special. We'll see exactly what that is as soon as I finish ironing out all the creases for them. Well, I can't think of anything else to say now. So I'll see you in a bit. Demon Lacrima, Chapter 2, Awakening, by Death God Slayer. The boy has yet to awaken. Caprico stared down at the blonde boy's sleeping form with Hades. After the implant, Caprico had moved him to one of the upper-class rooms. The room was heavily lavished, a large bed in the center of a room with purple walls, black drapes hung around the bed. The boy laid under the white sheets, his head buried in pillows. It has been 3 weeks. I know. Hades stared down at the boy. The scene was bloody, but the boy had survived, and for the past few weeks had continued to do so. He was surviving the coma. He was confident the boy would recover. He will wake, I guarantee it. Hades turned to leave the boy alone, Caprico following behind him. He led Caprico back to his throne in the main hall, where he comfortably sat down on it, melting into his chair. I plan to begin training him in harnessing the Lacrima's power as soon as he awakes. He told Caprico. But what can I do to help him harness it? He wondered. Caprico, what did you learn on your mission? It was true, the tall goat man had recently returned from a mission. He was to find all knowledge available on Demon Lacrima. Hades himself had hunted tirelessly for information, but could find none. However, Caprico was different. If needed be, he could have an eternity to search. I traveled the continent, even traveling to distant ones on my jetpack, Caprico admitted, staring at his guild master through his shades. I went to every library, heard every piece of gossip, but I could find nothing. There was nothing written in any textbooks, literature, history books. It only appeared in lore, and the only things I learned repeatedly was catastrophic. They would go into no further detail. Hades stroked his chin in thought. Were the crystals hidden for a reason? Did those of the past try to erase their knowledge from history? Hades sighed loudly. He had been left with nothing. However, Hades' head snapped up to Caprico's continuation. I came across a tablet, locked deep with a ruin of an ancient civilization. The tablet was enormous, too big to carry back. I apologize, Master Hades. And what did this tablet say? Hades leaned forward in anticipation. Could this be it? Caprico was as stoic as ever. Gently he pushed his shades back up his nose. The tablet described the crystals in excruciating detail. Hades grew a wide smile on his face at that. The tablet spoke of the crystals being older than Zirf himself. And Zirf is over 400 years old. Hades commented in a whisper. He knew the crystals were old, but he never imagined that. Yes, and there is also the belief that Zirf mastered all 9 of them. Hades, Head snapped up again in shock, staring at Caprico for his statement. What else, Caprico? He spoke slowly, his body overrunning in excitement. The demon Lacrima were used as tools of war, nations sought after them to better their forces. But they lacked the control to use the Lacrima effectively. Caprico spoke bluntly. And did you discover how this control can be gathered? Hades continued bombarding him with questions. Caprico gave a short nod. I have. Control over the demon Lacrima comes from knowledge and magic. In detail, Caprico. Hades' anger grew slightly. He couldn't afford to have any cryptic answers. The user of demon Lacrima must be well adept in magic in order to control it. They must be able to understand magic. The tablet recorded that the last user of the one codenamed Seven Tails had to master over 35 magics before he could use the Lacrima to its full effect. Caprico informed, watching Hades sink back into his chair. Father, these crystals, throughout history, have been sought after for war. The wielders of them, they gained extraordinary abilities, magic capable of turning the tides in wars. Hades stood up from his throne, stepping slowly down the stairs. Leading to it, Caprico, if the one wielding Seven Tails had to master 35 magic, how much would you say Naruto, the wielder of Nine Tails, would have to master in order to gain complete control over it? I do not know, Caprico answered dully. Hades could hear the regret in his voice. But I learned that the older the magic, the more potent the magic, the faster control over the Lacrima can be gained. Hades took in this newest piece of knowledge. Older magic, he mused this thought in his head over and over. The boy mentioned that he already possessed a magic. I could have him master that, as well as teach him. Caprico, he called, were I to teach the boy a magic that was handed down from a god, as opposed to numerous smaller, insignificant magic, would that be a fair trade? Would that have any substantial effect on the rate the boy quickens his mastery over the Lacrima? I believe so, father. Caprico replied. The tablet did not make any recordings of the magic that the Seven Tails wielder had possessed, but mentions of God-Slayer magic were frequently mentioned inside the ruins. I believe there may be some connection. And what if I were to give him two lost magics? Perhaps not two God-Slayer magics, but another lost magic. Hades quizzed, a smile growing on his elderly face. Caprico took a step back in shock. Why, you can't be serious. The boy can't be older than 11. Why not? Hades smirked, returning to his throne. Azuma is but 16, and he has mastered two lost magics. I myself have mastered 10. And with you, Caprico, your human subordination can keep him under control. Caprico had looked towards the ground upon that, unable to look Hades in the eye no longer. What is it, Caprico? The tablet stressed that human subordination would not work. Caprico admitted, he remembered reading over it 100 times, a human that he could not make his subordinate. It explained that those who have had demon Lacrima implanted into their bodies are not affected by human subordination because they are no longer human. Hades finished quietly. He should have guessed such a setback. They are, in essence, a demon. The Lacrima must provide a sort of mutation to the magic stores of its wielder, helping them adapt to its power. So how do I keep Naruto under my control? Hades pondered. The boy had no ties to this world, no material possessions but the clothes on his back, discarded from the one place that could be even remotely considered to be his home. The boy didn't even have a family. Hades' mind mentally clicked. The result was his lips forming a smirk. I believe I have just thought of how to keep the boy under control. Naruto's eyes fluttered open. He couldn't remember anything. He remembered Hades and Ultir and getting on an airship, but everything after was a blur. He looked down at himself. He was in a large bed. Removing the sheets quickly, he found himself in a dark shirt and dark 3/4 length pants. His body felt heavy, but he lifted himself out the bed. Staring around the room around him, he found a window. Shuffling towards it, he gazed out the window. He was amazed. He was soaring above the clouds. Birds flying were under him. Moving back away from the window, he found a door on the other side of the room. He opened it quickly. Peeking his head through, he found it to be one room out of a long corridor. Where the hell am I anyway? Naruto thought, stepping out of the room. He opened a few doors. Every room was empty, no signs of anyone ever being in them. How can an airship fit all this in it? Naruto roamed through the corridors. Every turn was the direction he was heading, but the entire way around the airship he never encountered a single other person. Where is everybody? He remembered Hades' words, how the guild was full of people, yet he had not seen a single other person. He continued following the corridors, until he came across a grand door. He remembered walking through one similar before. Could it be the same? He slowly opened the doors. He found himself in a large room, windows for the walls and ceilings, overlooking the world ahead. This observation room's great, huh, Merity? Naruto turned. Sitting on the floor staring out to the night was a boy with ashy black hair set in a spiky hairstyle longer than Naruto's own. The spikes themselves curved more than Naruto's. His eyes were a bright red, with an extra concentric circle in his iris. He stared up happily at the stars. Next to him was a younger girl, almost snuggled up next to him. Her bright pink hair was short and her brighter green eyes stared with no emotion up at the sky. She appeared to be wrapped inside an enormous blanket, while the boy sat on the outside. Naruto walked slowly into the room, but his presence did not go unnoticed. Both the unknown boy and girl looked at him surprised, the boy slightly more vocal. "Who the hell are you?" he screamed, standing to his feet. "And why are you in my guild?" I. Naruto was unsure to answer. He couldn't remember why he was here. Smart mouth. The boy grew black flames, surrounding his arms. "Well, I'll burn your mouth shut." Naruto threw up his arms in defense. "I need to get out of here," he thought fearfully. He could feel the power radiating from those flames. It was frightening. He remembered back in his village, how he could get around everywhere easily. "My magic. I need to use it." He could make it so he can send himself anywhere. He used it before for pranks. He thought they would make everyone laugh, but they just made people angry. He looked to the earth below him, far below this ship. "I want to be there." It was how he believed it to work. He thought of where he wanted to be and he was sent there. "Send me." He activated his magic. And his body froze, his breath became hitched in his throat. Pain resonated through his body. It had never hurt like this before. He clutched his head in pain, trembling under its influence, completely unaware that the boy had dropped his magic. The emotionless girl now cowering behind him. "Zankro, what's wrong with his eyes?" she asked timidly, staring at the pain-stricken boy. "Don't know what you're talking about," the boy admitted, until the blonde kid looked up. His eyes that were once fearful blue had turned to a blood red, redder than his own eyes, the pupils slitted like a fox. The blood vessels in his eyes expanded, his eyes widening to a dramatic size. Smoke began leaking out of the boy's mouth, even for Zankro, who breathed fire, still scared him. The boy dropped to his knees, still clutching his head in pain. Before his neck and back snapped backwards, he roared ferociously into the air, louder and more evil than anything Zankro had ever heard before. Merity clutched onto his shirt, hiding her face from the scene before her. Merity got the right idea. This ain't right. Zankro watched the boy roar into the heavens. This couldn't end well. "So you plan to teach him those too?" Caprico confirmed what Hades had just said. "Yes, they will provide him with abundant control over his own magic. It will give him the boost he needs to control the demon Lacrima. From there, we will see how much more magic styles he needs." Hades replied, a smirk forming on his face. "Caprico, do you remember where that tablet is?" he asked the goat man, who gave a sharp nod in return. "Excellent. I have one last request from you." "Anything, father," Caprico replied confidently, standing to attention. "I want you to go to this tablet and destroy it. I want you to take Ultir with you back to it, have her restore the ruins back to their original form. Learn all you can from it, then destroy it. Destroy the tablet as well, leave nothing left," Hades ordered. "But why?" Caprico asked quizzically. "I can't afford to have anyone else know that knowledge. After locating Zerf and the keys to his release, we will be locating the other 8 demon Lacrima, or the people in possession of them." Caprico stood silent for a few moments, before nodding. "Very well." Suddenly one of Caprico's underlings burst through the door in a panic. Running towards Caprico and Hades he slipped, falling to his knees. "Caprico, the boy, the one you asked us to watch, he's missing." "What?" Caprico screamed in a rage, What he had given was a simple order: watch the boy. Find him immediately. No. Hades stood from his throne, his eyes wide. He approached Caprico, placing his hands on his shoulders. Don't you see what this means? He asked, a wide smile growing on his face. The boy is awake. Naruto is awake. He took a few steps back, looking up to the starry night sky. He laughed victoriously. Naruto survived after all. He hurried out of the room, before an explosion occurred, shaking the entire ship, using a wall as support. Hades looked into the sky. A stream of magma was shooting out of the top of his ship. From the observation from Caprico, he called to the goat man behind him. Go and get Ultir now. Her magic may be needed. Caprico nodded, turning around and sprinting in the opposite direction. Hades turned and ran towards the observation room. He prayed he wasn't too late. Hades smashed through the doors to the observation room, finding Zancro staring fearfully, Merity cowering behind him, crying profusely. Zancro, what happened? He ordered the boy, approaching him quickly. I don't know. Zancro shouted in return. This blonde kid turns up out of nowhere. I ask who he is, then all of a sudden he goes psycho. His eyes turn slitted red and then this blood-red bubbling cloak just goes all over his body. Next thing I know he's blowing lava out his mouth. Zancro pointed towards it. Hades turned to face what Zancro was pointing at. Instantly he was astounded, mesmerized by what he was seeing. There was Naruto, awake as expected. His body shrouded in a red cloak, forming the shape of long pointy ears and a swinging tail behind him. Burning wind whisked around his form. The boy stared forward, teeth snarling, growling deeply, evilly, demonically. The cloak. Hades stared in wonder at it. I can feel it. Raw magic is shrouding him, but what is its purpose? What advantage does having that shroud provide? The boy roared again, the ground cracking underneath him, windows smashing around his presence, and it was all from a roar. Is this the true power of a demon? The boy suddenly charged all of them. Zancro and Merity cowered in fear as the boy approached quickly, almost running on all fours. Hades got ready for the attack. The boy had immense power, but he was not to it. He hadn't been able to grasp it yet. Or did that make him all the more dangerous? But the attack never came. Naruto flew into the small gap between them, the force of his speed pushing them back. With one quick, powerful jump, he thrust himself through the window, flying high into the sky. No, I won't lose it, Hades thought. He threw his chain magic towards the boy, hooking them around his shoulders. Hades heaved on the hooks, but it wasn't enough. He felt himself fly into the air, crashing into the metal that once held the windows, before being pulled through them, following Naruto on his descent to the earth below. Caprico entered the room with Ultir at that moment, watching Hades fly out of the airship, falling to the earth below. Ultir, use your magic to fix the ship, Caprico shouted at the girl. Hades may have made her eldest of the seven kin, but he was still second in command of Grimoire Heart. Yes, Ultir nodded, her eyes light up, staring at the room. Glass grew from glass, metal unbent itself and reconnected to each other. Windows replaced vacate spots, even the enormous hole and melted areas of the ship's ceiling completely restored themselves to their original form. Now we land the ship. Caprico ordered his subordinates, saluting they ran to the control room. Caprico ran towards the window, pressing his face against it to find Hades on his descent downwards. Ultir, Zancro and Merity performing a similar position. We are going after Master Hades. Hades prepared himself for the landing. Naruto had made no attempt to alter his position for landing. His feet crashed into the ground. Instead of the boy splattering, the ground molded itself around him. An enormous crater was created upon the boy's landing. Boulders cracked and loosened themselves, flying upwards into the air. Such incredible raw power. Hades marveled the sight. The boy had landed unscathed. This is the power of demon Lacrima. Hades pulled on the chains, moving his body, so his feet landed first. The pulling force also acted as a resistor to his fall, slowing him down slightly. The boy had proven himself to be a surprising anchor, yet the boy was still pulled backwards, crashing into the ground. Hades landed safely, unharmed by the fall. Naruto was instantly back on his feet. He began fighting against the chains, trying with all his power to escape them. Calm down, Naruto, Hades shouted. Naruto pushed forwards, pulling Hades' feet across the ground. Hades dug his feet in, halting his movements. He swung the chains around, flipping Naruto overhead. He crashed into the ground again, another smaller crater being formed upon his landing. Hades retracted the chains, pulling Naruto closer, his body spinning so their eyes met. "Calm down, my son," he spoke quietly. Naruto's body froze, all resistance made previously vanished, confusion was set in his face. "Son," quote. Hades nodded. "Yes, my son." Hades could see blue fighting back into the boy's eyes, pupils returning to a normal circular form. The red cloak sizzled away, seeping back through the boy's skin. The boy's once furious eyes became filled with sleep. The boy could no longer hold himself up, collapsing into Hades' arms. Hades stared down at the boy, a smiling forming on his face. Caprico and Altair were approaching, but he continued to stare at the boy's sleeping features. "Yes, my eighth child. A.N. So how was it? Remember to read, enjoy, review. How was the explanation of the control over Demon Lacrima? I know it sounds like I'm going to overpower Naruto, but I'm not, trust me." The demon cloak, I really wanted to add it, and I couldn't think of a functional reason. Now that I read it over, the cloak seems superfluous. I'm going to try and think of a reason why it is needed, but if you guys have any ideas, please let me know. I can't think of anything else. If you have any questions, just put it in a review or PM me and I'll do my best to answer it fully. Other than that, I will move on to the topic of next chapters. They will be spacious gaps over March. Why? I am helping Rinne Kami, who is taking a hiatus in March to work on a one-shot spin-off to Fairy Tail Utopia. I won't disclose any other details than it is dedicated to Itachi. I am really excited to be a part of it. He is taking a hiatus because he has 6 fics, and he wants to keep his author's law. But seeing as I only have one, I don't have his AMNY obligations, so I'll continue updating as well. But they won't be as close together as these 2 updates. Thanks for reading, and thanks again to all those who have given me ideas. See ya. DGS. A true introduction to the world. A.N. Hey everybody. As I told you, I've been busy helping Rinne Kami with his Fairy Tail Utopia spin-off, so I wasn't able to update as fast. But here you go. I'll keep you up to speed with how we're doing. All the plans are made for it. It's about 3,700 words long and we've only done 3 scenes, when you have scene breaks and stuff. So that's good, seeing as we have planned 22 plus scenes. Tartaros make an appearance, which is fun, and a few things the manga have shown but haven't explained are explained in the FIC. Sorry if you didn't want a spoiler, but I'm really looking forward to this. Anyway, this chapter, I'm surprised this made 5,400 words. As I was writing it, each of the scenes were only accumulating 300 words each, then I wrote the bigger ones and the word count just shot upwards. People have been suggesting magic after magic. Well, they have been decided, all of them, and recently Merity's magic was slightly revealed. Which is good. Kane, on the other hand, I like the magic I've chosen for him, so even if his magic is revealed next week, I think I'm going to stick to my plans. So I want to thank everyone that has suggested magics. Your ideas may make an appearance yet. Pairings. Geez, are pairings really that important? It's just that I've seen fics ruin themselves with pairings. The author has to be able to write a pairing well, and I just don't think I'm that capable. I'll try to squeeze it in if I can, but for now, do not expect a pairing. Well, I won't waste any more of your time. Let's get on with the chapter. Demon Lacrima, Chapter 3. A True Introduction to the World. By Death God Slayer. Naruto's eyes fluttered open. He was back in the room that he had previously woke up in. Everything down to the most minuscule of details were exactly the same. Except for one. He wasn't alone this time. Next to him sat Hades on a chair. His face rested in his hands, staring intently at his face. The stern look present as ever. So you have awoken fully this time, are you well? Awoken fully, Naruto repeated weakly, shifting in the bed to sit upright. You woke up 2 days ago, in some sort of trance, I believe. Upon meeting Zancro and Merity, the first form of contact you have had in a few weeks, and due to Zancro's hostile response to your presence, you activated your power, unstable as it was. We brought you back and you fell unconscious again. You've been asleep for 2 days. Hades explained, leaning back into the seat. Trance. But I remember everything that happened. I woke up in this room. That Zancro, his black flames, the burning feeling in my body, and Naruto trailed off here, unable to finish what he was saying. Why you called me son? That is correct, Hades replied instantly, not breaking eye contact with Naruto at any point. You are now my son. The boy's face went into a shocked expression, his lower lip trembling. I've never had a family before, at least, I've been alone as long as I can remember. Well, you are not alone anymore. Hades stood up from his chair, staring down at the boy. Once you are well, we will begin your training. Naruto nodded, springing up from the bed, he faced Hades with a clenched fist and confident smirk on his face. I'm ready, he spoke enthusiastically. Let's begin training now. Do not push yourself, Naruto. Hades replied, do not put any unnecessary stress on your body. But I'm fine, Naruto replied defiantly, and besides, I don't want to let you down. I want to be strong fast, so I can be a good member for the guild. Where is everyone? Naruto asked Hades. He had persuaded Hades to let him begin training right away. Currently this was the second time he had walked through the Grimoire Heart airship headquarters, and still he had yet to see another person walking in these corridors. They are all in storage, safe with Caprico, so they do not get injured or captured. Hades turned his head to face the boy, but did not stop walking towards their location. Storage. Naruto's face crinkled in confusion. How can humans be put into storage? Everything will be explained in time. Hades spoke when seeing the confused expression on the boy's face. Now, it is time to go meet you seven kin. My kin, Naruto repeated with a confused expression. The seven others that share the name of Purgatory with you. You are not yet ready to form an official team yet, more training is needed for each of you. Hades explained, not turning to speak to the boy directly, only speaking from over his shoulder. So he couldn't see the confused expression growing on Naruto's face. This was all too much for him, it was coming out of nowhere at him, and it was coming fast. Naruto had entered the observation room with Hades, the very same he had been in 2 nights ago. The room was as grand as ever, but he was surprised. He could remember seeing this room be destroyed. How can it be so immaculate, so without flaw? This way, Naruto. Hades spoke, leading him to a group of people. Standing within the group was that boy and girl from before, as well as Altair. These are your kin. I believe you have already met Altair, Zancro and Meridi. Hades continued, pointing to each one upon mention of their name. Altair gave a wide smile and a wave. Finally you're awake, she spoke. I was getting rather worried. I hope the sleep has prepared you. The little girl, Meridi, spoke almost robotic. Hey, Zancro beamed widely, flashing all his teeth. Sorry about before. I didn't know you were gonna be the 8th. But whatever stunt you pulled 2 days ago, I can't wait to see it again. I think you and me are gonna be best buds. Your eyes, Naruto replied hesitantly, staring at the concentric circles. They make you look crazy. Zancro blinked a few times, comprehending what was just said. Naruto cringed slightly, afraid that the boy's anger would be released. However, Zancro threw his head back, his laugh was as maniacal as his eyes. He quietened down, beaming widely at Naruto. You have to be a little crazy, if you're going to kill a god. Kill a god? Naruto questioned in his head. That would be something he would have to ask about later. Now he turned to the person next to Zancro. A boy, older than him, stood looking down sternly at him, calculating every little detail about him. His dark skin only made his eyes look more bright and fierce. Black hair was set in a style similar to dreadlocks, and held back by a hat. His dress was comprised of the color purple, a purple jumper and pants. This is Azuma, the vanishing exploder. Hades pointed to the boy. Azuma, Rusty Rose, Kane, this is Naruto, the final member of the 8th kin of Purgatory. The boy, Azuma, looked eyes with Naruto, glaring angrily at him, as if Naruto had taken something of extreme importance to Azuma. His eyes shifted to Hades, glaring at him as well. So, he was the one you chose, to wield all that power? He asked, anger very audible in his voice. He is, Hades replied, his glare outmatching Azuma's in terms of strength and fierceness. The two continued to stare at each other, until Azuma let out a light scoff. Walking past Naruto, but not with barging him in the shoulder. Then I expect to have a decent fight from you one day. Azuma spoke as he walked away angrily, vacating the observation room. Azuma cannot see the fruit of this day. A voice sighed out. A boy, not much older than him, gave a small smile. Wrapped in prestigious pure white robes hanging loosely all over his body, there wasn't much to describe about his clothing. His hair was a silver color, but a very short length, short than his, spiking slightly. The sky has truly blessed us this day, he spoke, waving his hands around all over the place, before extending them up towards the ceiling. As a new comrade rains down upon us. What? Naruto's eyebrow rose in confusion, staring at the boy, who was currently smiling blissfully up towards the sky. This is Rusty Rose, the creator. Hades commented, pointing towards the smiling boy, completely unaware that he was being spoken about. Creator. Pretty big nickname, Naruto commented, looking around for answers. Just ignore it and Rusty Rose. Zankro laughed, throwing his arm around Naruto's neck. He pointed him towards yet another man. This time he was much older than the others. He looked older than Azuma as well. He was very tall. His face was fat and slightly unshaven, as well as a thick neck. His face was surprisingly small compared to the rest of his head, although his eyebrows, lips and chin were all rather big. His hair was black and messy, pulled backwards, with sideburns running down the sides of his face. He wore a robe-like garment with a spotted design near the top. I'm. The man babbled out quickly and nervously, tripping to the floor as he approached Naruto. This is Kane. Zankro finally finished for him. We call him the Vacuum. You'll see why soon enough. The final member was by far the most strange looking. Holding himself high, like a bodyguard, his eyes invisible through black shades. The suit was cut from the chest downwards, leaving his abdominal muscles visible to everyone. His legs were covered by black pants that went 3/4 of the way down his legs, clinging to his skin. And he was a goat. The horns, the beard, the hooves for feet and legs, the large floppy ears. Everything, even his skin was a brownish, yellow color, like fur of a goat, but his body kept a human-like form. Like a hybrid between a human and a goat. Caprico. The goat man answered Naruto's stare, giving him a quick nod. His crossed arms not moving at all. I trust you are strong enough now to begin training. He spoke in a royal manner, speaking like he had respect for Naruto. We call Caprico the ruler. Zankro added, he's the second in command in Grimoire Heart. Whenever Hades is too busy we report to Caprico. So is Caprico the leader of the kin of Purgatory as well? Naruto asked. He needed to know his superiors. No, that's Altair, also known as the Time Mage. Zankro pointed to the black-haired girl smiling sweetly at him. Naruto looked towards Zankro in confusion. Zankro only nodded back in agreement. I know, it's a long story. But Altair is the leader of the 8 kin of Purgatory, yet Caprico handles the rest of the guild, which is what the 8 kin of Purgatory also fall into. Naruto nodded, still incredibly confused about it all. Come Naruto. Hades suddenly spoke, after letting the Purgatory kin do all the talking. We must talk privately. He carried on his way, moving through an opposing door out of the observation room. Naruto had followed Hades from the observation room all the way back to the throne room. He had remembered this from a few weeks ago, how atop the world the throne sat. Hades placing himself comfortably in the throne, while Naruto stood uneasily in front of him. Before we begin your training, there is something I must ask you. Hades spoke first, looking down at Naruto. You mentioned before when we were in that village, Konoha, that you possessed a magic already. What was the magic, and how did you obtain it? Naruto responded to the question with a confused expression, scratching the back of his head. He looked towards the ground. I never learned it from anyone, just one day, I had it. He explained, unsure about his own story. I never learned what it was called. But when I used it, it was like 1 minute I was here, then the next minute I was there. But I wasn't moving fast, like the world itself moved to put me in a new place. It happened in a flash. Hades nodded in intrigue but didn't say anything in return. One day, this man got me very angry. All I knew was that I wanted him away from me. Then suddenly, his body kind of warped, like he was being flushed away. He came back to the village a week later covered in frostbite. I can't really explain it. Naruto finished, scratching the back of his head all the while. Hades stared at the boy in utter astonishment. He just couldn't mask it under a calm persona. This boy, he is describing Arc of Void, the sister magic of Ultir's Arc of Time. Amazing, if this boy's primary magic from birth was that magic, and to have developed it subconsciously to the living of transporting living things, something that Ultir cannot do yet, I truly have picked the perfect wielder for. Nine Tails, let me see this magic. Hades spoke in return, leaning forwards in his throne in anticipation. That's the thing, Naruto dragged out, letting out a nervous chuckle. I can't use it anymore, he explained, jumping at the expression on Hades' face. I don't know why I can't. When I met Zankroi a few days ago I tried to use it to get away from him. Suddenly everything in my body began to feel like it was burning. And even now when I try nothing happens. It's like I never knew it in the first place. Hades sunk back into his throne. I see. Perhaps the demon Lacrima has interfered with his magic stores, causing him to lose the ability to perform his original magic. Whether this is permanent or temporary, we shall see. He may be able to unlock it as his control over the demon Lacrima increases. Hades reached to the side of his throne, picking up 3 books, he gave them to Naruto, piling them up in his small arms. This is where your training begins. Hades spoke powerfully, almost authoritatively. Through understand and knowledge becomes control and power. Study these, learn every secret, and call yourself an exceptional mage in time. Naruto caught a glimpse of the top book, Myths of the World. A page was indicated to read in the book by a marking. Freeing one of his arms, he flipped the book to the correct page. The pages went into detail about something called Demon Lacrima. Naruto had never heard of such a thing. Hades, what's Demon Lacrima? Hades turned to him quickly. The reason why you were in a coma for 3 weeks. He replied bluntly. Naruto took a step back in shock. I gave you the tools to be strong. You have one of the 9 Demon Lacrima implanted into your body because of it. I have Demon Lacrima inside me. Naruto whimpered out. Looking towards Hades for some answers, he was met with a cold stare. So, am I a demon? No, Hades replied quickly and bluntly. You are one who can control a demon. He fixed his gaze upon Naruto's quivering form. There is no point in fearing it. Be it now, or some point in the future, you will have to learn to control it. Otherwise, it will destroy us all. It seemed to stop the boys shaking somewhat. Now go and read, Hades ordered. Nodding slowly, Naruto left the room to find somewhere quiet. It will destroy everyone if I can't control it, Naruto repeated in his mind. He had finally gotten a family, and now he could lose it for still not be strong enough. I won't let it. I will be stronger than everyone. Stronger than this thing inside me. Naruto had found what he believed to be a training hall for the guild. He had wandered around, going down multiple sets of stairs, until there were no more. This must definitely be the bottom floor of the airship. Naruto looked around the training hall. It was massive, larger than both the observation room and Hades' throne room. The walls were encased in steel, the lights flickered on as he entered. No natural light broke into the hall. If he were to take a guess, Naruto would bet that the training hall took up all of the bottom level. And it seemed quiet, his feet breaking the silence by patting on the ground. He sat in the stands at the side of the hall. What are these for? Do they hold competitions for the guild members, to see who's the best? Naruto took a seat on the first seat available, dropping the heavy book next to him. He opened the first book, flipping to the page that was marked earlier. He read through the entire page, word by word. These Demon Lacrima, they sounded scary, and powerful. Things that shouldn't be available to just anybody. The Demon Lacrima's primary ability is shrouding their wielder in a cloak of pure, raw magic, which provides both a defense and an offense, be it long range, short range or mid-range. However, their true powers lie in the magic contained in each Lacrima. Disastrous in strength, above even the levels of ultimate magic. I doubt I will be able to discover all of the Demon Lacrima abilities before I complete this warning. Naruto read over the words. So it's someone's diary, but from the state of this book, it has to be a good 100 years old. Shaking the thoughts from his head, he continued reading the page. I discovered 2 of the 9 abilities when I encountered a tribe of loyal Zirf followers, worshipping both their fallen god, and 2 of the 9 demon Lacrima. They were both nestled above all the humans in the village. The leader told me that an attempt to take them would cost me my life, and they planned to hide the stones from the world, keeping them safe for when their master returns. These Lacrima, power radiated from them. The one known as 3 Tails, it held a magic called Verigenis, the resurrection spell, enabling the user to summon the deceased back to this world. The tribe explained that there were no weaknesses to this magic, and that their great leader used this magic to restore lost loved ones of his followers back to this world, and that the rest of the world grew jealous of his generosity, labeling him as a villain and sealing him away. The second one they worshipped, the one called 7 Tails, they had recently extracted it from its deceased user. I do not know if he died before or during the process, but I was told that he had mastered many magics, and could use 7 Tails without repercussions. I would have liked to have studied such a specimen. But alas, this journal is not about the wielders, but the Lacrima themselves, at least not yet. This one, 7 Tails, held a magic known as Eudicium, the judgment spell. The souls of who catches glimpse of the user are judged, the evil deeds against the good deeds. If their evil deeds outweigh their good deeds, they are killed. This magic fascinated me, as good and bad are only perceptions. If you convince your very soul that every deed you did was of good intentions, could you avoid the spell? The tribesman told me that the wondrous leader, Zirf, was the only known person to survive this spell. I cannot know how much of what they say is true, but this Zirf, to have followers as loyal as these tribesmen, must be an interesting person. Naruto flipped the page in as much anticipation as the writer. Whoever he was, no name was given on the book. The next page was just as filled as the last one. It has been 3 years since my last entry, 3 years and nothing to report to the future. Except these. In my previous entry I mentioned how this was not a warning of the users of the Lacrima. Well, that has changed. I have discovered this Zirf, the one that tribe worshipped ritualistically. He is none other than the Black Mage, scourge of the world, and a master of all 9 of the demon Lacrima. I had never heard his true name before. Some believe that it was he who created them, but I find myself not among them. I believe their power extends past the time of Zirf, to a land we will never know of. I discovered a new Lacrima. This one was 6 Tails. Like the other 2, it was without a host, locked away by the Nervit. I encountered a small village belonging to its descendants. Inside was a single man, Rubal. He kept his distance from me, insisting that I leave him in solitude. But I just couldn't. This man knew something. I questioned him about 6 Tails. He told me of its power. A magic known as Ragnarok, the switching spell, the spell causing the destruction of the very fabrication of light and dark, causing them to begin their final battle. Even for minuscule reasons, fighting broke out. Rubal informed me that that is why his ancestors constructed Nirvana, after experiencing the effect of Ragnarok for themselves. Building Nirvana in hopes that should Ragnarok ever strike again, Nirvana would reverse its effects, switching what personifies light and dark, and keep the world in peace. He told me that they had succeeded for a brief time, before abruptly asking me to leave. I wouldn't question him any longer. I could tell how much it pained him to repeat it. Naruto flipped the page once again. This was becoming too much too fast. The very powers of these Lacrima, and the author had only described 3 of the Lacrima. 10 years. 10 years I have wasted since meeting Rubal, scouring the world for the slightest hint at the other Lacrima. And finally, in my own hands, 9 Tails, said to be the most powerful of the demon Lacrima. Its ability is one called Cataclysm, the destruction spell, perhaps not as intrinsic as the others I have detailed, but definitely the most ferocious, destroying the very foundations of nature and earth. This Lacrima, that can fit in my one hand, can cause volcanoes to erupt and melt away anything, hurricanes to blow away everything, tidal waves to wash this world clean, and earthquakes to break the world apart. I can never use this power, no one can. So I have taken it to an abyss, falling thousands of meters down into the dark. This journal, my life's work, will fall down with it, and myself. I have been corrupted by its presence. If I do not throw myself into oblivion, I will never be able to let it go. My work will go unread, and perhaps for the best. No one should learn of what I have. These demon lacrima should fade from history in the possession of man. My conclusion, rather my regrets. I regret not being able to find all 9, but 4 is still impressive by any standards. But my regret that is worse than that, I have abandoned my family in pursuit of my never-quenching thirst for knowledge and understanding. The first rumor I had heard sealed it for me. I left my young daughter, barely past the age of 1, behind with her mother. I have not seen either for 17 years. I have not seen how beautiful my daughter has grown. I have caught wind of her exploits. I am told that she became a mage, which made me extremely proud. I am also told she recently married into a Heartfilia family. I am ashamed that I was not there for her wedding, to see any grandchildren. Perhaps my will carry on in her children's children, I sure hope not. A novelist such as myself, with a desire to see the world and know all about it, that would only cause trouble, just like I have. Now I stand on the edge of oblivion. I will not lie that I am unafraid. I have only met a few who in the face of death laugh heartily. But this is different. I am the cause of my own death. I will never be known across the world. I have not done any famous exploits. I have only placed a threat on the world by cataloging these demon lacrima. But I just cannot destroy this book, that I valued over my family. It will be buried with me, clutched to my chest, as here is where half of my heart lies. The other half lies forever with my daughter, Layla. Naruto blinked. Flickering through the rest of the pages, he discovered that they were all blank. Barely half of the book was filled in. Hey! Naruto's head snapped up as he snapped the book close. Zankro stood just a few centimeters away. That Merity girl stood next to him, staring impassively at Naruto. You okay? You look like you've seen a ghost or something. I'm fine. Naruto exhaled, placing the book down next to him. Just reading. Zankro nodded suspiciously, before continuing on. Anyway, I realized that I never properly introduced myself before. The name's Zankro, and this is Merity. He pointed to the girl. He blushed timidly, darting his gaze away from Naruto. Naruto nodded, standing up from his seat. Cool, I'm Naruto, so are there any fancy nicknames for you two as well? Naruto chuckled out his question. Zankro beamed in response. Well, they call me the Ash Maker. But Merity doesn't have a nickname yet, she's pretty young. She's only 3 years younger than me, and I'm 11. You're starting training before her. And she's been here a good month or 2 now. I'm 11 as well, Naruto responded. Perhaps not the most important part of Zankro's sentence, but it was something. Zankro's smile grew even further. Cool, I knew we'd get along well. Even more now that I know we're the same age. Ultir is our age as well, but she's so stingy all the time, yet she speaks so nice to you. I think she might have a crush on you, but don't tell her I said that. She might kill me. Zankro chuckled, before his eyes widened. Not that a girl could kill me. He blabbered out, quickly corrected himself. The doors to the training hall opened. Caprico entered quietly, his hooves making more noise than Naruto's feet. Naruto felt comfortable around the other kin. He began walking towards Caprico as well. Hey Caprico, are you going to be training? Me, I am. Caprico nodded, pushing his shades back up his nose. Lesson 1. He suddenly disappeared. Naruto felt a powerful kick connect to his face. His body flew across the room, crashing face first into the floor. Never greet your opponent in such a friendly manner. Naruto coughed loudly. His entire face hurt. Feeling his face with his hand, he felt blood spilling out. From one kick, Naruto felt woozy, but he began to get back to his feet, wobbly as his knees were. Lesson 2. He heard Caprico speak again. Suddenly, as he was just about to get completely back to his feet, a power kick hit his back from behind, launching him into the wall. Again his face was the first thing to connect with the steel. His body slid down the cold steel. In agonizing pain, he turned his body over, to stare at the impassive Caprico. Never show your back to your opponent. I need to get away. Naruto screamed in his mind. His body showed his panic. Ignoring the pain, he attempted scrambling to his feet, trying to use the wall as support. I need to get away. He shouted loudly. Lesson 3. Caprico's entire weight came on top of him in a second, Caprico pressing his hoof down on Naruto's chest. Naruto felt the floor underneath him crack under the pressure. In the face of a stronger opponent. Die with dignity and honor. Not running away. Like a coward. He gave one final, extra hard push down on Naruto's chest with his leg. Before relieving the weight from him, Caprico headed straight back to the door. Today's lesson is over. Lament over what I have taught you. Caprico. Merity followed the goat man out, trying to catch up to him. The door closed with a bang after her. Zankro ran over to where Naruto was, seeing the boy's face. With one quick snap, he pushed his nose back into place. The boy erupted in a scream of pain. I get the feeling that Caprico doesn't like you. Zankro chuckled, lifting Naruto up to his feet, helping him back to the stands where his books are. With his free hand Naruto wiped the blood from his face. I don't care if he doesn't like me. Naruto spoke with a slight lisp, spitting blood out of his mouth. I only care about him making me stronger. He has done that today, even if it looks like he just beat me into the ground. Zankro looked over to him and smiled. I think the exact same way. I remember when Caprico beat me up as well. He's harsh as hell, but it's worth it. All you have been doing is reading that book. Zankro called from a few meters away, pacing up and down the seats on the stands. How much can you learn from it? Naruto felt the book being snatched from his hands. Zankro was standing over him. He snapped the book shut. As he examined the front, his face grew into a maniacal grin. You're learning God Slayer! ! Zankro yelled enthusiastically. Yeah, so what? Naruto tried reaching for the book, but Zankro threw it away. Well, it's your lucky day. Zankro beamed, pointing his thumb to himself. Because I myself am a God Slayer. I can teach you the basics. I find a practical approach is more suited when it comes to learning magic. You'd really do that? Naruto stood up. His face hadn't stopped hurting, but he didn't have time to recuperate. He had already been doing that for almost a month. Yeah, Zankro replied loudly. Seeing as you're the 8th kin of purgatory, I feel like I should be helping you. Now come on. Zankro ran to the middle of the room, Naruto following behind him. Now the most important thing to this is how you feel. You have to feel like you can kill a god, always be on the optimistic side, the psychotic side if needed be. But it is important that you turn those feelings into knowing you can kill a god, and manifest it into magic. For example, Zankro turned to the left, inhaling deeply. Engine no Dogo. A massive ball of black flame erupted from Zankro's mouth. The ball destroyed the floor of the hall, tearing it and reducing it to ash in the span of a second. Zankro returned to a more comfortable position. It's surprisingly easy once you get the hang of it. Naruto nodded, turning to where Zankro once faced. He closed his eyes tight, inhaling deeply. Killing a god. With this power I can kill a god. With my power, I can kill a god. You catch on quick. Zankro applauded, looking at the destruction around him. Most of the training hall had been reduced to rubble. We'll let Altair clear this up. He shrugged his shoulders lazily, moving towards Naruto. Naruto himself had his hands pressed on his knees, panting heavily, sweat glowing from his body. I expected God Slayer to be hard, but I never imagined God Slayer would be this difficult. I feel like I've barely made any progress. A hand patted him hard on the back a few times. Looking up, Zankro beamed down from in front of him. How you feeling? It hurts at first, but you get used to the exertion on your body, trust me. I can't believe the power. Naruto panted out, looking around at the destruction of the room for himself. Craters were littered across the floor, massive dents in the sides of the steel walls. Equipment destroyed in an instant. I caused all this. You sure did. That's the power of a god killer for you. Zankro beamed maniacally again. But this storm god slayer you're learning, it's pretty cool. You might just be able to stand up to my flame god slayer magic one day. Zankro laughed loudly again, taking a few steps away from Naruto. He quietened down, hold his arm out, he smiled widely at Naruto again. Come, you're probably tired. You gonna need rest if you're gonna survive, brother. Naruto's eyes widened, shooting them upwards. Zankro hadn't stopped giving a wide smile. Naruto couldn't help but smile back. Standing up straight, he got to the same height as Zankro. Yeah, Naruto spoke quietly. He moved his hand to grasp Zankro's, an audible clap being made when their hands met, their thumbs locking around each other, squeezing their hands. Brother. A.N. Well, how was it? Remember to RER. I've finally thought of some history for the demon Lacrima, as well as some powers being explained. Those were the only ones I have thought of. So if you have any ideas for the other 5 demon Lacrima, I'd love to hear them. Remember, they have to be total PWNAGE. I know 9 tails sounds a bit weaker than the others. But more will be shown later on. The idea of explaining it through a journal written by Lucis' grandfather, complete BS, made that up as I was writing it. You have to remember that Naruto thought it was older than it actually is because it was at the bottom of an abyss. Hades took the book with the demon Lacrima when he found it, which was a good 17 years ago in the story. So that's when Hades found it, about a year later, and he was clinging onto it for what, 10 years? Lucis' mother isn't dead yet, she still has a year to go. Seeing as Naruto is going to be 2 years older than her, I really have to think this timeline through, but if you work it out, it can all fit together. That was probably the most crucial part of the story aside from the bonding between Zankro and Naruto. Merity will also fit into that. Next chapter. I can't think of what else I can take from this stage. So I'm either going to time skip till Naruto is 12, or till he is 16. I have a good event planned then, but if anyone has any little mini adventures Naruto can do, let me know and I'll wait before that event. Mira will be making an appearance soon. Naruto will seek her out. That's all I'm saying. My next update might be a week away, depends on how much work we get through on the FTU spin-off. It's cool, really cool. Thanks for reading, and thanks for all those who gave me ideas. DGS. Life. AN. Hey everybody, taking a break from writing the fairy tale spin-off. So I thought I would update. I'm surprised this reached 3,000 words. I didn't really plan out this chapter. I mean, I knew how it was gonna go, but still I'm surprised. Well, I couldn't think of any more ideas to place an 11-year-old Naruto in. He could only really be training and fix that, just have chapter after chapter after chapter of the main character's training but in slightly different ways, just get dull. So have time skipped 5 years. Naruto is now currently 16. Not the age when Grimoire heart attacks fairy tale, there's still some time before then. I really need ideas on what jobs Naruto can do for the guild as well. Well, I won't waste any more of your time. Demon Lacrima. Chapter 4. Life. By Death God Slayer. Engine no Dogo. Zankro roared loudly. A massive black fireball shot from his mouth, exploding outwards to create more damage. Shit. Naruto cursed inwardly. Speeding towards the closest wall, he jumped up, using it as support, jumped up high over the fireball. Naruto's eyes widened further when Zankro suddenly was directly in front of him. The sadistic grin he knew all too well was spread across his face. Surprise. Engine no Tenahira. Zankro thrust his open hand into Naruto's chest. A stream of black fire erupted from his arm, propelling Naruto into the closest wall, engulfing him in flame. Zankro landed comfortably, staring maniacally at the destruction that he created in front of him. He threw his arms out wide. Throwing his head back, he cackled loudly and maniacally. Come on, Naruto, who you trying to fool? Fight me seriously, he screamed aloud. The fire whipped away, like being flushed down a drain, disappearing into nothing. Naruto stood in the center, covered in the slightest of burns and a prominent smirk on his face. He slapped the palms of his hands together. Chaos. Dark Lighthouse. Quote. Zankro squinted his eyes, throwing his arm up as an extra defense. A shining light radiated from Naruto, but it was black in color. Zankro could never imagine black to be so light. Zankro looked down. Naruto was crouched underneath his raised arm. He received a string of powerful blows to his stomach, each one propelling slightly higher into the air. Naruto continued his chain of punches, both floating high into the air, before Naruto grabbed Zankro by the shoulders, flipping them over. Chaos. Eclipse fists. Quote. Naruto's arm shone the same black light. He punched Zankro directly in the chest. Another beam of black light extended out and hit Zankro close to the original attack. More beams shot out, all directing themselves towards Zankro. each one powerfully thrusting him back to the ground. Zancro collided with the ground, smoke and debris rose around him. Cracks spread across the floor from where Zancro landed. Naruto landed above Zancro, his fisted still shining in the black light. He cocked his fist back threateningly, glaring wide-eyed at Zancro. Zancro stared back in shock, before a small smile grew on his face, which quickly became full-blown laughter. All right, you win. Naruto. He laughed, offering his hand upwards towards the blonde. Naruto continued to glare at Zancro, before a smile of his own grew on his face. Lowering his arm to meet Zancro's, he hoisted him back to his feet. Man, that makes you 7 victories up now. Zancro groaned while dusting himself off. You've been such a nuisance since you learned chaos, but I'll make you use Storm God Slayer again. Maybe I can even make you have to use the demon Lacrima. Zancro laughed loudly, poking Naruto in his stomach. Naruto returned with a laugh of his own. I wouldn't bet on it. Naruto spoke cockily, smiling victoriously. Besides, why don't you pick up a second lost magic already? You and Altair are the only ones who haven't. Zancro blinked a few times at the question, before shrugging his shoulders lazily. Haven't found one that interests me. Flame God Slayer's pretty hard to top. He spoke honestly. Now that's enough training for today. Let's go. Zancro threw his arm around Naruto's shoulders, pulling him in the direction he was headed. They both headed for the training hall entrance, when it opened itself. In walked a black-haired girl with a very voluptuous body, which was very noticeable due to the low-cut stripy dress that just attracted attention. Next to her was a tall muscular man with a harsh, stern glare, directed specifically at Naruto. With long brown, leathery strips of hair that wisped upwards on his head, bouncing with every step he took, as well as having a small goatee and sideburns. His clothes were in a Renaissance style that displays his muscular abdominals underneath, with 2 large black shoulder guards on his shoulders. 2 prominent features of the man were his crescent-shaped earrings on each ear and a long dark scar running straight down his left side of his forehead to mid-cheek. The girl looked around at the training hall, before sighing in annoyance. As usual when Naruto and Zancro get together for training, she huffed out. The room had been reduced to rubble. The stands on the sides had been completely demolished, craters were scattered across the floor, smoke still rising from some of them, large cracks also were spread across the floor. Even the impenetrable steel walls had extremely large dents in them. Naruto smiled as he approached them, stopping just in front of them. Sorry, but it's so easy for you to fix, isn't it, Altair-chan? He spoke with a smile on his face, a teasing tone to his voice. The girl's eyes widened, a small blush appearing on her face, unable to look at him anymore. Shut the hell up. She stammered out. Zancro let out one single loud laugh. Don't like it when the shoe's on the other foot, huh? He yelled loudly, before laughing himself into hysterics. Altair, fix the hall immediately. Azuma spoke next to her sternly. I'd like to begin my training with you as soon as possible. Who are you to speak to the leader of the 8 kin like that? Naruto spoke in annoyance. He and Azuma never did see eye to eye. Azuma constantly acted as if he had been denied something by Naruto. Naruto could only assume that Azuma was the main contender for 9 Tails, and he could only assume that Azuma wanted it badly. Do not speak to me like that. Azuma replied in anger. You are lower than me, you are trash. I'm trash. Naruto scoffed. If I'm lower than you, how did I beat the crap out of you, huh? Naruto asked, standing directly in front of Azuma. How about I scar the other side of your face this time? He ran his finger down the scar on Azuma's face, all the while grinning sadistically. Azuma growled in rage. He slapped Naruto's hand away, and in the other, creating multiple small explosions, creating a small ball of explosions in his hand threateningly. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Zancro moved in between the two, pushing them away from each other with his arms. Now's not the time for that. Your next scheduled spar is in 2 days. Save it for then. He tried to persuade them. Azuma deactivated his explosions, before Zancro turned to Naruto. Come on, let's go to the observation room. He pulled on Naruto, who put up a small fight, insisting on staying to stare out Azuma. He eventually managed to pull Naruto away, dragging him towards the door. Azuma stared at the disappearing blonde angrily. "Fix the hall now, Ultir," he yelled in anger. "I'm still saying, Naruto." Zankro spoke loudly, his loud voice echoing across the empty observation room. "You should have grown your hair longer like mine. Not stopping at that length." Naruto looked up at his hair. It had grown much longer over the past 5 years. But he had kept it at a reasonable length. His blonde spikes at the back reached to his shoulders, while even more long blonde hair completely covered the sides of his head, long spikes even jutted upwards on the top of his head. His fringe was slightly short, but it appeared as it had been caught in one small updraw, floating out of the way of his eyes and to the side. "It's fine." Naruto smiled in return. They both sat in silence, staring out as they crossed over the world through the clouds. "Do you realize how long it's been since the day we met?" Naruto asked, not taking his eyes off the ground below. 5 years. Zankro answered slowly. "And honestly, I'm glad you came. Before you there was only Merity I really got along with." He confessed honestly. "Here you are, Zankro, Naru-ni." They turned to see who called them. A short-statured girl with short, light-colored pink hair and bright, deep-set green eyes walked towards them. She was nearly entirely covered by a black cape. Also on her head were wing-like headgear around her ears. Underneath the cape, a tight suit with long boots up to her thigh were visible. "Merity." Zankro smiled widely at the girl as she approached them. "We are always here." Merity sat down next to Naruto, so close she was almost snuggling up against him. "So what are two always doing here?" she asked. "Just talking," Naruto replied coolly, still not removing his eyes from the ground below the giant airship. "That's what friends do." "Yeah, but I thought brothers always fight." Merity looked across to the both of them. Zankro laughed loudly. "We do that too," he shouted, punching Naruto playfully in the arm. Merity gave off a small giggle, which instantly shut up Naruto and Zankro, who had begun talking madly to each other. "What?" she asked curiously. "Why you laughed?" Zankro pointed at her, his eyes widen in a mix of horror and surprise. "You've never done that before." Naruto finished off for him, having the same look on his face as Zankro. The girl blinked, before blushing madly. "Hades says that the day has finally arrived. The 8 kin of Purgatory are to become an official team, and receive the mark of Grimoire Heart." She quickly changed the subject. "Finally." Zankro shot up ecstatically, clenching his fists in joy. "We've done enough jobs for the guild to receive the mark." Merity nodded. "Hades said he also has something else of high importance to tell us." She quickly grabbed Naruto by the hand, pulling him to his feet then out the room. "Follow me, brother, I'll lead the way." All 8 kin were on one knee in front of Hades, who was perched on his throne. The entire room had gone through a decor change. 2 massive horns now curled around the sides of Hades, thrown in 2 strips of jagged rocks were lined down the edges of the rooms. In all, the room seemed a lot more darker. "Your training is complete, all of you." Hades looked around to each one individually. Standing up from his throne, he descended slowly down them. "One step at a time. Now you are ready to come together under Grimoire Heart, together as the 8 kin of Purgatory." He moved closer to the group, taking out a stamp. "Rise, and claim the mark of Grimoire Heart." The lustful leader, Ultir. Ultir shot up quickly, thanking Hades. Turning around, Hades pressed the stamp into the lower half of her back. Thorns in the shape of a heart were tattooed onto her back in a light red color. The vain Rusty Rose. Like Naruto and Zankro, Rusty Rose had grown his hair out longer as well, however he kept his in a sleek back pompadour style. His eyes were covered by a pair of spectacles. He wore a dark jacket with a flipped-up collar, complete with fur trimming and a shirt underneath matching in color. His robe, like attire he wore years ago, had been completely substituted by the long black pants he wore along with the jacket. He approached Hades, taking out a black armband from his pocket, creating a stark difference to the white gloves he wore. Hades stamped the Grimoire Heart insignia on the band, Rusty Rose placing the armband on his left arm. The envious Caprico. Caprico stood up calmly, gently making his way across to Hades. Naruto noted that in the 5 years that he had known Caprico, he hadn't aged a day. Caprico went and shook hands with Hades, before opening his blazer, the grimoire heart. Insignia going over the left side of his chest, he quickly fastened his blazer back up and moved to stand next to Ultier and Rusty Rosé. The gluttonous Kane. Kane slipped to the floor, earning a sigh from most people present. He quickly stumbled back to his feet, taking big strides to make up for the time he lost. Similar to Caprico, Kane had not changed over the past 5 years. If anything, he had only grown larger. He placed out his right hand, getting the member stamp placed on its palm. The prideful Azuma. Azuma stood up quickly and walked over to Hades, quickly having the grimoire heart insignia embedded on his 2 large shoulder pads, moved on towards the stand members with uttering a single word. The wrathful Zancro. Grinning, Zancro stood up. He had undergone his own attire change as well, wearing a skirt-like armor with 1 big shoulder pad covering his left shoulder. While almost the entire right half of his chest was exposed, he had his stamp go over his exposed shoulder, with 1 half at the front and the other at the back, circling around his shoulder. The greedy Merity. Merity calmly approached Hades, undergoing one of her personality switches. She had 2 smaller versions of the grimoire heart insignia placed on the shoulders of her long black cloak. The slothful Naruto. Instantly Zancro snorted his way into loud hysterics, balling up on the floor in a fit of laughter. Even small giggles came from both Ultier and Merity. Why am I the sloth? Naruto exclaimed loudly in annoyance, staring down Hades questioningly. You are consistently making excuses to avoid doing hard work. Hades reprimanded him, glaring down Naruto in return. If I had not trained you myself, I would doubt your abilities as a mage. What? Naruto shouted in surprise. When have I ever made an excuse to get out of doing any work? You frequently say that the other 7 kin of purgatory are strong enough without your help. Zancro butted in from where the rest of the kin stood. All the time on jobs you strong enough to handle this by yourself, Zancro. There was the time when you took a nap behind a tree and left me to destroy the Tower of Dingir by myself. Rusty Rose recalled, sighing as he spoke. During an infiltration mission with me, we were supposed to enter a maximum security prison to bust out Zancro. You said that you would just wait by the front door. Ultier added, remembering the event all too well. And most recently, you only entered the fight against Tartaro's 4 horsemen tight at the very last moment, claiming you were saving your energy in the off chance they managed to beat the rest of us. Merity added, she remembered their fight with them. Tartaros sure surprised her that day. Those aren't excuses, those are the truth. Naruto retaliated, looking to all of them. You guys are already strong enough without me. Perhaps even the strongest people I know, well maybe behind the 4 horsemen, if they were strong enough to hold their own against all 7 of you, but they are a lot older and experienced. Naruto began mumbling to himself. Enough, Hades roared, recapturing all their attentions. That matters not. Tartaros agreed to the Balam alliance. Now come and become a member of Grimoire Heart. He spoke to Naruto. Naruto rose. Turning around he requested the insignia be placed on the upper part of the back of his sleeveless open torso black shirt. Along with this he wore black pants that were tucked into his skin-tight boots that exposed his toes at the end. A dark gray cloth was hanging around his waist, being held up by a black rope. On his wrists were bandages, going up to almost the elbows. Naruto moved over to the other members of Purgatory, ignoring a high five from Zancro out of spite for being grassed up by him and the others. And now the second reason I have brought us all together. Hades stood in front of them, staring at each one. Tartaros has accepted the Balam alliance, however Raventail did not. As unfortunate as it is to not have all 4 of the strongest dark guilds acting together, we will press on to the final candidate, Oracion Cease. The 8 kin stood slightly more to attention, staring back at Hades. I have already spoken to their guild master, and we will be expecting to meet them in 2 days. Hades continued, all of the members of Oracion Cease will be attending, and I expect all 8 members of the kin of Purgatory to be there as well. His gaze fixed slightly on Naruto, who it did not go by unnoticed. Wait, Zancro interrupted, doesn't Oracion Cease only have 6 members? Yes, and that is why they are dangerous. Each one of them is powerful in their own right, and they are not tied down by many members. They can move fluidly and quickly. Hades turned quickly, head towards the exit of the room. I will not risk the chance of losing the final potential member of the Balaam Alliance. So I want all of you to prepare yourselves for a fight. Should things come to it. Well, how was it? Remember to read, enjoy, review. I'd like to reach 75 reviews, a very reasonable goal, not too small, but not large enough so if I didn't achieve it I'd lose the will to write this thing. Naruto's clothing at the minute is basically what Sasuke wears during his fight with Itachi in Shippuden, just different colors. I still have time for a clothing change for Naruto. I have a pic of Zancro. Merity and Naruto's hair on my profile. Credit goes to the people who made them, not me. I don't like how I ended the chapter, but I couldn't think of what else to write. Next chapter will be Oración Cease as well as Myra's debut. Gonna be fun. Rundown of magic. Engine no Dogo Flame God's Bellow. Engine no Tenahira. Flame God's Palm, hopefully. Chaos. The mixture of light and darkness. Credit for idea goes to Agora of the Darkness. Naruto can split it up as well, using only light-based attacks and darkness-based attacks. But it's easier, and more effective to keep the two combined. Chaos. Dark Lighthouse, is a blinding spell. A shining black light blinds the target's vision temporarily, and can be maintained even as the user moves. Chaos. Eclipse Fists, an offensive chain spell. A barrage of fists made from the dark light pound into the target. Demon Interaction. Hey there. Finally another update, and I really enjoyed writing this chapter. I wouldn't change anything about it. Well, I didn't hit 75 reviews. Which is a little depressing, please do not misunderstand. I'm not gagging for reviews, I just like to know if you guys are enjoying the FIC. So my new goal is to reach 100 reviews. But I won't mind if I don't reach it this chapter, I'm writing because I enjoy it. I should explain the ages. Naruto and Zancro are the same age as Mira, so they are currently 16. Merity is 13, Ultir is 17, Rusty Rose is 18. Kane is 26 and Azuma is 20. Well, I won't waste any more of your time. Demon Lacrima. Chapter 5. Demon Interaction by Death God Slayer. So we're just stuck out here waiting for Master Hades and Brain or whatever his name is to sign the alliance in that room. Zancro whined in a whisper to Naruto. He disliked being in enclosed spaces, especially when there was nothing to do. Relax. Naruto patted Zancro on the shoulder. We'll be out of here in no time. You need to keep your composure. Yeah, you're right. Zancro grinned in return, before returning to staring out the remaining 5 members of Oración Cease. One was possessing a tall, lean frame and sported a blonde mohawk with shaved black sides. He also had long eyebrows, extending past the edge of his face, a long, prominent nose and 2 stitches on each side of his mouth. He wore a chin guard that extends up to his green-tinted goggles. His long-sleeved jacket and gloves are white and red, as well as having a pair of white pants and valuable-looking pair of blue and white sneakers. According to his introduction by Brain, his name was Racer. The only female member of the group was named Angel. She stood with her hand pressed against the wall with a bored expression on her face, occasionally catching Zancro's glare and returning it with a sly wink. Before blowing hair up towards his short, silvery hair to blow it from resting too close to her forehead. On the back of her head, one prominent lock of hair curled into a halo shape, which noticeably stood up off the top of her head. In addition, her pale skin and black eyes accentuated her namesake, making her look like she had just fallen from the sky. Even her clothing made the namesake more realistic, a dress made of white feathers with small, bird-like wings on her back. She wears blue stockings, boots with white feathers on them, and long blue gloves. Her feather-like clothes come up from the skirt to cover her chest slightly. The third was a square-looking man. Literally, he looked as if his skin was chiseled from some sort of rock. But sported long curly orange hair pushed backwards to fall behind him. He sported religious-looking clothes, a black shirt under a white cloth around his shoulders, and a red bead necklace hanging loosely around his neck over that. With red pants tucked into white socks pulled high, almost to his knees. His face looked like it was forever in a smirk, with red rocky lips set upwards, however his brow looked like it was permanently frowning. This one was named Hotai. He was leaned against the wall, reading a book happily. The only information from the cover was the insignia of the jewel's currency. The fourth had red hair and was currently petting a large snake which had coiled itself around him. The snake was a blue-purple color with a white egg-shell-colored underbelly, with a set of piercing green eyes with red slitted pupils. The man himself wore a white jacket over a black shirt with red pants and 2 black belts tied around his legs, crossing over themselves until they reached the knee. This one was known as Cobra, most likely for the large snake coiled around him. This one had been particularly cocky upon introduction, something that angered Zancro, even more so as Naruto pointed out the slight resemblance in personality between them. The final member had arrived sleeping and continued to do so, sitting on a floating carpet close against the wall, out of everyone's way. His slouched body was of a lean structure. His hair was separated into 2 separate styles. The top was black and spiky, but he also had straight, long, white hair on the bottom. He had a set of 5 maroon beads on the left strand of his hair. He wore a black leather vest with white fur-like material on the collar and sleeves. He had a white armlet around his right bicep, a black choker around his neck and spiked bracelets around his wrists and a pair of skull earrings. He also wore a pair of yellow trousers with black designs on them, and burgundy boots. From what Zancro could see from his face as it was currently slunk downwards, he even masked dark eyeliner and plum-colored lipstick. The bottom eyelashes around his eyes sticking out as well. He was the only one with a visible Oración Cease stamp, red in color and printed on his right shoulder. This one was named Midnight and Oración Cease were given specific instructions to not wake him. You guys have no idea how lucky you are. Zancro jested loudly to the members of Oración Cease, gaining the remaining kin of Purgatory's attention as well. Making an alliance with Grimoire Heart, we can thrash everyone in an instant, including your weak little guild. As everyone's stares fixed on Zancro, Naruto's moved to the sleeping guy, or how his lip trembled slightly, how his eyes fluttered a fraction of an inch. He's waking up. A dark aura began filling the small room they were caged in. The aura did not go unrecognized by the members of Oración Cease. Midnight's waking up, Cobra sighed in an annoyed tone. Yes, Zancro yelled victoriously in his head. Now we'll see what makes him so special. Good, you're gonna need all the help you can get. Zancro continued his insults towards Oración Cease. Even without Master Hades, we could destroy you. Zancro extended his hands out, wide in front of the 8 kin of Purgatory, standing in front of them as if he was their leader. We could even take down your guild master, but Master Hades would probably have already wasted his weak ass in a second. Do not insult my father. Suddenly the sleeping man had pressed his forehead against Zancro, staring maniacally at him with pupilless red eyes. The blood vessels around the iris visibly pulsating in fury. A dark, black aura radiated from him, covering the outline of his body like a layer of black flames. Zancro did nothing but grin madly in response, deadlocking Midnight in the eyes. Bring it on, pretty boy. Let's see what you got. Zancro spoke in almost a whisper, black smoke seeping from his mouth. A red flare began swirling around Midnight. He himself remained unmoving, allowing the black smoke to be breathed into his face, the red swirling around only growing larger with every breath taken by Zancro. In an instant, Naruto had placed himself in between them, pushing them away from each other with his hands. His gaze shifted to each one. Let's everybody calm down. He spoke more to Midnight, before pushing Zancro on the shoulder, directing him towards the door. Come on, we're going for a walk. He ordered Zancro, continuously pushing him towards the door. Naruto turned one final time to face the inside room, the remaining members of Oración Cease glaring at the back of Zancro and himself furiously. His eyes darting to the remaining kin, giving them a quick nod. He closed the door behind him, returning them to darkness and allowing himself to bask in the light. Have you calmed down yet? Naruto asked Zancro. The small house where the Balam alliance between Grimoire Heart and Oración Cease was being signed was a good 15-minute walk behind them. They had been walking in relative silence, allowing Zancro to silently foon at the missed opportunity to blow off some steam. Yeah, I'm fine, bro. Zancro laughed, giving Naruto a particularly hard, reassuring pat on the back. No, You're not fine. Naruto replied quickly, glaring at Zankro. You have to learn when it's time to hold your tongue, otherwise you're gonna get yourself into one hell of a predicament. That midnight guy, his magic aura was weird. It was immensely powerful and dark. He might be Oración Cis Antimage. Zankro only laughed harder. Are you doubting my strength, seriously? His laugh grew louder, however he realized that Naruto did not get the joke. It doesn't matter anyway. I'm not worried if I get into a pickle, because even then, I know you've got my back. But that's the thing, Naruto returned, concern slightly evident in his voice. I might not always be there. You have to know when it's best not to unnecessarily aggravate your opponents. Yeah, I guess you're right, Zankro begrudgingly admitted. But it's just so darn fun, you know. And what about yourself? Your total laid-back attitude in a fight annoys even the people on your side. Then everyone around gives into their emotions too easily. Charging in on rage won't get you far. Only the extremely lucky survive with that battle tactic. Naruto shrugged his shoulders lazily. The demon, you're serious? She's here. Naruto's ears perked up at the conversation. Two boys around his and Zankro's age had just passed them, talking about something that sparked his interest greatly. Apparently Zankro had caught it as well, he himself tuning his ears to focus on their conversation. Yeah, Fairy Tail's class mage Mirajan. She's here in town on some sort of business. Is she really in possession of a demon? I don't know. She didn't have it activated, but boy was she hot. The other boys had walked too far away for them to continue listening in on their conversation. There was a dead silence as Zankro watched the other boys Eve, before giving off a loud whistle. Whoa, so some chick called Myris in possession of a demon. Hey, Naruto, do you think that means? He turned to face Naruto. Only to find that he had been talking to himself. There was no sign of Naruto in any direction. Shit, Zankro mentally cursed. He's gone looking for her, I could bet on it. I need to find him fast. He took off in a random direction, hoping his gut instinct took him on the right path. Hades stepped out of the private room, Brain following shortly behind him. Everything had gone perfectly according to plan. Brain had signed the Balam Alliance. Now he had the three most powerful dark guilds, Grimoire Heart, Tartaros and Oración Cis on a mutual understanding. They were not to meddle in one another's affairs without request, and they were not to instigate any attacks against each other or against any guilds aligned with any of the other two guilds. Upon leaving the room, he saw what could be a slight snag in his plan. All 5 members of Oración Cis, beaten into the ground. Sitting on top of Hotai was Kane, pressing her heel into the back of Angel was Altair, staring down, arms crossed victoriously at Cobra was Azuma. Smirking triumphantly over Racer was Rusty Rosé. And standing proud of an unconscious Midnight was Caprico. Merity had not moved from her position since he entered the room, sitting down cross-legged against the wall. And not a single member of his kin of Purgatory had a single scratch on them. Brain stared in amazement at the scene before him. His Oración Cis had been defeated without inflicting an injury, even a mark on their opponent, but why hadn't he felt their prayers go unanswered? Why was he still in perfect control over him? I wouldn't back out of the alliance now, Brain. Hades commented, looking at the scene before him. Otherwise this is what you will have to deal with. Those which took down the 4 horsemen of Tartaros. The 8 kin of Purgatory. But there is only 6 of them. Where are the other 2? Brain pointed out. True enough, Hades did notice 2 vacant auras, the carnage-loving Zankro, who was itching for a fight as soon as they were introduced to Oración Cis, and Naruto, who probably would have just hung back and let the other kin deal with the fighting. Where are Naruto and Zankro? Hades finally asked, looking to Altair specifically for the answer. Who do you think started this? Altair sighed, tilted her head to the scene around her. Naruto took Zankro on a walk to cool him off. Hades nodded in return, accepting her answer. Then we shall wait here for them to return. Are you Mirajan? Naruto asked the gothic-looking girl in front of him. She wore relatively little, black latex-like clothing, with long silver hair tied back behind her head with a dark red ribbon, allowing 2 long bangs to fall and frame her face. His acute sense has overheard the smaller girl next to her call her, Mirane. She was with a smaller boy and girl, all 3 shared the similar silver-white hair. The girl looked like a usual cheerful type. while the boy looked hesitant at everything around him. Depends who are you asking for, cutie? The girl gave a sly wink in return towards him. Are you Miragen or not? Naruto shouted, his anger growing. His magical aura flooded out of them, it visible inflicted on the two people that the girl was with. Both began cowering, while the girl in the middle only took a few steps back in shock. What a dark magical aura. Mira stared at the blonde boy who came out of nowhere. And so powerful as well. Mirane, what do we do? I'm scared. Lysina trembled next to her, staring at the blonde boy with fear glazing over her usually bright cheerful blue eyes. Elfman, take Lysina and get out of here, wait for me to come to you. Mira ordered her brother, glaring at the blonde boy in front of her, not taking her eyes off him for a second. She was expecting a fight. Why, is this guy bothering you? Then I should be a man and take care of him for you. Elfman glared angrily at the blonde boy. He never refused Mira out of a mix of love and fear, but this was a side she had never seen of him. He charged forwards, ignoring Mira and Lysina's cries for him to stop. He locked onto his blonde target, building magic in his right arm. Beast arm. Black bull. His arm expanded, growing more muscular and turning a furry black color. He launched his fist towards the boy at a heightened speed. Naruto ducked under the fist. He was atrociously slow. Getting back up to his usual standing position, he swung his right fist at the boy as he was landing towards the ground, completely defenseless after his attack missed. His fist connected with the boy's cheek, causing him to fire like a bullet into the wall of the house to the left of him. He swatted Elfman like a fly. And he didn't use any magic. Mira stared at her little brother, caught under a few pieces of rubble from the cracking wall. Although clearly shocked at the boy's display of natural, raw strength, Lysina slipped into a more battle-ready stance. Come on, Mirane. We'll fight him together. Her voice was slightly trembling. Her words were likely nothing more than tough talk. Lysina, take Elfman and get out of here. Mira ordered loudly, scaring Lysina. Unable to refuse her sister, she obliged collecting the reluctant Elfman and evacuating the soon-to-be battlefield. Now that we're alone, what do you want? Mira stared at the blonde boy, who took a few steps closer to her. I want to know if you really are in possession of a demon. Naruto glared at her with a frowning brow. I am not in possession of a demon. Mira replied with a confident smirk. I own the demon. Power surged around her. This is more than enough to deal with you. Know the power of an S-class fairy tale mage. Take over. Satan's soul. Take over. Naruto stared at the girl's surge of power impassively. Her skin around her legs up to her thighs turned a red color, with high heels naturally on her feet, a similar color going across her body, leaving her navel and center chest exposed, but covered her breasts well. Her hands grew sharp claws, turning a light green color and looking as if she wore a pair of gauntlets, but finishing in a green scale design. Large black veins appeared along her body. Her ears morphed into more elf-like ones and a pair of black, bat-like wings and massive tail grew from her back. She smirked triumphantly at him. Is this what you were looking for? You're not a demon. Naruto stared with a bored expression at her, before turning slowly to walk away, surprising the girl when he turned his back. You're just a silly little girl with a stupid takeover and an undeserved nickname. He belittled her. He felt she deserved it. He finally had experienced hope, something he had not felt for a long time. He was hoping that she was like him, sharing his burden. Anger grew in Mira, being released as a low growl. She had never been so insulted in her whole life. No one ever dared to talk to her like that. Who cares if it's just a nickname? Mira spoke quietly, but her anger overpowered her composure. With this magic, I'm so much more demonic than everyone else. She sped towards the blonde boy, her claws extended to shred into the boy's back. Who really is a demon in this world? I am. A hand wrapped around her neck like a vice grip. The momentum of her flight pushed her into the palm of the never. Clenching her eyes shut in pain, she began coughing loudly, the iron grip hand siphoning the oxygen being able to enter her body. She could only overcome enough of the pain to open one eye. The blonde boy had closed whatever gap was between them in a fraction of a second, hoisting her in the air easily with one hand. Her wings fluttered around wildly, trying to give her aid in escaping, but the boy's grip would loosen, holding himself firmly to the ground. What monstrous strength, it's unnatural. Just what is he? She managed to capture the eyes of the blonde boy, before they were a mellow, deep cerulean blue, like a calm ocean. They had morphed into a blood-red color, his pupils slitting. His eyes were the fiercest she had ever seen, every urge in her body pointed to getting the hell away from him. Naruto swung the girl higher into the air, bringing her back down fast. Her back and head crashed into the ground, the earth exploded outwards, a deep crater, filled with cracks was formed all around him, the girl in the epicenter of the hole. Naruto released his grip on her throat, the girl's appearance reverted back to her earlier gothic form. She's unconscious. After just that, Naruto's face turned to disappointment and disgust. What a waste of time. His anger grew at her, he pointed to fingers towards her chest. 2 words, that's all he needed and he could end her life. But his thoughts returned to her 2 siblings, how they were waiting for her to return to them. It conflicted within him, he never had any siblings. But he imagined the bond would be like the one he shared with Zancro and Merity. How he had waited for them to return from their missions. You're lucky. He spoke to her unconscious form, turning away from her. Your siblings have saved your life today. He told her. She most likely couldn't hear him. But she deserved to know. He walked away, leaving the girl in the center of the crater. Finally, there you are. Zancro shouted loudly at Naruto's form, running towards him, stopping once he was in front of him. Slouching forward, he panted heavily. I've been running around everywhere, looking for you. Zancro spoke in a more fatigued tone, his eyes sparked up ion interest at the dust and rubble covering Naruto's clothes and the angry look on his face. What's up with you? I found Miragen. That replied bluntly, irritation and anger still evident in his voice. He continued walking, moving himself around Zancro, who, surprised at the movement, quickly caught on and caught up to Naruto. Really? You found that Mira chick? He asked surprised. Was she a demon holder then? He asked the more important question this time. No, it was just a rumor. Naruto spoke bluntly again, his eyes fixed angrily at the road ahead. And what makes you so sure of that? Zancro asked with interest. This girl, Mira, was being called a demon, it had to be for something atrocious. Her nickname was based on a stupid, little takeover. She allowed the demon to take over her. That's how I know it wasn't true. Naruto finally shifted his gaze from the road to meet Zancro in the eye. Because if she was a real demon holder, the idea of allowing the demon to take over would be too preposterous to even cross her mind. Zancro gave a nod of confusion, staring at Naruto like he was crazy. I need to find the others. Naruto continued before Zancro could say anything, returning to staring at the open road ahead. I need to find the other demon Lacrima wielders. I need to know that I am not alone. That they are capable of using the power they have been gifted to achieve peace. I need to know that they are able to control it, unlike myself. We need to get back to Hades. Zancro couldn't think of anything else to say. He never could whenever Naruto went on one of his rambles about peace. It just wasn't in Zancro's nature to understand the concept of peace. He thrived in destruction, reveled in it, in fact. Naruto blinked a few times, before looking around, confused about his surrounding. Yeah, he locked onto Zancro, nodding to his statement. He's probably waiting for us. Then it's best we don't keep him waiting. Zancro began walking at a faster pace, clutching onto Naruto to make sure he kept up. And as usual when you go on your peace rants I'll say the same thing. It's best you don't mention this to Hades. Well, there you go. Remember to RER. As I mentioned earlier, I enjoyed this chapter. Naruto's strength is shown, and I know it seems like he is overpowered against an S-class mage like Mira, but while she has been having a good time in Fairy Tail, Naruto has been constantly training. Naruto will undergo a serious personality change soon. Right now he is wanting peak, a classic element. This is mainly because he lacks inner peace in himself, afraid of being consumed by the demon Lacrima, but as he gains control he will lose this idea and will come to revel in destruction. As suggested by Master of the Red Sand in a PM. Roshi will be the first demon Lacrima to appear. I need an idea for the magic the demon Lacrima can do, so if you have any suggestions, not just for 4 tails, I need a magic for 2, 4, 5 and 8. Just remember that it has to be on a mass destruction level. On a completely unrelated topic, you know in Avatar Aang, if a kid has a firebender father and an earthbender mom, can he use both elements? I've just been reading about the Legend of Korra spin-off, and Tenzin Katara and Aang's son is making an appearance, so will he be able to use airbending and waterbending, or will it be like dominant genetics? Anyway, thanks for reading. I'll try and update soon as well as prepare my new FIC. Are you crazy for talking to yourself? A.N. Hey there. DGS here. Finally I have a new chapter for you guys. I should let you guys know that the Fairy Tale Utopia spin-off me and Rene Kami have been writing has been completed. Go check it out, it's on his profile. Entitled Legend of AS Class Mage if you have already read it. Anyway, last chapter got 27 reviews. My best so far. Mean it pales in comparison to other stories' reviews per chapter, but let's not get greedy, I haven't got a set amount I want to reach. 100 was pretty much what I was aiming for, maybe to reach 200 reviews by chapter 10. Well, I won't waste any more of your time. Demon Lacrima. Chapter 6. Are you crazy for talking to yourself? By Death God Slayer. Zancro, don't you notice something weird about Naruto? Merity asked Zancro. Both were sitting in the observation room, staring up at the sky above. It had been a few days since the treaty signing with Oracion cease, and she had barely seen Naruto at all since then. Well he's been training non-stop since we came back. And when I fought him yesterday, he was a lot more serious than he usually is, constantly screaming and shouting. He looked more crazy than me. Zancro chuckled loudly. But what's wrong with him? Merity asked, worry very clear in her voice. I don't know, Zancro replied honestly. It might be because of what happened with that Mira chick. He was so close to finding someone like him and it turned out to be false. And he was telling me about a voice in his head egging him on to kill her. I think he is training so hard because he realized what little control he has over himself. It's not fair, Merity mumbled, looking back out at the sky. We had help when it came to mastering our lost magic, but Naruto, he has no one to help him learn how to use the demon Lacrima properly. I know. Imagine if there was someone who could teach the demon Lacrima wielders how to control it perfectly. Zancro gave a loud whistle, before leaning back, putting his hands behind his head as a rest as he laid on the floor. The doors opened behind them. Caprico casually walked in. Zancro, Merity, where is Naruto? He asked stoically, black shades locking onto them. He's probably still in the training hall with Kane, Zancro answered lazily, not even bothering to sit back up. I'd hurry though, I doubt. Kane will be able to hold out against Naruto with the way he is now, if he hasn't already been killed by him. Zancro grinned widely. Caprico didn't wait around, exiting immediately and heading towards the training hall. Hey Merity, you know what I've been thinking, Zancro spoke as he looked up out of the glass. Maybe we should get an open-air platform at the top of this big old blimp. You know, so we can feel the fresh air on our faces as the ship flies through the air, instead of being cooped up inside all the metal. Yeah, that's a good idea. Merity smiled. Let's go suggest it to Hades-sama. What? Zancro blinked. Looking at the girl, she quickly grabbed him by the forearm, dragging him along the floor. Whoa, hold up, Merity. Zancro screamed in defiance, but couldn't free his arm from her vice grip. It was only worse that he was being dragged along the floor, Merity not even giving him time to stand up. I wasn't being serious. It was just chill talk. Don't make me go with you. There's nothing scarier than Hades when he is disturbed. Naruto-san, perhaps you should calm down. You're too serious today, Kane shouted in self-defense. What he had been expecting to be the routine training spar had escalated into something much more. Naruto going ballistic over Kane's unwillingness to fight, attacking him mercilessly. Shut up, Kane, Naruto shouted in return. Landing on the wall, he exploded back off of it. Chaos. Dark spotlight. Naruto roared in fury. A single, enormous beam of black light shot from Naruto's hand, engulfing Kane's entire body in the attack, singing his skin and propelling him backwards into the steel wall, denting it until the attack gave up, Kane sliding down the wall tall sit at the bottom. Naruto crashed from the air onto his body, growling in anger at Kane's near unconsciousness. Get up, Kane. No, Kane whimpered, trembling in fear as Naruto glared down at him. I don't want to train with you when you're like this. You're too scary, not the same Naruto I like. I can't progress my control without fighting. Naruto growled in fury, but his fist connected sharply to Kane's face. Fight, Kane, he roared. His left hand came down, connecting to the other side of Kane's face. Fight. His opposite hand came down. Fight. Then the reverse. Fight. A pattern became apparent, Naruto's screams for Kane to fight being met with the sound of bones striking flabby cheeks, each punch becoming significantly harder as the pattern continued. Fight. Naruto's arm rose again, black light forming around his fist. Do it, kill him. How can you progress when everyone refuses to fight you? Rid the earth of this scum. Relish in your rage, take delight from it. It's not hard, you can start by killing him. Naruto screamed a loud battle cry, bringing his fist down. His momentum was stopped by a hand wrapping tightly around his forearm, claws digging slightly into his flesh. Looking up in anger, Naruto found Caprico looming over him, staring back down impassively. That's enough, Naruto. Caprico spoke as stoic as ever. Hades has chosen you for a special assignment, go and see him immediately. I will make sure Kane is all right. Naruto growled at him, before darting back to Kane, who leapt out of his skin, covering his head fearfully with his hands. Tutting in annoyance, Naruto removed himself from on top of Kane, snatching his hand back from Caprico. He headed to his door immediately, almost ripping it from its hinges when he opened it. What was that voice? Naruto had cooled considerably, walking along the corridors towards Hades' throne room. It sounded just like my regular thoughts, my own voice in my head. But darker, more evil. His mind recalled the story that Hades had told him, the legend that each of the 9 demon Lacrima contained a demon, sealed within it long ago by man. Is that what's going on? Naruto thought. Has the demon finally made a well enough connection with me to communicate? He grabbed his head with both hands. What's going on in there? Naruto made his way to Hades' throne room, all the while repeating thoughts of what was happening to his mind ran through his head. How he had attacked Kane. He would never do something like that. Was the demon getting control over his body, instead of the other way around? Naruto made his way through the doors. Hades sat in his usual position on his throne, sunk into it completely. Naruto, come. Hades beckoned him closer. With a nod Naruto complied, standing directly in front of Hades. Caprico said you have a special assignment for me. Naruto asked, awaiting the orders from Hades. Yes, I have selected you for a special infiltration assignment. You will be going with a partner on this mission. Hades told him the key basics of the mission. A partner, Naruto repeated. Who? Zankro, Merity, Rusty Rose. Naruto asked, praying it wasn't Azuma. None of them, Hades told him bluntly. In accordance to the Balam Alliance, we are splitting the mission with Oracion Cease. You will be working with the one called Midnight. Him. Naruto remembered the feminine-looking boy, but not wanting to argue with Hades, he accepted it. Hades nodded sternly, pleased at least Naruto didn't show any reluctance outwardly. You two will be infiltrating the Ozuru Guild, which is located in the higher mountains, near the volcanoes in the north. And what makes Ozuru such a threat that we need to infiltrate it? Naruto asked perhaps the most obvious question. Hades feared no one, so there must be a very valid reason for an infiltration assignment. It is speculated that the guild master of Ozuru is a demon Lacrima wielder like yourself. Hades answered bluntly. Naruto's eyes widened to an unimaginable size. He's what? His voice was shaking. Finally, could he have found another one? Mira was such a letdown that day. Could this be the real deal? Apparently he has been a demon Lacrima wielder for 52 years. Hades added to his previous sentence. And how old is he now? Naruto asked. This man might be able to teach him how to control the demon Lacrima, or he was too frail and senile to remember. He is 60. Naruto mentally sighed in relief upon Hades' answer. And by the way Naruto, Oracion Cease does not know of that detail, and nor should they ever. Then why are we infiltrating that guild then? Naruto asked. Wasn't because the guild master was a demon Lacrima wielder a good enough reason. Ozaru have strong connections to Fairy Tail through their guild masters. Fairy Tail is at the center of the light guilds at the moment along with a few others. If you infiltrate through the lesser-known Ozaru, you can gather more intel as to what the light guilds are up to. Gather information on Ozaru and the light guilds, and then destroy the guild. That is your mission. Hades explained the details, sternly staring at Naruto. And what of the guild master? What if he is the demon Lacrima wielder the rumors claim him to be? What will become of him? Naruto responded. Hades only smirked in return. I have taught you the means to extract Lacrima from the bodies of others. I suggest you use it, even if it means you do it when he is alive. But do not take too long. Who knows what happens when the Lacrima remains in a dead host for an extended period of time? Naruto's eyes widened in the realization. He might have to kill his own kin, someone who understood what he was going through. Nonetheless, Naruto nodded, accepting the mission. Perhaps I can convince him to join us. He convinced himself first in his mind. How long will I be gone? This won't be a brief mission, expect to be gone at least a good 5 months, Hades replied quickly. Naruto, the most important thing is, you must gain Ozaru's guild master's trust. Do that, and he may very well teach you how to control the demon Lacrima. So that's it really. I'll be going away for a few months on a mission. Naruto explained to Zanpakuto and a saddened Merity. He left out the major details of the mission though. So what do you have to do? Zanpakuto asked speculatively. Naruto just came out of nowhere and dragged them to the cargo hold of the airship. I just have to infiltrate and gather information on the guild. It's called Ozaru Guild. I've never heard of it before now. Naruto moved over to the buttons on the wall, pressing the larger green one. A hatch on the floor slowly opened, showing the moving earth underneath them. And so what? We're coming with you, Zanpakuto asked. Naruto was leaving out a lot of details, something he had never done before. No, Hades is using the Balam Alliance to split the mission between Grimoire Heart and Oracion Cease. Naruto informed him. Oh, so that's why we made an alliance with Oracion Cease and Tartaros. Zanpakuto exclaimed. Hades just wants more hands to do his dirty work. You'd think after the 8 of us in Blue Note he'd have enough. I don't know, maybe. Blue Note's always away anyway. Naruto had nothing to remember of the man but a name. The ace of Grimoire Heart. The strongest person after Hades. The 8 kin didn't compare to him. Naruto had never even met him yet. Anyway, I'll be back in a few months probably. He looked specifically at Zanpakuto, extending his fist towards him. Work on your Flame God Slayer, and at least consider picking up a second lost magic soon. Zanpakuto grinned, bumping his fist into Naruto's. Smiling in return, Naruto turned to Merity, who stared back sadly. I'll be back soon, Merity, just make sure you work on the Magilti Sodom. I want to see what those magic blades can really do when I get back. Merity gave a weak, sad smile in return. She wrapped her arms around Naruto. Come home soon, big brother, she mumbled into him. Naruto smiled again. Freeing himself from her hug, he moved backwards until he stood at the edge of the hatch, the ground below him. See ya, he gave a small 2-fingered salute, before leaning backwards, lazily dropping himself out of the airship. Zanpakuto and Merity moved over to the hatch, watching Naruto plummet to the ground below, doing a sting of backward somersaults, breaking the speed of his fall slightly. Naruto landed comfortably on the ground below, only tapping his hand on the ground for support as he landed. Naruto looked back up at the large-scale airship flying away from his position. Master. Hades really doesn't like being in the same place too long. Naruto rose an eyebrow as the ship took towards the horizon. Now I should be meeting Midnight from Oracion Cease around here. Naruto looked around, before a rustling sound hit his ears. Midnight flew in slowly on his magic carpet, staring with utter boredom at Naruto. Arms and legs both crossed over. So you're the one I'm partnered with. The black, white-haired boy clicked his neck lazily. We've already met before, Naruto replied almost as unenthusiastically as the mage sitting comfortably on the magic carpet. I know, I just don't care to take the names of weak mages. You are a weak mage. How you avoided a confrontation before makes me think you are the weakest link out of your guild. Midnight flicked his fingers lazily, not bothering to look at Naruto. Well then you are mistaken. A magic aura flooded Midnight. It felt as if the very aura was inflicting damage on him. His eyes widened as he stared up at Naruto, who was glaring back at him mad-wide eyes. I am the strongest. You shouldn't judge a book by its cover, it'll get you killed. Midnight returned to a more relaxed state, before giving Naruto a confident smirk. Then we will have to fight sometime. I too am the strongest of my guild. I have never been hit in a fight with the exception of the other day. So a fight between ourselves will be the only way of determining our guild's strength against each other. Fine, Naruto replied, bored, scratching the back of his head. But I'd rather we not work together under such tense conditions. So why don't we introduce ourselves a bit more? Fine, my name is Midnight, 16 years old. My history is none of your concern. My magic stops all, and I work as Oración Cease Antimage, stopping other mages in their tracks. Midnight answered as little as possible. I guess I'll have to be one that builds the bridge. Naruto mentally sighed. My name is Naruto Namikaze, also 16 years old. My history, I grew up in a small village of little importance to me now. My magic can even kill a god. And my other is a dark light in a darker world. Good. Now one final thing. Midnight turned on his magic carpet. Looking at Naruto from the corner of his eye. I am only here because my father requested it of me. I take no enjoyment in working with you other than gouging your strength for future reference. Naruto gave a light scoff, turning to face the same direction as the sitting boy. Likewise. The both began heading in the same direction, Midnight falling asleep moments into their journey towards Ozuru Guild, yet somehow his magic carpet steered him in the right direction, bending around trees and floating over rocks. How does he know where he's going? Naruto watched as the magic carpet hovered over the ground. That's not important right now. Naruto placed the thoughts at the back of his mind. We need a story for why we came to Ozuru. Now that he's asleep I can think one up without interruption. Naruto began thinking of a suitable, reliable and generally believable story. Perhaps if we were escaping the government, or we want to prepare ourselves in order to take vengeance, yes. That might be it, if our village we grew up in was destroyed by mercenaries. And we want to make ourselves stronger. But what if the guild master is peace-loving, or knows the villages around the area? Should we destroy a village to make our story truthful? The idea sparked something evil in Naruto's mind, smirking evilly. Yes, that village isn't far from here. I see what you want to do. Naruto's eyes widened, staring around for the source of the darkly chuckling voice. You want to return to that village that despised you for so long, for no justified reason, and raze it to the ground, seeking some inner peace in some way. Where are you? Naruto spoke in return, sharply staring at the forestry around him for signs of unnatural movement. Where are my manners? The voice replied, seemingly shocked at itself. We should meet face to face before we talk. Naruto squinted his eyes in confusion. Face to face? What? Suddenly he emitted a zombie-like moan, his eyes rolling to the back of his skull. His very mind felt as though he was being sucked away from it, all his energy felt as though it were being sucked down a drain like. His head spun around rapidly. He was falling. Suddenly he was falling. Everything blackened. He couldn't do anything to fight it. It was as if he had consciously blacked out. He could only succumb to the fall, and accept whatever lied at the bottom of it. Naruto's mind pondered why he landed on a soft cushion, his entire body melting into a large chair, hands placed comfortably on arm rests. Looking around, Naruto found that he was in a small, black circular room. Candles resting on long candle holders were lined in a circle around the chair, another circle of candles were mounted on the wall, a good meter and a half away from the first circle. And perhaps the most defining feature of the room. He was not alone. Sat in a chair identical to his own, in clothes identical to his own, was a man, the same age as himself and looked exactly like him. The man sat with his right ankle resting on top of his left knee. His face leaning on his balled fist, elbow digging into the arm rest. However, the man had key differences in appearance as well. His eyes were a shining blood red, like owl's eyes in the night. His hair was longer, much longer, sleeked back into long spikes jetting from the top of his head to down his back, all of his hair a matching blood red color similar to his eyes. Even on his cheeks, 3 bulky black whisker marks adorned each cheek. And between these weird whisker marks was the cockiest smile Naruto had ever seen. Half of both sets of teeth were clearly visible. The man just sat there, staring and smiling at Naruto. So we finally come face to face. He finally spoke. His voice was like his own, but darker. It was the voice he was hearing, but without the dreadful echoing and a bit higher in pitch than normal. Matching Naruto's own voice more. His voice was calm. If anything, he was amused at the situation. So who the hell are you? Naruto finally returned after one last check of his surroundings, molding himself into the chair somewhat. I am you. This person's smirk turned to a grin upon Naruto's visual reaction. Or rather, the things about yourself you repress and refuse to acknowledge. Your pleasures, your rage, your thirst for blood. Basically everything that gives you a demonic side, you've repressed them for so long now that whenever you draw upon them. Hello, you get a small dose of me as well. The other Naruto laughed loudly. I have no demonic side. Naruto's brow furrowed at the other Naruto, whose laughing was beginning to die down. Oh, I assure you that you do, the other Naruto spoke with an amused sigh, wiping away a tear from his eye. It's a side effect of having the demon Lacrima implanted inside you. You ever hear the rumor about a demon being locked away inside each of the demon Lacrima? It's true, Naruto responded in shock. Basically yeah. The other Naruto spoke as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. But not enormous monsters or anything like that. See, what really happens is that the demon Lacrima begins to integrate itself within its host's personality, forming this demon. The demon sealed away in the Lacrima is really just the host themselves, dark side. Quote, so is that what you are, Dark Naruto? Naruto smirked at the idea. Even the other Naruto found it funny, a wide grin growing on his face. If that's what you want to call me, then go for it. It's not the name I have chosen for myself though, Dark Naruto smiled in return. But I haven't reached the best part yet. Quote, then finish, please. Naruto smirked, leaning back into his chair, while the other Naruto leaned forwards in his. See, here's the kicker. Dark Naruto continued, his grin widened in proportion. What's happening up here right now? Like with anyone who has a demon Lacrima implanted in them, Dark. Naruto tapped on the side of his head a few times to emphasize his point. Is that the demon Lacrima slowly takes over aspects of the wielder's personality. Right now I have you utmost rage, your deepest desires and your thirst for blood, which by the way, is insanely high. But I've already told you that. Anyway, the demon Lacrima eventually consumes everything that makes the wielder unique, and if the user's mind is completely overrun by the demon Lacrima, their body is destroyed and broken down and their magic stores are sucked into the demon Lacrima, strengthening its own power. Quote, you sure know a lot about this. It was stupid of Naruto to say, but it was all he could say. Of course there was a price to gaining such unimaginable power. The demon Lacrima is a double-edged sword. Gain immense power, at the risk of being destroyed by the very same power. Not my first time. The Dark Naruto shrugged, giving a small wink, leaned back into his chair, crossing one leg over the other and resting his head on the knuckles of his hand. Only the strongest of will are able to slow the process down long enough or even halt the process altogether, and be truly at peace with their other/inner self. Quote, so why are you helping me by telling me all this? Naruto responded, if you can strengthen your own power by taking over me completely, why not just do it? Furthermore, I have never felt this process being forcefully pushed onto me. The other Naruto let off a small smile, raising his free hand, he gazed at it, flexing every muscle in his hand. I like this, he spoke in amazement as he gazed at his hand. When I have been implanted into someone's body, I can think, I can move, I can see, I can feel. Instead of being just some lump of crystallized magical mass. Through them I can experience everything. The darker Naruto continued. Well, not everything. I can't go through the full range of emotions until the very end when the wielder is consumed by me. Then I get everything, not just their fear, anger and rage. I get their dreams, their bliss, happiness, joy, love. These are the ones that clutch onto the hardest. It all rushes to me in a second. It's euphoric. The dark Naruto smiled blissfully, lolling his head back, like being on his own personal high. And then I lose it all a split second later when I revert to my natural form. The dark Naruto experienced his come down. For the first time since they came face to face, he wasn't smiling. So I try to slow the process down myself as much and for as long as I can. But they always succumb. They relish in the use of my power, despite not having the proper control over it. Each use destroying that little bit more of themselves. The smile suddenly grew back on his face as he met Naruto's eyes with his own. But you, I have a feeling that you are gonna be the first person to survive my process. So I'm gonna ensure that you survive. Because if you die, he pointed at Naruto playfully, before beating hard on his own chest. I die. He suddenly erupted in a maniacal laughter, echoing around the room. Well, I won't really die. I'll just revert back to my crystalline form and wait for the next person stupid enough to implant me in their body. Quote. So you all have the same process? Naruto repeated. What about the other demon Lacrima? Do you know anything about them? Oh, I do. Dark Naruto nodded quickly after his laughing fit stopped. In fact, I know where each of them are right now. That guy you're going to meet at Ozuru, he is a demon Lacrima host. His name's Roshi, and he uses Yan. Quote. You know where each one is? How? Naruto leaned forwards in anticipation, good news already overcoming him that he was indeed heading towards a demon Lacrima wielder. We can sense where each other is, kinda like family always looking out for each other if I was gonna describe it. Dark Naruto mused. Right now there are only two without a host, those are San and Roku. Quote. But that book. Naruto recalled reading that book. He flicked through it constantly, looking for anything that he might have possibly missed. It said that Zerf worshipping tribe was protecting the 3 tails and the 7 tails. That book was right, but it was written almost 20 years ago. Dark Naruto reminded him like belittling a child. Times change. Quote. Then give me information, Naruto demanded. Anything about the demon Lacrima and their uses. Very well. Dark Naruto grinned mischievously. I don't mean to brag or anything, but I am the strongest by means of control. That means you have a tough time until you get perfect control over me, but you reap the best rewards. Dark Naruto grinned further. In terms of power, I can't really say who is the most powerful, we all do destruction on a massive scale. I guess it is determined by the strength of the wielder. Ichi's host has pretty good control, but Ichi's such a weakling anyway, yet Yan and Hachi, both of their hosts have near perfect control. And what about locations? Naruto asked further. Dark Naruto only grinned. That would take out all the fun of searching for them, wouldn't it? Which I know that you are eventually going to do. He leaned back into his chair, satisfied by the growl and anger stare coming off of Naruto. But I'm not that rude. You've given me life, so I'll help you out, give you news on their whereabouts from time to time, and you'll come to enjoy our little chats. Quote. You said earlier that Dark Naruto isn't the name you have chosen for yourself. So what it is your name? Naruto asked. Dark Naruto's grin widened once again. Q. He answered before clicking his fingers. A corridor extended out of the room, lit by a lane of candles along the wall. Just follow the corridor, you'll eventually return to the real world and find that not even half a second has passed. Quote. Nodding, Naruto slowly forced himself out of the comfy chair, watching as Q lazily melted back into his own, smiling as he watched Naruto leave. Just one more thing, though. Naruto stopped and turned before he began walking down the corridor. If I am to have true inner peace and control over the demon Lacrima, doesn't that mean I will eventually have to destroy you one day? Seeing as I can't be in perfect control if you are manifesting in my personality. Q's closed lip smile widened. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. He answered mystically. Raising his hand he flicked it at Naruto lazily. A blast of wind struck Naruto like a cannonball, easily lifting him off the floor, hurling him down the corridor. Power! Naruto marveled as the small hurricane launched him down the corridor, the small room Q sat in growing smaller and smaller by the second. The sights and sounds of the real world flooded back to Naruto at a breakneck pace. Looking around he found that this, other Naruto was right. Not a second had passed, his left foot still heading towards the ground in order to step forwards. So was all that real? Naruto asked himself, hoping that the other Naruto might reply. If it was, then I know that I am definitely heading towards a demon Lacrima wielder. Roshi, what has made you a master of it? What gave you perfection over the Lacrima? Naruto looked on ahead with a newfound determination. Four tails, what is it capable of? Well, how was that? Remember to RER. I don't know how you will react to an inner Naruto, but I felt you can't do a demon holding Naruto without something messing in his head, although Q will not be as self-serving as the Kyuubi, but he will make sure that Naruto survives because he himself wants to continue existing, but he will help Naruto out, but only when it suits him. Each of the inner demon Lacrima selves will have different personalities, they won't all act like Q, who is polite, yet at the same time seems deranged. For example, Roshi will be very stern and serious, while Yan, we will call him for now, will be very lazy and uninterested, rarely wanting to do anything, as these are the traits Roshi himself represses. It will make more sense as we go down the road. Roshi's guild was simply because Roshi's name is Roshi, just like from Dragon Ball, and the Yonbi is a monkey gorilla, and their artwork together they're standing under a full moon. That was the inspiration for the name, really lazy tbh. Next chapter. I don't know when it will be up, I'm working on a new FIC, but this is still my top priority. Killerby or Gaara, one of them will make the next appearance. And do you know Geo freed from 666? Satan O parts Hunter, I want to fit him somewhere in the story, he might be a mage at Ozuri Guild. Another question, pretty important, should I add Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki? I have a great storyline for them if you guys want, and if it works and I can write it well, a big reason why Naruto leaves Grimoire Heart in the future will be plainly shown. So should I add them? After the recent chapter I've updated previous chapters, only small things like Merity and Rustyrose's hair colors. Pics of Q's hair and his eyes are on my profile. On a completely unrelated topic, you know in Avatar Aang, if a kid has a firebender father and an earthbender mom, can he use both elements? I've just been reading about the Legend of Korra spin-off, and Tenzin Katara and Aang's son is making an appearance, so will he be able to use airbending and waterbending, or will it be like dominant genetics? Well, that's pretty much everything. See you when I next update, DGS. To make the story convincing. Hey there. DGS here with a new chapter of Demon Lacrima for you guys. Well, the most important thing to mention is that Demon Lacrima has made 200 favorites. XD. I don't know how good that is by author standards, but it sounds G amazing. So thanks a lot you guys. On the topic of this chapter, there are some cameo appearances from a few Naruto canon characters, mainly because of pure laziness to think of new OC characters to fill a 5-minute role. So I won't waste any more of your time, I'll let you get on with reading the new chapter. Demon Lacrima, Chapter 7. To make the story convincing, by Death God Slayer. Hey Sakura, who's that? A girl with long blonde hair, dressed in a purple skirt and shirt pointed tee, the boy who had just entered the village. The pink girl accompanying her squinted her emerald eyes, dressed in a red shirt and blue skirt. I'm not sure, Ino. He doesn't seem familiar at all. Maybe he's just passing through. Ino commented as they both stared at the boy. No one ever passes through. Sakura retorted almost angrily. So what is he doing here? Let's just go ask him. Ino smiled confidently. Without any time to argue back, Ino was off in his direction. Sighing, Sakura took off after her. As they approached him, they found that he was of a lean structure. His hair was separated into two separate styles. The top was black and spiky, but he also had straight, long, white hair on the bottom, with a set of 5 maroon beads on the left strand of his hair. He wore a black leather vest with white fur-like material on the collar and sleeves. He had a white armlet around his right bicep, a black choker around his neck and spiked bracelets around his wrists and a pair of skull earrings. He also wore a pair of yellow trousers with black designs on them, and burgundy boots. From what Zankro could see from his face as it was currently slunk downwards, he even masked dark eyeliner around his pupilless red eyes and plum-colored lipstick. The bottom eyelashes around his eyes sticking out as well. He had red skin on his right shoulder, as if he had just rubbed something off from it. Hi, Ino approached him. Are you new around here? We haven't had anyone new before. What's your name? She instantly bombarded him with questions, the boy stopped if only to glance at her for a moment, before his eyes scanned around the village. Ino, Sakura, jumped next to her. Don't get too close. We don't know anything about this guy. She whispered quietly in the blonde's ear, making sure the guy in front of her couldn't hear. So what? He looks too cool to ignore. Ino replied defiantly. She quite liked this mystery man's bad boy look. So again, what are you doing here? She spoke up to the boy, her whole body perking up in his direction. A wide sly grin grew on his face, his breath trembled in anticipation. I'm here to destroy this village. His eyes widened beyond belief. Spiral pain. He spoke darkly. The girls could only feel pain. The air twisted and distorted around them, making a whirlpool-like feature around them. It dug into them, tearing away at their bodies. Both managed to have high-pitched screams of agony escape their throats. It alerted the villagers, who upon seeing a mystery stranger attack two villagers, were on the warpath. Brandishing pitchforks and torches they circled around the boy, cutting off any means of escape for him. What are you doing here? Attacking our villagers. Why don't you leave before you get a beating? The villagers yelled in anger at the mystery black-haired boy, who looked at their pitchforks, torches and angry faces uninterestedly. A wasted effort. The boy spoke again. He raised his hands. The fires grew with them. Hopping off their torches, the flames circled around him fluidly. Before they exploded outward, a ring of fire extended right across the village. Everything set on fire. Hay, houses, those with reflexes not fast enough to duck. Everything was instantly set alight. The villagers screamed in fear, looking around at their burning houses. When the turn to order the boy to stop the flames, he had disappeared. Wasting no time, they set off to put out the fires. Midnight stared down at the glowing fires from a close hill. The fires raged in different sizes, but everything was destroyed nonetheless. So you accomplished your task. A voice spoke behind him. Tilting his head, he found Naruto approaching him, readjusting his black shirt. Midnight nodded in return. Did you get the grimoire heart stamp off? Naruto himself nodded, turning around to show the back of his shirt completely empty. It was a lot harder to get off clothes than off skin. Naruto turned back around. Standing next to Midnight, he saw the fires roaring through that village. Midnight himself smirked darkly. Well, it's all yours now. I shall meet you down there when you're finished. Seeing as we do have to cut through this village to Ozuru anyway, it is the quickest route. Yeah, Naruto smirked more evilly than Midnight. Everything had gone according to plan so far. This won't take long. Many ran through the small streets screaming in a panic, however none left the small village. Where else could they go? Their home, their money, their life, it was all here. Villagers ran to the wells, collecting buckets of water to throw on the raging fires. A futile attempt. These flames were too large now. Most of the water had evaporated too quickly to do any major dousing of the fire. The fires continued raging, battered through wooden doors and raided houses, simply for the destruction. A fire was a fire. It desired nothing materialistic, but loved to take them away from others. Help! Screamed the villagers, collecting children sleeping in their beds and running out the houses. Will no one save us? They screamed up to the heavens, hoping for mercy and guidance through this fiery storm. As if on cue, thunder crashed, black clouds began forming above, not of smoke, these clouds enveloped them like nothing. And it rained, quickly and furiously, pounding against everything, crashing down on the villagers and their homes. The tormenting fires could not cope with this beacon of hope, becoming doused in everything the clouds had to offer. The villagers stared up to the sky in shock, so quickly and so easily were their prayers answered. They raised their hands to the sky, smiling and laughing and cheering and praising. Thank God, He has saved us. No, it wasn't God. A voice, loud and calm, called out. They all turned to the same direction. A new boy came into the village, his blonde hair matted down by the rain, small spikes just being able to escape, yet his icy blue eyes pierced through the dark atmosphere. The rain began to stop, leaving his black shirt clinging to chest, set in an open torso fashion. Wearing a pair of black pants tucked into skin-tight, shin-high sandals and a gray cloth wrapped around his waist, supported by a burnt orange-colored rope, the knot at the back of him. God has been long since dead. He carried on. moving closer to the villagers, who in turning took small shaking steps away from him. They didn't like the aura that surrounded him. Noticing their movements, the boy stopped. "You should really be more thankful to me." His eyes darted around to the charred marks and destroyed homes. The villagers murmured among themselves. Had this boy really saved them? The timing couldn't have been just coincidental, but who was he? Did he have previous connections to the village that made him want to save it? Sakura, a girl well liked around the village, moved through the crowd. She approached him, stopping just in front of the blonde and connected her hands together behind her back. She raised her heels up in some attempt to get her face closer to his, all the while smiling sweetly at him. "Thank you for saving us." She spoke as sweet as her voice. "That midnight guy earlier was a freak, but then you came and saved us." She gave off a light giggle. "Oh no you don't, Sakura." A blonde girl pushed the pinkett out the way. Her hair was long and tied back into a ponytail, with one long bang covering her right eye. Taking the same stance that the previous girl had, she smiled sweetly at the blonde boy in front of her. "Hi, I'm Ino. I have to say that you are very brave, so how long will you be staying with us?" "Get lost, Ino. Make me, Sakura." Both girls' eyes connect. A beam of anger shot through their eyes to the other. The blonde in front of them could only chuckle slightly. Both looked to him confused. "You really don't remember me?" A smirk grew on the boy's face as he continued to chuckle, his laugh growing darker by the second. This causing what little noise made the other villagers to cease completely. "I think I'd remember someone like you." Both girls spoke in surprising unison, forgetting their previous transgressions of anger and rivalry. "They'll let this guy decide who he likes better. Then perhaps you'll remember what I said." The blonde stared across at every member of the village, his eyes targeting the older members. "I told you I would become the most powerful mage in the world, and that you would beg me to protect you." The elder villagers gasped. They did recognize those words, words that he had said 5 years ago to them, and then disappeared. Without a trace for 5 years. Then suddenly he returned to them in their darkest hour. Could they had made a mistake all those years ago by pushing him away? For judging him for being a mage, someone that nearly destroyed their village, but also someone who had just saved it. And Naruto. The two girls in front of him stared at him in surprise, mouths agape and all. "Naruto, this is you?" Sakura questioned. "Well, it appears to me that you have grown in all the right ways. So, is it not too late to ask for a date?" Ino gave a chaste wink his way. Naruto remained impassive to her forwardness, staring at the village with a smirk on his face. The elder members of the village smiled weakly, their nervous laughter filling the tension of the situation. "So are you here to stick by your words? After 5 years, are you here to protect from people like Midnight as you promised?" They asked hopefully. Naruto only scoffed loudly. "And there shines the true pitifulness of this village. After despising me for so long, now you want me back. It is too late for that. My eyes are open to the truth." Thunder crashed overhead again, the black clouds swirling above them. "My intentions were not to save this village, but to destroy it myself," Naruto screamed, his voice louder and more ferocious than the thunder above. Sakura and Ino jumped away from him in fear, running back to the safety of the crowd. They caught a glimpse of his eyes. The shining blue had been replaced with a malicious red. "I will take my vengeance on this village. For mocking me and deposing me without even giving me a chance. But what of Hiruzen? What of the man who cared for you when you were just a baby?" The elder village members screamed at him with a mercy-seeking tone to their voice, hoping that might spark some old love for the village from the boy. It worked. Naruto had cooled considerably. Breathing heavily, his fury-furrowed brow softened, but those red eyes still remained. He stared at the ground, if only for a minute. None of the villagers dared make a movement. Had it worked? Had they saved themselves from obliteration? He abandoned me as well. Naruto looked upon them psychotically. He raised his left hand to the black clouds above. Blue electricity sparked off his body, swirling around him like a veil of protection. Ranjin no Susanoo. Midnight re-entered the small village, or rather, the area where the small village once was. He didn't care to take the name of the village, and now he didn't have to. Everything was erased from the map. Small cinders and smoke rose from the ground where the largest of buildings had been, but everything had been laid to waste. The area was now a scar in the forest, barren of all life in any form. In the middle of the wasteland stood his blonde companion, not a speck of dust on him, electricity still coursing around his body after his attack. It reduced everything in an instant. This is the point when you tell me why we have destroyed this village. Midnight spoke with a smile on his face. I only agreed out of boredom in the first place. Roshi, the guild master of Ozuru Guild, may have geographical knowledge of the surrounding area. He might know all the villages even remotely close to his guild. I've been trying to come up with a convincing story as to why we approach his guild in the first place, something that can ensure us a spot in the guild. So I have devised a way to make that possible, Naruto explained dully. Turning back around to face Midnight, there was no sorrow in his eyes, nor anger nor shame, just a blank slate. If we were to choose a random or self-created village, even a village too far away, Roshi might become suspicious. He might know how that village is. However, if we choose a village that is too close to his guild, Ozuru's mages might be stationed there. And we don't want to kill members in order to secure a position in the very same guild. This village, Naruto kicked the burnt crusty soil at his feet, is too remote for any of Roshi's mages to be stationed here, but close enough that Roshi will have even basic knowledge of its existence, that in this village and I have some rather bad history. Naruto finished the final sentence quietly, before promptly snapping out of it. Therefore, our story is this: we are two mages that have grown up in this village, and it was destroyed by another mage. We fought to protect our home, but we were too weak. Naruto raised his hand to silence Midnight, whose eyes widened upon the idea of being called, even in a lie, weak. We go to Ozuru because it can make us stronger, so we can protect the things we care about, and a mage guild will not turn away mages. Light guilds need all the members they can get. Very well, I'll accept this plan for now, but if it goes astray, what do we do? Midnight asked. Should this plan fail, they would be left in quite a predicament. It won't fail. The old people of light guilds are so insistent about keeping the younger generations off the path of darkness. If we spew something about planning to take revenge on the man and destroy him, Roshi will welcome us with open arms. Naruto brushed off Midnight's worries easily. Then let's go. Midnight clicked his neck before walking forwards. As he was about to pass Naruto, his arm shot up, blocking Midnight from moving any further. I haven't finished. Naruto's eyes shifted over Midnight, eyeing him up. Won't it be weird in our current condition? Naruto spoke cryptically. If we arrive in perfect condition to Ozuru after trying to fight and protect our destroyed village and losing in both. What are you getting at? Midnight's own eyes shifted over to Naruto. Suddenly Naruto's body shifted, his further hand connected to Midnight's face, rocketing him across the wasteland. Midnight landed sorely on his back, rubbing his cheek. It had been bruised and dirtied. He stared back at Naruto angrily, who had slipped into a battle stance. We must look tattered and beaten. So we are going to have that fight you were so desperate for. Naruto explained, clenching his fists tightly, waiting for Midnight to stand back up. But not at full power, so consider this fight a taster of things to come, until we can eventually have our all-out fight. Smirking in return, Midnight rose to his feet. Challenge accepted. He spoke with a slight giggle of anticipation. Naruto wasted no time. He smashed his palms together, crossing his fingers over. Chaos. Dark spotlight. A similar enormous black light shot from Naruto's body, launching towards Midnight. Midnight remained unmoving, as the beam of light was but a few inches from striking him. It bent to the left, avoiding Midnight entirely. What? Naruto stared at what just happened, while Midnight smirked in return. Shaking it off, Naruto went on the attack again. He circled Midnight, standing behind him. Midnight didn't even bother to turn around, not even look over his shoulder. Chaos. Eclipse fists. He punched his fist forwards. A thinner beam of light shot from the end. Small branches shaped like knuckles grew off, all aiming to strike Midnight's back. But again, as they approached him, they all redirected upwards, leaving Midnight completely unscathed. Again, Naruto's anger began growing. Whatever he is doing, it's annoying me. I'll take this to the next level. Naruto screamed. It was only then when Midnight looked with boredom over his shoulder. He saw Naruto raise his right hand upwards towards the black skies. Quote. Chaos. Dullahan. A ball of black light began growing in his hand, expanding in size until it was several times larger than Naruto himself. A large crack appeared that opened wide, creating something akin to a wide hilarious grin touching both sides of the ball. Naruto swung his arm down, bringing the ball with it. Midnight only looked as the ball began its descent onto him. The ball crashed on top of Midnight, Midnight entering through the grinning mouth on the ball, effectively being swallowed by the ball. Grinning himself now with victory, Naruto closed his open palm into a fist. The ball shrunk down in size, compressing itself around Midnight's body before exploding in an array of black light flashes. Naruto's grin fell from his face, leaving only shock. Midnight stood completely unharmed in the center of the attack. It was as if he had some veil of protection around him. Impossible. Naruto stared at Midnight in fury. Chaos. Dullahan is an unavoidable attack. Everyone always walks away with some form of injury. How has he survived unscathed? I cannot fight well in the sun. Midnight spoke almost in a loud whisper, his own eyes widening. But under the moon, my power intensifies, and at midnight, I am invincible. Your kin were lucky Oracion Cease was in such a confined environment during our last fight. Many of our powers revolve around large battlefields. Now it is my turn. Midnight raised his hand towards the blonde. Quote. Spiral pain. Naruto looked around. The air seemed to begin pick up speed, circling him. Suddenly a tornado appeared around him, squeezing and cutting into him. Naruto let out a scream of pain. That's it. Midnight screamed in a maniacal glee. That sound is music to my ears. So is he an air mage? Naruto wondered. It would make sense, manipulating the air to avoid attacks, switching the air around the magic's direction. But do I have enough time? He wondered, looking to the skies. Ranjin no Kushi. Naruto wheezed out. Blue lightning covered his body again, before firing at Midnight like a thrown spear. Midnight's eyes widened as he was hit with the blue attack. His body convulsed in electric shock as he screamed out in agony, his own attack ceasing on Naruto, who dropped to the floor in a heap. As Naruto landed his own attack on Midnight cancelled, groaning he rubbed his head sorely, the part of his body he landed on. He looked towards Midnight, who appeared to have blacked out on his feet. His mouth was as wide as his pupilless eyes, short strangled gasps of breath left his body. Small plumes of smoke continued to leave his body. That's enough, Naruto panted out, not even sure if Midnight could hear him. Midnight's magic was dangerous, but he could take a physical hit. A serious area for improvement, father the guy. We both look terrible. This will make our story the more convincing. I agree. Midnight had suddenly snapped back into reality. His stiff body slouched over as he clutched his right arm in his left, panting heavily all the while. We have to leave before others arrive. I will not fail father in this mission. Right. Naruto struggled back up to his feet, slowly limping back over to Midnight. Midnight himself waved his hand lazily. Through the trees darted his flying carpet, seemingly with a mind of its own. Stopping right at Midnight's feet, who quickly fell onto it, crossing his legs. Let's go. He spoke quietly, his carpet floating slowly over the ground. Naruto heaved himself for each step, trying to keep up with the carpet. Looking back at Naruto's limping form, Midnight sighed, waving his hand. A new carpet appeared next to his own, floating in perfect unison with Midnight's. The very ripples of the carpet floating were symmetrical. I have used my magic to refract the light and create a mirror copy of my carpet. I won't have you slow me down on such an important mission that father has requested of me. Looking towards the carpet, Naruto formed a weak grin. Thanks. He spoke in gratitude, sitting in a similar position to Midnight. Midnight nodded quickly, before lowering his head to slumber. The two carpets hovered away from the wasteland, en route to their next destination. Ozuru Guild. A bright flash of light appeared onto the now deadened scene. Feet patting onto the ground were instantly followed by a horrified gasp. One pair of feet moved over to the side of the site. Everything was reduced to rubble and cinders, even the very foundations of houses were destroyed. There was no sign of life in the area. A high choking of breath of agony was heard, tears dripped from the one who had remained still's face, hitting the burned ground. What happened? A feminine voice trembled as she asked to the other. Over here. A more masculine voice called back. The feminine one hurried over to where the other stood. It appears this was just out of range. He pointed down. A small headstone, barely identifiable as that was present. Hiruzen died. When? The feminine voice asked. The male squatted down, brushing the dust of the headstone gently, revealing the entire name and the date of death. Apparently 9 years ago. The male noted the date of death. This is bad. So for 7 years he might have been completely alone, he commented to himself quietly, making sure his words were out of earshot of his companion. There's some more graves over here. The female pointed. Instantly they were away, scanning each headstone's name, trying to locate the single person they were so desperately trying to find. He's definitely not among these. The male spoke again, regrouping with his female companion. But what if he is dead, Minato? The female spoke, obviously in pain from even speaking such words. What if his grave has been destroyed by whatever did this to the village? What if he was killed in the blast? Calm down, Kushina. The man now identified as Minato spoke loudly. Before calming, a soft smile appeared on his face as he brushed her long red hair back out her face gently. Don't assume the worst so hastily. He would be 16 by now. He may have just left earlier before all this happened. The woman, Kushina, shook her head furiously, unable to hold back the tears streaming from her face. No, he wouldn't have. Growing up here, he would know nothing about the world, how bad it can be. That's why we chose it. The woman began crying hysterically. Kushina. The man hushed her gently, tilting her chin back up gently so she would look him in the eyes. Naruto is still alive. He's our son after all. Just keep telling yourself that, and believe every word of it. Well, how was that? Remember to RER, I'd really like to reach my 200 review goal by chapter 10. And I realize I've been a bit of a tool. You guys have been taking the time to review my chapters, but I haven't been replying, so I want to start replying to all the reviews I get, so please review. I'm sorry if you didn't like Ino and Sakura's personalities, but they're dead now. We won't be seeing them again. I feel in some way I've taken away from the awesomeness of Midnight by making him act so nice towards Naruto. Midnight was truly badass. In my opinion, I find his magic and appearance far more scarier than any of the seven kin, except maybe Rusty Rose, but come on, bringing his imagination into existence, that's pretty hard to top. I also feel that his character and magic was seriously underdeveloped, because he was PWNING Urza Angelil, and then suddenly she pulls out a rose of Yuan out her ass and takes him down in one strike. So I want to develop him some more. After careful contemplation I have decided to add Kushina and Minato. They won't be very many appearances from them. But I have created quite a powerful story that involves them, and hopefully, should I improve my writing abilities, you guys will really enjoy what I have in store for them. The Ozuru arc will probably last up to chapter 13. Gives me plenty of time for Naruto to contemplate going against his orders, bonding with Midnight and Ozuru members and generally training his abilities. On the topic of Ozuru members, out of sheer laziness I have decided that all the mages of Ozuru will be from the manga 666 Satan, O Parts Hunter. There are a lot of fun characters in there. Some great ideas for magics, and again, I seriously see BA in creating OCs. Anything else? Oh, I have a new FIC up. It's called the Namikage, so if you have the time please go check it out. It goes along the whole Naruto becomes the leader of a foreign village concept, but with a classic or soon-to-be classic Shyamalan on par twist. Also if you have time, go check out the FIC Legend of AS Class Mage by Rinne Kami. I helped write and create ideas for it, so I would really like it if you went and read it and left some feedback for Rinne Kami and myself if you have time. I'll be working on chapter 2 of the Namikage, and I have my plans for next chapter of Demon Lacrima all ready, so I can get to work right away. So please stick around and continue reading. DGS. Ozuru. A.N. Hey there. First off, I want to apologize for not updating for a while. I hit a big writer's block that I just couldn't overcome, and I don't think I will for another couple of months. I'll still try to update, though. Secondly, I'd like to apologize for such a short chapter, but it should pick up next chapter. I can show you the current lineup for the poll results. I'm not taking it down yet. Urza 21, 32%. Guildarts 16, 25%. Mistgun 7, 10%. Laxus 5, 7%. Luvia 4, 6%. Jello 4, 6%. Natsu 3, 4%. Gray 2, 3%. Gajil 1, 1%. Seagrain 1, 1%. Hibiki 0, 0%. Doranbolt 0, 0%. Rahal 0, 0%. I just have one problem with this. If you have voted for Urza to appear because you're hoping for a Naruto's Urza pairing, you really wasted your vote. Sorry to sound so blunt and rude about it, but it's the truth. I fucking hate Erza. I'm considering taking her off the poll, because if she did appear in my story and she will have to eventually, I'd probably just kill her straight off. Will those people who have voted for her lose their vote, or will they be able to vote again? That's my only concern. Well, I can't think of anything more to say now, so on with the new chapter. Demon Lacrima, Chapter 8. Ozaru by Death God Slayer. The crashing sound of the waterfall behind him pounded against his back. The river of the waterfall ran through the middle of his guild hall. He planned multiple bridges across the small river and the front of the entrance splitting to either side. He spent years developing his guild. At the moment it was small, secluded in the mountain tops, but it was new. The numbers in his guild could only grow. He had recruited a good few strong members, including a magic eater. His thoughts were always on his guild, even when he meditated under the rushing water. Thoughts on how to preserve, protect and strengthen his own guild ran through his mind. Other thoughts passed by once in a while. But it was always about his guild. His eyes flicked open as the front doors to his guild creaked open. It was far too late for any of his mages to be returning from jobs. Yawn, prepare yourself, he thought inwardly. Two boys entered, battered, bruised and covered in burn marks, supporting each other as they limped and stumbled into his guild hall. One had blonde hair with fierce blue eyes, the other with black spiky hair mixed with straight white hair and a pair of red eyes to go with him. His hairstyle and eye color left him feeling a wave of familiarity. Help. The blonde one spoke out weakly. Roshi moved forwards from his sitting position. He began rushing when both boys collapsed to the floor in a heap. Roshi saw the boys' eyes flutter open slowly. The rest of their bodies remained unmoving. One day, after such injuries, Roshi was in alarm. He hadn't expected either of them to awaken for another couple of days, for both to awaken now and at the same time. What happened to you two for you to receive such injuries? Roshi asked immediately to either of them. Our village, the blonde-haired one replied weakly. It was attacked by a mage. He burned it to the ground, killed everyone, except us two. What village was this? Roshi asked. It could have been one where one of his mages were stationed at. Konoha, the blonde-haired boy replied with a heavy cough. Konoha. Roshi knew the village. It was small and recluse, never being heard of by the public. Many only stumbled across it by accident. Whoever attacked it must have only done it out of evil in their own hearts. And how did you two manage to survive? We were away when he attacked. When we returned the village was in flames. We tried to save people, but we were too late. The blonde boy answered again, a tear forming in his eye. There should be awards for this level of acting. We knew that Ozaru Guild was close by, and figured if anyone was going to offer us refuge, it would be a guild, mages like ourselves. The blonde continued, so we came here for a place to stay, and for training. We will get our vengeance on that mage, we will become powerful and find him, and we will destroy him. The black-haired boy spoke for the first time. He didn't sound weak, he didn't even sound as if he was in pain. Yes, we will get our revenge, but we need your help. Surely a guild master will be incredibly strong. We need strength so please train us. The blonde nodded in agreement. I cannot help you on the path of revenge, Roshi replied sternly. But I can offer help on the pain of overcoming your loss, beginning with offering you both places in Ozaru. For now, all I ask in return is your names. Naruto Namikaze. The blonde one replied first. Inwardly Naruto smirked. He and Midnight were the most reclusive, unknown members of their guilds. They didn't need to give fake names because more than likely Roshi had never heard of either of them. My name is Midnight. The black-haired one answered now. Glad to see you both do not dawdle with injury. It had taken a week for you both to recover. Roshi leaned against the door frame of the medical wing. Both of these new boys stood up proudly, readjusting their old clothing back on. Roshi had taken the time to have their belongings renewed and restored from any burns or cuts. You wish to join my Ozaru guild. Then it is time for you to meet the other members. Roshi was straight to the point, moving back out the room. Naruto and Midnight followed silently behind him, being led through the mysterious stone corridors of the guild, moving towards what they felt to be the center. They arrived at a familiar setting, Ozaru's guild hall. Members were scattered across the guild, taking part in board games, meditation and other pastimes. The guild seemed very serious, but at the same time relaxed, harmonic. Yo master, are these newbies? A man perhaps only a few years older than them approached them. Wearing a sleeveless, shiny black spandex-like clothing with green trimmings to match the color of his eyes. His hair was a deep brown and spiky. 2 scars were present on his face, one on his right cheek and a cross-shaped one on his forehead. On his right hand only was a metal glove with a red orb-like center on the top of his hand. Shuri just left on a solo mission, so he won't be able to meet them yet. He smiled at the old man, before turning to face Naruto and Midnight. The name's Kato Yuria, I'm 18 years old, and you'll see my magic when you need to see it. New members, Then I'll have to introduce myself. The name's Ball Entatsu, 16 years old and I happen to be the super awesome ace of Ozaru, yo. A boy with black dreadlocks pushed back by a bandana gave a thumbs up. Naruto was disturbed at how eerily similar he looked to Azuma when he was younger. Even the clothing was similar, purple jumpsuit in color with a orang design on the front. You're the ace, Midnight scoffed disbelievingly. Yo, my magic is unbeatable yo. I can control the magnetism of things. Ball shouted in self-defense of his skills. But that won't work on us, we're not made of anything magnetic. Naruto replied, also skeptical of this Ball's boast. Really? Ball smirked cockily, raising his hand towards Naruto. Naruto felt his whole body tighten. As Ball raised his hand, Naruto felt his body being lifted off the ground. Your body's got iron in it, yo. I can control the iron in your blood. Don't underestimate me. Ball gave a smirk that even resembled how Azuma smirked. Let him down, Ball. They are right for underestimating you, but you are not the ace to begin with. An effeminate voice called out. Hey cross man, why do you have to rain on my parade yo? Ball called out in annoyance as he lowered Naruto back to the ground. Clicking the stiffness from the control metal in his neck, Naruto turned around. Another boy, with light white blue hair, spiky on the top and framing his face, with one small braid of longer hair hanging loosely over his left shoulder. His eyes were a light blue and sparkling affectionately. He wore black clothing, revealing the tops of his shoulders with a yellow cross on the front of the clothing. The cloak dropped to around his feet, which were encased in steel-capped black boots extending up to his knees. I apologize Ball, the boy replied sadly, before looking towards Naruto and Midnight. My name is Cross Biencina. I am 16 years old and I use cedar magic. Element possession is my main means of attack. Ruby and Sabama are also away on a mission, so it appears you still have some more faces to meet. That doesn't matter, as long as they stay out of my way. A man loomed over both of them, with blood-red spiky hair and wore a simple black collared shirt and pants. His eyes were piercing and fierce, made worse by the ring in his eyebrow, ring through his lower lip and large loops in his ear lobes. Prove yourselves worthy of joining Ozaru, or I'll kill you myself, was all he added to his previous statement. He left the guild almost immediately, going off on what could only be assumed as a mission. That's wise Yuri, yo. Ball explained, absolutely insane and unstable, but he's crazy strong. He uses a magic called Brothers. Really hard to explain, but it's deadly. I must apologize, Wise is not the most welcoming of people. Cross continued from Ball. I agree with Wise. Everyone turned. It was then that Naruto noticed a large stained glass window looming over the massive door of the guild, designed to resemble a bright midnight hour, the full moon basking in the center. Perching on the windowsill staring out the window was a boy, with spiky hair set into 2 shades. The right half of his hair was a canvas white, the left was a deep black. Tied loosely around his neck was a tattered red scarf. Like his hair, the rest of his clothing was split into 2 colors, the right half being black in color, however his right show was white with red straps, while the left was white, with 2 chains on the cloth covering his leg. but this shoe was pure black, and his left shin was tied in bandages. He leapt effortlessly from the windowsill, landing in front of Naruto and Midnight. His face was relaxed but stern. He had 2 markings under his eyes, a black triangle one under his right and a white triangle mark under his left. Surprisingly, his eyes were also odd. The right having a black sclera while the left had a red sclera. "Just stay out of my way," he added, barging past Naruto and walking into the corridors of the guild. "That's Geo Freed, the real ace of Ozaru," Kato commented, watching the odd boy leave. "But he can't be older than us." Naruto sounded surprised. The boy held himself up with power, unafraid of everything around him. "He's 16, yo, just like me. Geo is Ozaru's anti-mage. He's gained the nickname Magic Eater Geo for his magic," Ball explained. "And his magic is?" Midnight asked, seeing a potential combatant in Geo now. "Just by touching you he can suck out your magic, strengthening his own stores at the same time and use your magic back against you, yo. Geo's pretty cool and laid back, just don't get on his bad side, yo." Ball answered lazily. "A draining magic, not unlike Kane's," Naruto noted. Aside from Ushi no Kokumairi, Kane had another magic, allowing him to suck the magic out of objects and into himself, restoring his own magic stores in an instant. Still, I wonder which is more dangerous. Kane is not able to use the magic he sucks out, but he doesn't have to be touching his opponent in order for his magic to work. "I won't allow you to undertake missions yet." Roshi spoke to the both of them. "Come to learn your companions and surroundings first." He gave a quick nod before leaving the two. "Explore the guild. That is all for today," he called over his shoulder, leaving the two alone. Roshi had returned to his mediating. He would also perform meditation at night, basking under the soothing light of the moon. The sun would burn, but the moon would cool off any negative emotions. Roshi. Roshi opened his eyes upon being called. The blonde Naruto stood in front of him, his fists clenched in anticipation. "There is another reason why we chose to come to this guild." His breath was hitched. "And what is that?" Roshi himself clenched his fist in anticipation. The boy was a stranger, who knew what he was capable of doing. "They say that you are a demon Lacrima wielder, that makes you just like me. Is it true?" the boy asked bluntly, surprising Roshi. "Another one." Roshi sounded more surprised than fearful. "What do you mean by that?" Naruto's voice rose in surprise. "Do you know where the others are? Have you met other wielders?" "Yes, years ago I trained the wielder of the 5 tails to harness the power of his Lacrima, and but a few months ago, the one holding 1 tail left my guild after believing he had learned everything he could about controlling the Lacrima and went for the experience of harnessing its power, wanting to do the rest in his own." Roshi explained. "And what are their names? I'd like to meet them one day." Naruto smiled widely at the prospect of meeting other demon Lacrima wielders. "The one in control of 5 tails' name is Han, while the one with 1 tail is named Gaara." Roshi gave their names. "I will tell you nothing else of their appearance or abilities. Will you train me in the same way as you trained them? I'd like to learn how to be in control of myself entirely." Naruto asked sadly. He hoped that Roshi would say yes. Smirking, Roshi rose to his feet. Walking over to Naruto, he extended his hand to him. Naruto smiled and grasped it, shaking his hand. Suddenly a light enveloped around their hands, like a miniature sun. "What's going on?" Naruto thought in alarm. The light was blinding him badly. "I hope you don't mind, Naruto, but I'm going to take over from here." He heard Q speak in his mind. "I know what's going on right now, plus I'd like to see Yon again. I'll let you know everything that happens." "This is interesting." Q smiled as he walked down the corridors. They were a very formal design, white in color with wooden beams going vertically and horizontally across it in a perfect checkered pattern. Naruto's mind is so compact and murky and silent, yet here it is wide open, at ease. It must come with age. Q noted to himself. Looking ahead he found a closed door. As he approached it he could hear an easy breathing. Q took no time, he slid the door open quickly. "You know, Q, it's polite to knock first." Laying on a large bed, the only furniture in the room was a young man, perhaps Naruto's age, laying on his side rest his head in the palm of his right hand, scratching his stomach with his left. His black hair was pulled back into a spiky ponytail. His clothing was similar to Roshi's but was a pure canvas white color. Yawn. Is this the new you? Hugh chuckled lightly at the sight of the person in front of him sprawled across the bed. Roshi's doing this to make sure that Naruto's telling the truth. But I could sense you coming a mile away, Hugh. Yawn yawned out lazily, looking back to the red head in front of him with droopy sleep-filled eyes. So tell me what it's like, Hugh replied, moving on to a new subject. Having a perfect host, or more importantly, tell me why you're still alive and not completely integrated into Roshi's power now. Quote. Yawn sighed in annoyance. You always have loved this form, haven't you, Hugh? The things you are able to do with it. I understand your love for it, but not your previous actions in. Speak nothing more of that, Hugh interrupted quickly, glaring angrily at Yawn in front of him. I have abandoned that idea, it is impossible to complete. This is a new me. Quote. Who the hell do you think you're interrupting? Instantly Yawn was in front of Q's face, pressing his forehead against Q's. His bleak droopy black eyes had replaced with intense yellow ones, without pupils or iris, just a consistent furious yellow boring into Q's eyes. A wide grin grew on Q's own face, he tightened his fist in anticipation. They continued like this, staring each other outright in each other's face. Out of nowhere Yawn relaxed, his eyes returning to a black color, he yawned loudly, tiredly making his way back to the bed. Roshi and I have come to an agreement if you really must know. Yawn spoke in an annoyed tone as he laid back down. We have halted the infector process entirely. Quote. But that doesn't explain why you still have form, a conscience, Q pointed out, the smile completely fading from his face as he stared in confusion. Roshi has willingly and knowingly given me the parts of his personality he himself despises to occupy. To keep their thoughts from entering his mind. Yawn returned to his previous position, scratching his stomach again. Interesting, so what did you get? The cocky smile began growing on Q's face in fascination of the subject. Roshi's sheer laziness, indetermination and temper. Roshi is a patient man, but he doesn't like to be doing nothing, he likes setting himself new goals. That's why whether your Naruto was telling the truth or not, he was planning to accept him and his friend into the guild and train them. Yawn answered with a long yawn. Now get out, I'm bored of talking to you. And you better make sure that this host is strong enough to support you. Roshi is very powerful, because of that and my power together, he could be one of the strongest mages on the planet, he will be able to stop any of your plans. Quote. I told you those ideas are long forgotten. Naruto has given me life, and I intend to live it for as long as possible. Q flashed his cocky smirk before leaving immediately, shutting the sliding door behind him. Their hands flew apart, like similar ends of a magnetic pole. Roshi panted heavily as his gaze switched from his own hand to the blonde before repeatedly comprehending what had just transpired in the connection world of their minds. It's true, he is a holder of one of the demon Lacrima, Roshi thought in amazement. This was such a rare opportunity for any one person. To meet three wielders of the demon Lacrima, other than himself. First Han, then Gaara, and now this boy. I must keep him from going down the wrong path and using his powers for their natural malicious use. This will not be easily. Roshi stood back up to attention. I have never worked with one of the demon Lacrima past the 5 tails. But I will do my best. Naruto's eyes lit up in surprise, staring at the aged man in front of him. Does that mean? Roshi nodded affirmatively. I will train you. Well, that's it. Naruto's training begins next chapter. All of the Ozaru Guild members are based off characters from the manga 666 Satan, or O Parts Hunter, and what they can do will be revealed shortly. Pics of them are on my profile. I hit a rut with this story because I suddenly realized I had no idea where I was taking it. I mean, I knew that I wanted Naruto to abandon Grimoire Heart and why he does, but what about the things leading up to it, and what about after he leave, what then? So I just blanked out and couldn't write this fic anymore. On to the topic of Q. I wanted him to be more than someone who just helps Naruto to preserve himself, I want him to have his own ulterior motives and actions. And I think his plans will really go well. With the conclusion of the fic, a really good way to end it, but that's a long way away. Over the next few chapters Naruto and Midnight will learn a new magic, a tournament of mages for a pastime while they are at Ozuru, and Midnight's character will be developed. So I have that much figured out. DGS. Scan. AN. Hey there. Wow, it's been a long time. Well, you see, I hit a massive writer's block and lost the will to write. I ran out of ideas for this, and the namikage was received half as well as I thought it was, but then an idea sprung to mind. It involved Urza and how I could school her, and all of a sudden bam. Just started typing and here we are. Anyways, the poll, well, a lot of mage on that list will make appearances soon, so everyone's a winner, laughing face. So without further ado, I give you a new chapter. Demon Lacrima, Chapter 9. Scan. By Death God Slayer. And now your training begins with one magic. Roshi had both of the up early, as the sun began to break into the sky and brighten the night sky into a pale light blue. This magic, through it I offer you the ultimate advantage in battle before the battle even begins. This sparked Naruto's interest, now focusing completely on Roshi. Looking across, even the stoic and emotionless Midnight seemed a little bit more interested in what Roshi had to offer. Scan. Roshi spoke the single word, confusing Naruto greatly until Roshi continued. The magic shared between all the members of Ozuru. It will give you the ability to discover an opponent's magic, its use, its strengths and its weaknesses without even uttering a single word to one another. Roshi found that both boys looked at him disbelievingly, possibly thinking in their heads that no magic like that could exist. Perhaps a demonstration is in order. Roshi looked across to Midnight, his eyes flared open for only the briefest of moments as he gazed intently at him. Your magic is called Reflector. It grants you the ability to reflect, distort and twist magic and objects, giving you the ability to even refract air and use it as a weapon. Its main strength is it can work as an anti-magic, nullifying an opponent's attacks by redirecting them elsewhere or even back at them. Another strength is that it strengthens massively at night. During the day you do not only have to bend the magic or attacks, but also the light bouncing off the objects. At night that light isn't as strong or as non-existent. Its weaknesses. It can't be used on sentient creatures. You can only refract one thing at a time in one small area, meaning you cannot simultaneously attack and defend. And finally, when used against materials with elastic properties, the magic is nullified, as elastic can already bend and twist in any way. Roshi concluded, staring rather nonchalantly at the seemingly infuriated Midnight, who was defiantly angry that his magic's secrets were being spilled. Impressive, Naruto thought after Roshi had concluded his little speech on Midnight's magic. It really is a massive advantage in battle. Master Hades will be pleased if I learn it. Naruto concluded, if he was going to play the Ozuru member for almost half a year, he might as well soak up all the information and magic Ozuru is going to offer him. So how do we learn it? Naruto asked in interest. This wasn't going to be an easy magic to learn, but mind, no magic ever is. He remembered when he first began to learn chaos, having to correctly create the exact ratio of light, darkness in order to create the attacks. Send magic to your optic nerves. And then you must open your mind's eye. Roshi spoke cryptically, explaining further when he saw the blonde and black-haired boy's reactions. Relax and open your mind completely. Allow new, unseen information to come in freely. Then focus on the single individual with such intent, that you can see the magic within them. Roshi finished quickly, turning around. Members are told no more than this. You must do the rest on your own and prove your potential as a mage. Roshi said with his back turned to them. He walked away from the both of them, re-entering the guild, leaving the two boys to begin their attempt to master Scan. Who knew this would take so much out of you? Naruto panted heavily, his hand resting on his knees, just barely being able to keep himself up. He stared down at the grass and earth underneath him. He and Midnight were training at the back of the guild. A slow river flowed through the guild's garden. Boulders were situated in random places around the place, but the ground was mainly covered in a moss-green grass. Trees grew around the garden, but it exposed for the sun to break go over it. Open your mind's eye. What does that even mean? It means that you focused on nothing but the target for Scan. Midnight replied to Naruto's question, even if Naruto had planned for it to be rhetorical. Midnight stood upright, not like the blonde he was training with. Midnight still breathed heavily, but he didn't show his exhaustion as much as the blonde did. I know, but how do you do that? How do you relax your mind, but at the same time focus intently and concentrate on one thing? Naruto asked again, looking towards Midnight for any possible answer. I don't know, Midnight replied uninterestedly, looking over his shoulder as he heard the door open and a presence lean against the framework of the door. Naruto looked up from his feet. Leaning against the door was none other than Kato, his left leg crossed over his right, arms crossed and his left shoulder pressing against the door frame. He smiled knowingly towards the two of them, and was failing in trying to suppress it. I know what you're thinking. How the hell am I supposed to open my mind's eye yet at the same time focus so strongly on one single thing? Scan is horrible to learn, but it reaps the best rewards once you've got it down. Kato laughed, moving closer towards the two of them after closing the back entrance door into the guild behind him. I'm sorry to say that you won't be recognized as full members of Ozaru unless you master Scan, it's more of our mark than our guild insignia. Well, we're getting there. Naruto stood up straight, to meet Kato at nearly eye level. Kato was still a good few inches taller than him. Naruto's eyes squinted towards Kato, focusing and locking onto him. Your magic, it's like reading from a text, but it's too blurry to comprehend, like trying to read it in a fog. Good progress. And to answer your question about my magic, perhaps a demonstration is in order. Kato smiled, bending down, he brushed his hand across the floor, moving any dust and debris. He picked up a pebble, barely half the length of his thumb. He placed it on his thumb and flicked the pebble towards Naruto. Naruto smirked as he watched Kato. A pebble, just what was he playing at? Naruto played along to Kato's little game. He allowed the pebble to hit him in the stomach. Naruto's smirk turned to an expression of shock. His body rocketed back upon impact with the pebble, launching him across the garden. Naruto came to a halt by crashing into a large boulder, the surface of said boulder cracking and breaking under the weight of Naruto's impact. What the hell was that? Naruto stared at Kato, then looking towards the pebble that Kato flicked at him. It lay in between his legs. It was as if I was struck by a train. Does he possess some kind of earth magic? Naruto went to pick the pebble up. Whatever Kato did had faded. He picked it up easily and held it in his hand. I use a weight magic, Kato explained in an almost bored tone, but a cocky smirk was presented across his face. I can freely manipulate the weight of any non-sentient material, organic or inorganic. Once I touch it, I can even change its weight while it's in midair. I can make a pebble as heavy as a mountain, as you just saw. Or I can make a boulder as light as a feather, observe. Kato moved to a boulder just shorter than him. Gripping his hand onto it, he lifted it without problem with one hand, even mowing to balance it on his little finger. He leisurely tossed it into the air. He clicked his fingers, if only for emphasis. The boulder plummeted back down to earth, shaking the ground they stood on as it landed. But you can't use it directly on humans, Midnight pointed out, not liking this guy's smug attitude about his magic. My magic is the same, but I can manipulate the space around my opponent to inflict damage. Kato looked over to Midnight with a frown, before performing a very fake smile. Midnight's breath heaved, his entire body tensed up in pain, his body fell forwards towards the ground. Midnight just holding his head and upper body off the ground with his arms. What is this? I thought he couldn't use his magic on sentient objects like humans. Midnight gritted his teeth, struggling against the increased weight his body was now under. Kato walked across to Midnight, squatting down just in front of him. He tapped Midnight on the shoulder, an action which confused both Naruto and Midnight. Your clothes are non-sentient materials. Naruto's eyes widened to Kato's statement. Ingenious, he can make a pebble weigh as much as a mountain, but still have it move at the speed of a pebble being thrown. And he can change the weight of a person's clothes, crushing them under the fabric. What a dangerous magic! Naruto stared in wonder. This magic was something to note. Master Hades might be very interested in the capabilities of this magic. Walking away from Midnight, Kato spoke up one last time. Remember, Scan offers you a massive advantage in battle. It tells you the strengths and weaknesses of your opponent's magic. You can play to their weaknesses, and keep them from playing to their strengths. Kato closed the door again behind him, leaving the two new members alone. On his feet quickly, Naruto rushed over to Midnight, helping him up. Other than a bruised ego, Midnight seemed fine. Inwardly Midnight's mind was racing. That guy controlled the weight of his clothes in order to inflict damage directly onto him. I wonder, is it possible for me to do the same thing with my reflector? Even Naruto smirked within his own head. He had no idea of the capabilities of Kato's magic, but Scan would have given him the opportunity to reveal all of Kato's magic to him. At first Scan had only interested him, but now he realized what a truly valuable asset a magic like Scan would be. Roshi sat at his desk situated in a private room. His desk was low, and he had to sit on pillows instead of chairs to be able to use it comfortably. He had been raised in tradition and tranquility, and that was how he intended to live the rest of his life. Tranquil and traditional. He frowned, however, as he looked at the paper in his hand. It was an invitation to this year's guild battle contest. It was a tournament between guilds used by the light guilds as a way to recognize and understand that they were comrades even though they were from different guilds. This year was especially different. Usually each guild could only enter 3 mages, but possibly through fear due to the rumors of an alliance being formed between 3 of the 4 most notorious dark guilds. Each guild was given 8 slots to fill with mages. And it was not all fun and games. A prize was given to the guild with the mage who finishes at the top. This year's prize was something known as the Phoenix Soulstone, an incredibly rare artifact that was said to bestow a great power onto whoever integrated it into their body. It must be some kind of artificial magic. Roshi knew who he had to thank for this invitation. Makarov had been pushing him for a few years to participate, and to persuade the other guilds to allow a completely unknown guild to participate. Finally Makarov's words had got through to them. But would Roshi actually participate in it? Blue Pegasus, Fairy Tail, Quattro Cerberus, Lamia Scale, even Phantom Lord, they would all be participating in this event, there was no denying it. And although Roshi fully trusted the strength and skill of each member of his guild, the numbers he had to select from weren't as high as the other guilds. Roshi brushed away his reluctance with a shake of the head. He will enter Ozaru into this competition. His intention will not be to win, only to bridge the gaps of friendship between his guild and the other guilds. Perhaps through their help his guild would be able to require more job requests. But who to enter? Roshi asked himself thoughtfully, stroking his striking red beard slightly. His mages truly were excellent, each one a valued member in their own right. He thought of Makarov and his many mages of Fairy Tail. Who would he be entering? Fairy Tail were obviously going to be the stiffest competition. Something about that mark just made its mages so strong. Urza and Mirajan will both be definites. Luckily Guildarts has just left on a job request, but Laxus and Mistogan could still be available. Then there is Natsu, Gray, Kana, Elfman and Bixlow. And what about that new boy Makarov's been bragging about, Fried Justine, and what about Wakaba and Macau? There's too many mages to base a decent decision off. Roshi thought humbly. He knew his guild was outclassed by Fairy Tail, if only for the moment. Roshi took out a few sheets of paper and tore them into smaller fragments. Writing the names of all the mages in his guild down, he looked at each name, trying to create an 8-man team out of them. Gio is essential. I have to enter him. There was no doubt in Roshi's mind that he would enter Gio. And perhaps Cross, Kato and Shuri, if he returns in time. Sabama is returning soon. Perhaps I should ask him to enter. And Wise, he'll enter anything if he has the chance to beat something up. Or Ruby, she won't say no, or Spica. Roshi's mind suddenly clicked. Alaric, he should be back in time. And his magic is unlike anything I have ever seen before. He remembered the first time he had seen the boy's magic, it was incredible. His mind began to relax. Picking up his pen again he reached for 2 free bits of paper. Naruto Midnight. He wrote the names of the 2 new boys down. They weren't full members yet, but it felt wrong to exclude them from the selection. I haven't seen what their magic is or what they can do, they may surprise us all. Roshi sighed as he placed the pen down, staring out of the small window from his sitting position. He mulled the task over in his mind. It wasn't an easy decision to make. He was always the battler out of us 2. I need him to help me make this decision, but he won't return for a few more days. I think I have it. Naruto exclaimed loudly, looking towards Midnight who looked back at him. Naruto focused on Midnight, but opened his mind to all possibilities. Information came flooding in about Midnight's magic. Everything Roshi had said was written like text in front of his eyes. Reflector is the only magic you possess, was all Naruto could add to what Roshi had said earlier, and he didn't feel like repeating it. I believe I've got it as well. Midnight performed the same moves as Naruto, becoming fixated on the blonde, but looking as if he was staring off into space. So much knowledge flooded into his brain. There's chaos, a lost magic also known as the dark light, a mixture of light and darkness. Then there's Storm God Slayer, also a lost magic, interesting. This Storm God Slayer, a combination of water, lightning and wind magic rolled into one, creating the blue lightning. I assume this was the magic you used back when we were at the village. Naruto frowned at Midnight, but nodded nonetheless. That was supposed to be secret, in order to not blow their cover. And there's something else. Naruto's eyes widened at Midnight's words. He may uncover his status as a demon Lacrima wielder. It's faint, and there aren't enough details, but there is a third magic within you, but it is being blocked by another source. His words intrigued Naruto. He had a magic before Hades implanted the 9 tails within him, but ever since then it had been out of his reach. Midnight squinted his eyes, trying to get a better look at this mysterious third magic. Should the event come when Brain ordered he turn on Naruto and dispose of him, he needed to make sure there were no secret tricks up his sleeve. Everything suddenly went black in Midnight's vision. Only one thing stood out. It was a face, uncannily similar to Naruto's, but with longer blood-red spiky hair, swept back, with a pair of blood-red eyes to match set half-lidded, but frowning as well. And a wide, disgusting grin plastered across his face. Stay out of my head. The face roared at him at a tremendous volume, even though it was all in his mind. Midnight's body was actually blown back from the sheer volume. Midnight clutched his in pain, writhing in agony on the floor. Naruto rushed over to aid the black-haired boy, but when he arrived, he found that Midnight was no longer screaming in pain, but chuckling darkly to himself. He slowly raised himself to his feet, his hands dropping to his sides lifelessly. He looked up at Naruto, his eyes wide and iris shrunk, small veins appearing in his sclera. A large grin was plastered across his face as he continued chuckling. I saw it, if only for a few seconds I saw it, Midnight spoke quietly in between chuckles. That power you have within you, it's earned you my respect. Is everything okay? Kato suddenly appeared at the door, no doubt hearing Midnight's screams. Yes, everything's fine. Midnight was first to respond. His dark evil demeanor had cooled to his USAL bleak, emotionless visage. Have you mastered Scan then? Kato asked with interest. Forgetting everything else, he smiled widely at both of them. Naruto and Midnight both looked towards Kato with the same look, performing Scan at the same time. You have 2 magics that work well with each other. Heavy metal feather, your weight magic, and iron shell, an armor magic that encases your body entirely with heavy armor, which you use heavy metal feather to alter its weight and make it easier for you to move, but then can deliver powerful weighted strikes. Naruto spoke first. The magic is perfect for close combat, that is its main strength. And can be used for surprise attacks like you did earlier with Naruto and the pebble. Its weaknesses, other than not being able to use it on sentient creatures, is that it takes longer to configure a weight if you're trying to make a massive difference. For example, if you wanted to make a feather weigh as much as a 2-ton boulder, it will take longer to do that than it would to change the weight of a ball to the weight of a chair. Midnight finished off, explaining the finer details of Kato's weight magic. Excellent. Kato beamed at the both of them. I'll let Master Roshi you have both mastered Scan. Kato quickly looked up to the sky, his lower lip jutted out in interest. Full moon tonight, he mumbled to himself, but still Naruto and Midnight managed to catch it. I have a question. Naruto stopped Kato, who looked at the blonde with readiness to whatever he was going to ask. Why do none of you care that you know the strengths and weaknesses of each other's magic? Shouldn't those things be kept secret? Kato shrugged, not hesitating to answer. It shows how relaxed we are around each other. We have nothing to hide from one another, and it's not as if we don't know their weaknesses as well, it's give and take. Ozaru is like a family, and family trust family with important secrets, Kato finished with a smile. I'll go let Master Roshi know. You have mastered Scan, Therefore you are both now recognized as fully fledged members of Ozuru. Roshi spoke sternly, but the smallest of smiles graced his face. He stood atop a set of wooden stairs, standing in between two flame torches. He had waited for this exact time, as he did with every new member to his guild. The full moon hovered above him, and when it was at its highest in the sky, when its light brightens even the darkest of times, then he would accept new members into his guild. Come now and receive the insignia of Ozuru. Naruto and Midnight stood in front of the wooden stairs, the members of Ozuru huddled around them. The guild truly was small. He had seen Grimoire Heart, with hundreds of members, yet Ozuru only roughly around 25 present, with others still away on missions. Naruto and Midnight both climbed the stairs slowly and carefully, each step bringing them closer to their target objective. As they reached the top, Roshi nodded at both of them. You have both mastered scan much faster than I had anticipated. That is a good sign. I can see a bright future for Ozuru in both of you. Roshi's smile grew slightly, becoming more sincere. He revealed a member stamp. Name the location on your body to be marked and collect your stamp. Right shoulder. Midnight spoke in a monotonous expression, turning his body slightly to the left so Roshi could press the stamp down hard on Midnight's right shoulder. It was a dark blue color, the same color he had seen everyone else's marks be. Nodding, Midnight walked back down the stairs, being greeted as a brother among the guild members, like a brother who had been away for a long time. Left elbow. Naruto held his arm out straight, allowing Roshi to easily press the stamp of overjoint, leaving the same blue guild insignia over his elbow. Naruto flexed his arm a few times before nodding to Roshi. He was about to turn when Roshi stopped him. Naruto, meet me in the mountains directly northeast from this exact location in 1 hour. Your true training begins tonight. Roshi spoke in a hushed tone, making sure no one else heard their conversation. Naruto nodded again faintly, before smiling and walking down the stairs. Ozuru now has 2 new members. Naruto heard Roshi address the guild from behind him. And with it, we are one small step closer to realizing our dream of becoming the strongest guild in all of Fury. The members of Ozuru erupted with cheers and celebrations. Few remained calm. Midnight looked on impassive, looking as if he was not used to this kind of atmosphere. Geofried remained at the back, arms crossed looking intently at the members of Ozuru. Wise grinned and cheered, but not as ecstatically as others such as Ball and Kato. Naruto walked away from the scene after making his way through the crowd, the Ozuru members stopping him for the briefest of moments to welcome him as brotherly as they did Midnight. Once he passed the group, Naruto smirked. It was a dark smirk. Things were going according to plan. To become the strongest guild in Fury. A cute dream. From what I've seen, it's a realizable dream. A shame I've got to destroy that dream, really. Was that hope the wait? I hope it was. I'll clear a few things up now and save some questions. Scan. WTF. Well, the thing is, during my writer's block I played a hell of a lot of Kingdom Hearts. Seriously. 1, 2, BBS, 358 halves days, just spammed them all, really. And if you have played it, you've realized what a lifesaver scan actually is. Well, I think so. I like knowing how long it'll be before that bastard of a boss is dead. So that was a major inspiration for it, but I remember DBZ, Vegeta and Raditz and the like had scanners over their eyes, if I may his power levels over 9,000. Sorry, well I kinda mixed the two together and voila. Phoenix Soulstone. It does have a use and it's a pretty funkadelic use as well, really looking forward to when whoever wins it uses it. Alaric. Who the hell is that? Alaric, full name Alaric Kaiser, is an OC character of my creation created specifically for a magic I can give him. Me and Rinne Kami made the magic together, because we actually live quite close to each other. No kidding, about 8 doors down. What are the odds? Anyway, he's going to be fun, but he will definitely not be a Gary Stu. One final thing before I go. Sasuke. I had a request to add him to the FIC, and now that I think about it, he could be a fun addition to the storyline. I imagine him as a demon Lacrima hunter of some sorts. He heard about them himself and is trying to find them. I never really had a problem with him. In honesty, the further down the plot it got, the more I liked him. He was so stuck up and snobbish at the beginning, and he is actually and mentally Emotionally troubled character. Don't get me wrong, I'm not some Sasuke lover fanboy, he can be an uber douche at times as well. Well anyways, I was just letting you guys know I might be adding him to the story. That's about it really, so I'm off. I'll be working on a new chapter of both this and the Namikage. Give the Namikage a read if you've got the time please, smiley face, and hopefully I'll see you soon. DGS. More Faces. Demon Lacrima. Chapter 10. More Faces by Death God Slayer. Naruto exhaled loudly in exhaustion, his head burying in the pillows of the bed in his new accommodation while at Ozuru. His body ached in exhaustion from the night's training with Roshi. He was expecting to learn a series of magic spells, as Hades always said that control over the demon Lacrima came from an extensive knowledge and understanding from a variety of magical abilities. What he got from Roshi was intense physical training, lifting heavy boulders, to scaling the side of the mountain, to sparring with the older man at full force without the aid of magic. Then Roshi would tell him to stop and meditate, focus his mind and concentrate beyond any height he had ever previously reached. Constantly alternating between the two, physical and mental training. When replaying the instructions back in his mind, it didn't sound as difficult to him. But he had experienced it. Roshi's meditation training was sitting on a slab of stone which was balanced on top of a large stone spike meters above the ground. Perfect stillness and balance was needed in order to maintain it up there whilst meditating. What made it difficult was that his muscles twitched constantly and rapidly due to the intense physical training moments beforehand, and his blood rushed around his body rapidly, pulsing and creating an obstacle in maintaining balance, then suddenly having to switch back to physical training again in an instant. Naruto sighed loudly. He began to wonder if this was even possible to complete. I can see why Roshi has given me this training. Becoming strong in both mind and body, the body becoming strong enough to contain the Lacrima's power, the mind becoming strong in order to repress its influence on me. Smart training, and definitely will be effective, but can I accomplish it? Naruto wondered, laying on the bed. He looked out of the window in his room. The bright sun had passed halfway through the sky. It's already past midday. I've only slept for a couple of hours. Naruto noticed, feeling the growling in his stomach, his body craved energy. Best go get some lunch. Midnight, Naruto approached the black, white-haired boy, who sat alone at a table in the farthest corner, his feet up on the table. Naruto sat next to him, putting his plate of food on the table. He looked around briefly at some of the guild members. Some were giving them wary stares, but soon stopped and carried on with what they were doing. We may have been accepted into the guild, but we haven't earned their trust yet. We'll have to do something grand in order to completely gain their trust. But the question is, what can we do? Midnight replied with a bored sigh, his eyes half open, his head tilted back to stare at the ceiling. Good question. Naruto nodded, replying in a whisper, taking a bite out of his food. It was a simple sandwich, something he could make quickly from the guild's kitchen. We'll know when the time comes, but most of the guild members don't seem to be too hostile, like Kato, Cross and Ball. I think it would be best if we use them to find out more information about this guild and the other light guilds. Naruto was interrupted by the sound of a large bell ringing from somewhere within the building. He saw how the faces of the guild members lit up upon hearing the sound. I wonder what the bell signifies. It means Alaric is back. Ball suddenly shouting from the table 2 tables down, waving them over for them to hurry up. He himself soon hurried out of the guild building to the front gardens along with the other members of the guild. Naruto and Midnight looked to each other in confusion. Alaric. The guild members surrounded around the front gates of the guild, seeing the silhouette of the approaching person. Their faces barely able to contain their excitement. Naruto and Midnight moved to the front of the crowd, finding themselves standing next to Cross, who was leaning against the wall on the outside of the guild building, a smile on his face as he watched the horizon. Say Cross, what's so special about this Alaric? Naruto inquisitively asked. Cross continued smiling, his eyes moving over to Naruto in acknowledgement of the question before moving back to the horizon. Alaric is one of our S-class mages, along with Gio, Wise, Sabama, Ruby and myself. He's very nice to speak to, and he never looks down on people. But the types of missions he takes makes him gone for months at a time, without word or acknowledgement that he is still even alive. Of course, I doubt he can actually be killed. Cross chuckled lightly. So he's strong and reliable. Naruto nodded to Cross. Explanation. Well, let's see what I have to put up with, Naruto added to his mental thought as the person got closer and closer. He was lean and tall, roughly a few inches taller than Naruto. His entire clothing consisted of white, with the exception of his blue near knee-high boots. A long white cloak with its hood up, covering his blue hair and face. Red fabric laced over the cloak in areas, including a vertical streak on the hood and down the bottom half on the cloak's ends, around the wrists, and 3 red belts over the front of his chest. Underneath the cloak he wore white gloves, but also had a red turtleneck shirt covering his entire neck and almost his chin. On his face were red markings, 2 triangle shapes under each eye and a teardrop on the inside edge of his left eye, accenting his golden eye color. Alaric! Ball yelled out eagerly upon seeing the man approach the guild. Hey Ball, how's that magnet magic coming along? He responded in a calm voice, as relaxed as possible. He formed a small smile on his face before turning to his guild master Roshi. Master Roshi, Sabama and Master Defua aren't too far behind me, they should be here soon. Alaric's comment only elated the guild's spirit further. Alaric looked around the happy faces of Ozuru with a small smile, his eyes setting on Naruto and Midnight, approaching them without a care. 2 new members. Welcome to Ozuru. I am Alaric Kaiser, and you are? Naruto Namikaze. Naruto pointed to himself. And this is Midnight. He then directed his hand towards the black, white-haired boy standing next to him, who was looking rather bored of everything that was happening. Alaric nodded in return, retaining his small, humble smile. Naruto, Midnight, you will both be valuable members to our guild. Alaric, fight me now, man. Ball shouted at the top of his voice, shifting to a battle stance. I'll have to pass, Ball. I'm saving my energy and strength, maybe some other time. Besides, you know I don't condone to meaningless, senseless violence. Alaric replied over his shoulder, before squeezing through the crowd and walked into the guild, no doubt going to unpack in his room. Naruto watched Alaric head into one of the corridors of the guild until he disappeared out of view. So he's a popular pacifist, but there's something not right about his magical aura. I'll have to keep my eye on him. Master Defua, Roshi welcomed the equally aged man back to Ozuru. He stood a head taller than Roshi, with long silver hair and a long beard to match. Most prominently, his face had a cross-shaped scar going over both his eyes, causing his eyes to remain squinted. On his feet were iron boots that went up to the knee, wearing a block full bodysuit underneath. He wore similar iron arm guards on both arms, covering his forearms. And on his right shoulder only was an iron shoulder pad, Ozuru's insignia stamped onto it, and others. Roshi looked to the 2 people accompanying the elderly man. One was male, standing at roughly the same height as Defua. With tan brown skin and wild spiky white hair, with 2 long bangs hanging down both sides of his face. His green eyes were devoid of emotion, with a large scar going across the bridge of his nose. He was dressed in white, with 4 diamond-shaped black marks around the collar of his low neck and 2 black bands around the shoulders. Next to him was a girl with bright blue eyes and blue hair to match, wearing a very reveal red shirt with the middle bit cut out and 2 strings leading into her tight shorts. With the right leg having no pants leg at all and the left reaching down to her knee. On her feet were large orange boots. She stood there with a confident smile on her face. Sabama, Ruby, you've returned. Roshi looked at the 2 of them in surprise. Yes, I was returning from my mission and I stumbled across Ruby walking back as well, so we walked together until we found Master Defua. The male, now identified as Sabama, replied. And I'm quite tired from my mission, so I'm going to get some shut-eye. The girl, Ruby added, walking into the guild's building. Very well. Roshi nodded, allowing her through before looking towards Defua. Defua, there is something I must discuss with you in private, shall we take our leave? Yes, I'd also like to sit down for a moment. Defua's voice was strong and stern, but his face held a confident smirk on it. Roshi and Defua both left and entered the guild. The members of the guild soon headed in after them. Naruto caught from the corner of his eye the stare Midnight was giving Sabama. He recognized it. He's using scan. The common courtesy in this guild is to not use that magic against your comrades. It appeared even Sabama had realized what Midnight was doing, looking over to Midnight with a frown. And who are you to order me about on what I do with my magic? Midnight replied in annoyance, his own eyes setting to a glare. My name is Sabama, and I created the magic you were just trying to use on me. Sabama introduced himself more formally. I know how to lock people out so they can't see my magic. Is that why you couldn't get a clear view on what my magic was? Midnight's growl answered for him. It was the truth. Sabama's magic had remained a complete blur to him. He couldn't get a lock onto what he could expect from him, or how to defeat him. I created Scan, so I know more about everyone than anyone else possibly could. No secret is safe from me. Sabama continued, his eyes flickering over to Naruto for a second. And Naruto didn't like it, the look that Sabama had sent him. It was like he knew everything about his past, and what he had done to get where he was. Maybe this will teach you not to use Scan against your comrades. Sabama spoke. A small rock rose next to him, hovering in the air without a care. Midnight smirked. He could easily reflect the rock with his own magic. He stood still with confidence, awaiting the attack. The rock shot like a bullet, hit Midnight directly in the chest. Midnight coughed violently, spluttering as he dropped to his knees, holding his stomach in pain. Why? I had set up reflectors barrier around me. Why did it still hit? That is my magic, program thought. It never misses, do well to remember that. Sabama spoke emotionlessly, walking past the floored Midnight and into the guild. Naruto stood still looking at the floored Midnight, a smirk of his own grew on his face. This guild, he thought with an amused chuckle. It's just full of surprises. So we've finally been invited to partake in the Light Mages tournament, and it is upcoming quite soon as well. This is quite fortunate. Defua smiled with a small chuckle, sat on the opposite side of a table with Roshi on the other side, sipping a herbal tea, whilst conversing about the tournament. It seems we have Makarov to thank for that. Those were my thoughts as well, Roshi replied, taking a quick sip of his tea before continuing. Only 8 guilds are entering this year, and we have 8 slots to fill. I haven't made any decisions yet on who we should enter. I waited to hear your verdict first before making any brash decisions. Yes, you never had a general's mind, Roshi, not like mine anyway. You were too in love with the concept of peace to plan something out like this. Defua chuckled lightly again. He and Roshi had created this small guild together, with his battle intellect, Roshi's compassion, and both of their abilities together. They shared the title of Guild Master of Ozuru, yet Roshi took on the more formal side of it, doing the paperwork and recruiting. Defua himself preferred to be out in the field amongst his guild members, performing missions like them. Just leave this with me, I'm more equipped for it. I'll pick the perfect team to combat any threats the other guilds will have. Very well, I trust you completely, Defua. I've known you my whole life, I know you'll pick an extraordinary team. Roshi smiled, his face still stern but more relaxed. He sipped on his tea again. So the 2 new boys, who are they? Defua asked with interest. He saw them both standing with the rest of the guild members upon his return to the guild. The one with the black and white hair is named only as Midnight. Naruto had informed me that he chose that name because of his love for the moon and stars. It is all he goes by now apparently. He uses an interesting magic called Reflector. He can bend, twist, distort and reflect any object aside from sentient object by bending the light around them. Roshi explained the first one, seeing Defua's nods. I see, very interesting indeed, and the other one, the blonde. Defua asked about the second one. He could see something strange about him. He had an aura around him similar to Roshi's. His name is Naruto Namikaze. He uses 2 magic apparently. Storm God Sayer, a combination of lightning, water and wind. And another known as Chaos, another combination magic between light and darkness, creating a black light as it were. Roshi explained Naruto's abilities, noting the risen eyebrow on Defua's face. God Slayer magic. I thought that magic was forgotten, replaced when the easier Dragon Slayer magic to learn appeared. Defua asked in interest, more to himself, but Roshi was still able to hear it. There's something else you should know about him. Defua looked back up to Roshi, whose expression hardened. He wields the 9 Tails Demon Lacrima. Incredible. Defua's body leaned backwards in silent surprise. The most destructive spell, causing the earth to split apart. Earthquakes, volcanoes, tsunamis, hurricanes. The ability to create all of them locked inside a boy with already tremendous power. You certainly know how to find them, Roshi. Defua chuckled, lightly shaking his head in amusement. First Han, then Gaara, and yourself, that's 4 of the demon Lacrima. What fortitude this guild has with making so powerful allies. I think you should enter both of them in the tournament, so we can properly assess their power. Roshi suggested to the other old man, who nodded in agreement. Yes, I believe that is wise. Adding Geo and Cross to them, that's 4. Now to just decide on the final 4 members. Defua smirked, began to contemplate the perfect team that Ozuru could enter. Now that all of you have arrived, we shall begin. Defua bellowed from on top of the balcony with Roshi, directing his voice to the summoned members of Ozuru Guild below. As you may know, the Light Mages tournament is upon us. For years we have been overlooked by our fellow Light Guilds, but now our time has come. We have secured an entry for participation in the tournament. Ozuru being one of the 8 guilds participating. The Light Mages tournament, what's that? Naruto whispered to Kato quietly, not trying to arouse suspicion. It's basically a fighting contest. Guilds under the council's influence battle it out in a massive battle royale of sorts. There's a prize at the end for the overall winner, and it always looks good for the guild as well. There's always 64 competitors. It started off with a guild being admitted 3 mages, then went up to 4 mages to participate. Then it went up to 6 and the final 4 slots were auctioned off for guilds to get more members in. Sounds like a lot of fun to be honest, but Ozuru have never been admitted a place before. Kato replied enthusiastically. Looking around, Naruto found excitement in every Ozuru member's face. Defua and I have selected an unique team to combat in this tournament, in order to showcase our strength to the entire continent, letting them see Ozuru's true strength. These are the people we have chosen. Roshi coughed quietly before opening a scroll, no doubt containing the list of participants. Geo freed. Geo remained unresponsive at the call of his name, yet others cheered in his place, placing their full faith in the teenager. Alaric Kaiser. Alaric smirked at the call of his name. Similar to Geo, members of Ozuru screamed and cheered in agreement to the master's choice. Cross Biancina. I shall do my very best. Cross smiled warmly, as once again Ozuru erupted in cheers for the selection. Spike of Futomomotaro. Very well, I will serve to the best of my ability. A girl with brown plaited hair and hazel eyes responded. She wore a simple maid's outfit, complete with a purple bow in her hair. There was a gold ring tied to a piece of black thick string around her neck. Naruto Namikaze. Naruto's looked quite muddled at the mention of his own name. He hadn't been in Ozuru long and they wanted him fighting in a tournament that obviously held a lot of importance to this guild. Ponzu Lilith. Excellent. A bespectacled girl with long oddly styled blue hair that wrapped around her body with blue eyes to match rubbed her hands together devilishly, her eyes darting over to Cross who now looked rather uninterested with what was going on. Her attire was very reveal, her hair covering what the skin-tight black clothing did not. She had a black tattoo on her left thigh, with her Ozuru insignia marked on the center of her forehead. Midnight. Unlike Naruto, Midnight was unfazed at the mention of his name. If anything, he appeared ready for the fights right now. And Kato Yuria. Yes. Kato fisted the air in excitement, obviously the most pleased out of all 8 for his selection. Ball Entatsu will also be accompanying us in case anything goes wrong and one of the participants are not able to fight. Roshi added at the end of naming the 8 participants. Ha! Ball exclaimed loudly. Suck on that Sabama and Wise, you won't even remotely considered for the tournament, obviously this means how stronger I am than you. Ball. Defua yelled in annoyance. Sabama and Wise were not chosen because they are too valuable to be taken off the rota of Ozuru members available for mission requests while this tournament takes place. They are both S-class mages, unlike you Ball, you are more dispensable. And remember this Ball, Shuri, Kujaku and Jin are still away on missions, your chances would have been even slimmer if they were here. Ouch Master Defua, no need to school me, Ball mumbled quietly, moving back into and hiding within the crowd. As joint master of Ozuru, I will be taking command of Ozuru while Roshi takes the participants to the tournament. Defua proclaimed. Widely. Let us wish the best for our participants. I know you will bring pride and honor to the name Ozaru. Right, as you guys know it's time for the annual Light Mages tournament. Makarov sat on a barrel with his guild members gathered in front of him. Fairy Tail has won the past 3 in a row, so I'm looking to take a 4th. Makarov giggled childishly at the thought of winner for a 4th consecutive year. This year's prize is known as the Phoenix Soulstone. Who knows what it can do, but it sounds pretty cool, so I want it. The guild members laughed, chugging back alcohol and waiting for the announcement of the participants. Makarov cleared his throat a little, silencing the guild before continuing. This year's a little different. There's only 8 guilds participating this year, so each guild can admit 8 members to partake. So here's my choices: Urza, Mirajan, Natsu, Gray, Loki, Elfman, Jeden. I'll take that final spot, Gigi. Everyone turned in surprise. Laxus sat on the balcony of the S-class floor, grinning down at Makarov before he leapt off the 2nd floor, landing in front of Makarov. Is there a problem with that? Well, I had already chosen Kana. Makarov mumbled quietly. Laxus and himself had been on weak terms recently. He didn't want to push his grandson away further, but Kana had admirable strength, one which he wanted to showcase to the other guilds. I can't afford to miss a chance to school a bunch of little guilds and show Fairy Tail's strength. Laxus laughed loudly. So I'm gonna take that last spot, Gramps. Don't be too sad, Kana. I'll give you the stone when I win. He looked over to the brown-haired girl, who rolled her eyes in annoyance, swigging back the barrel of alcohol again. Laxus, you're missing the entire point of this tournament. Makarov shook his head sadly. This tournament was about knowing your comrades, even the ones from other guilds. It wasn't about victory. The prize was just an incentive in order to give the guild members the drive to give it their all. Is my team ready? Jose looked over to his team. Gajiel, Juvia, Totomaru, Saul, Sue, Bozo. However, his eyes fixed upon his final member, who was insisting on hiding in the shadows for as long as possible. Are you going to step out of there anytime soon? He asked in slight amusement. I'm fine, just let me know when you're ready to depart. The voice replying was calm, collected and almost apathetic. Hey boss, Totomaru spoke out. Hate to burst your bubble, but you're missing one person. You're supposed to enroll 8 members to take part in the tournament. Jose turned towards the door, shrugging his shoulders lazily. I don't need an 8th member. I have full confidence in you 7, your abilities are second to none. I'll just give that final slot to another guild who needs it more than me. Jose was completely confident in his team. They've all probably brought spare members anyway. A.N. Hey there. DGS here. I'm sorry this chapter was a little shorter than usual. I didn't really have much to write about. I knew where I wanted it to start and I knew where I wanted it to end. I just needed things to fill out in between. Well, we're officially starting a new arc. I'm looking forward to it. Sabama, Alaric, Ruby and Defua were introduced. Alaric is the only one out of those 3 to not be in 666 Satan. And pics of them are on my profile if you want to check them out and get a better image of what they look like. Anyways, I reached chapter 10, which is fantastic. I had my doubts when I first started writing this that I would make it this far. But you guys have been great, honestly. 183 reviews is amazing, well for me anyway. Your feedback has been positive and complimentary, but also criticizing my mistakes, which you should. If I've done something wrong or it doesn't make sense, you should let me know. I haven't had any major flames, another plus, and basically I've been writing this and I'm going to continue writing this for you guys. I can't let you down when so many people are enjoying it. I only hope I can keep your interest. Important. On that note, I am in desperate need of your help. As you know, there's this tournament arc coming up, and I need slots in the competition to fill. So if you have any OCs you'd like to see, you can have created them yourself or know of them from somewhere else. Please tell me them in an review or PM so I can fill up mages in other guilds like Blue Pegasus, Lamia Scale and Quattro Cerberus. Please, it's really important and honestly I suck at making decent OCs. Anyways, I'm gonna take off for now. I'm trying to start a new story, but that can wait. And read the Namikage if you've got the chance or the time. It is written by me and you may actually enjoy it. I'll try set things off as soon as possible. Next chapter will start the tournament and a very special character will make their debut as well. So until then, smiley face. DGS. The tournament begins. Demon Lacrima. Chapter 11. The tournament begins by Death God Slayer. So this is Dawn. I've never been to this town before. Roshi looked around at the pearly white, yet rustic scenery of the town. Dawn was a town in the south of Fury, directly south of Era, the town where the Magic Council was based. The town had been designed similar to Era, a sophisticated, clean environment. However, at this time the streets were flooded with people, most likely here to watch the tournament. Remember, until the tournament starts it's only really the guild masters that speak to each other, so don't be surprised or insulted if no one wants to speak to you. Roshi turned to his team, addressing them on the possibility of things to come. Roshi, you came. Everyone turned to the sound of the cheery voice. An old, small man wearing a silly orange striped hat approached them, a large grin plastered on his face. He took Roshi's hat and shook it quickly. I'm glad you got the invitation. Makarov. Roshi smiled himself, before turning to his group of mages. Team, this is the legendary Makarov, 3rd Guild Master of Fairy Tail. Roshi introduced the old man to his team, who all looked at the man, with surprised, judging faces. Makarov, this is the team I have selected with Defua to participate. I trust you remember all of their faces. Yes, there's young Alaric, Geo, Cross, Ponzu, Spica, Kato and young Ball. Makarov looked to the 2 new faces, before recounting the names he just mentioned. Roshi, the maximum was 8 participants, yet you've brought 9. Yes, Ball will not be participation, his attendance was in case one of my fighters was injured on the road here. These are Naruto, Namikaze and Midnight, and they will be participating in the tournament. Roshi spoke, gesturing his hand to Naruto and Midnight, who still looked surprised at one of the supposedly strongest mages in the world wearing such a stupid get-up. Naruto and Midnight. Makarov smiled, nodding his head welcomingly towards both of them. Now Roshi, allow me to introduce my team. Makarov grinned, gesturing Roshi and his group to follow him. He led them through the streets and eventually towards a small pond, where a group of teens sat around a bench, save for one, who leaned against a tree facing away from the group. This is my fairy tale team. First we have Natsu Dragneel. Makarov pointed to a boy of average height with a lean build covered by tan skin. On the top of his head was spiky rose-colored hair and his black eyes gleamed with humor and confidence. Around his neck he wore a scarf that is detailed with white scales. His red fairy tale member's stamp was located at the top of his right arm, just below his shoulder. His outfit consisted of a black waistcoat with gold trimmings over his chest with no shirt underneath, short white trousers that go down to his knees, a wide black wristband on his left wrist and sandals along with his scarf. The boy grinned at them mischievously, as if already begging for a fight. Next to him is Grey Fullbuster. Makarov pointed to a boy with similarly spiky hair to the first, yet his was a deep shape of black to make his dark blue eyes stand out. A black shirt and long white coat covered his muscular frame. On his legs he wore a moss green pair of combat pants, with black boots poking out at the bottom. Around his neck was a silver necklace with an ornamental shape of a sword with a stone attached to it. On his legs was a metal chain attached to his pants and a similar metal bracelet on his right wrist. The boy nodded his head to them at the mention of his name, but took no further interest. Then we have Urza Scarlet. I trust you remember her, Roshi. Makarov grinned, pointing to his newest S-class mage, a young woman who has long scarlet hair and brown eyes. The top of her slender, yet curvaceous frame was covered in a knight's armor, with the fairy tale insignia on the left side under a gold cross. Her legs, however, were scarcely covered by a blue skirt and black boots. Her fairy tale stamp could just be seen as blue and located on the middle of her left upper arm under her armor. The girl smiled calmly and confidently before turning away. And we have Mirajan, who has also just become a S-class mage. Makarov pointed to the white-haired girl with evil, yet light blue eyes. She was staring intensely at the blonde Naruto with disbelief, rage forming around the corners of her mouth. Dressed in a punk gothic style, she wore a revealing black spaghetti-strapped shirt, and wore a purple bow in her hair. Mirajan. Naruto stared at the girl, he remembered the name. The girl who claimed to be a demon, but he couldn't remind himself of her appearance. Had he really been so uninterested with what she looked like and was focusing solely on if that rumor of her demon status was true or not? She finally spat out, pointing accusingly towards the blonde. You're that guy, the one that choked me in that town a couple of months ago, getting all pissed because I wasn't a proper demon or something. Roshi turned to look at Naruto. Naruto, what have you done? His eyes narrowed towards the blonde. He had mentioned that he and Midnight would travel away from their village, but to attack another mage over the demon Lacrima. I apologize, I was angry that day. Naruto replied in a bored, yet apologetic tone. He lifted his hands and spread his arms wide. Here, have your revenge for my assault on you. Naruto waited for the strike, but the girl never delivered one. Instead she chose to just gritted her teeth, letting out a low growl. I can't attack someone who won't put up a fight back. I just hope you and me face each other in the tournament. She growled out before walking away, sitting back down next to the red-haired Urza. Makarov coughed out an awkward cough. Right, anyway then we have Loke. Makarov pointed to a boy with dark orange short spiky hair. His attire consisted of a green jacket with a fluffy white collar, a light red Hawaiian-like shirt and black trousers. He was currently Winnick at Ponzu and Spica, before his name being mentioned caught his attention, after which he gave a two-fingered salute and small smile. Then we have Myra's younger brother Elfman. He pointed to the physically largest in the group, a tall muscular man with his white hair straight and neat, falling around his head. Wearing a formal blue suit with a red bow tie on it. The man timidly waved towards the group of Ozaru members, before shyly looking away. Then we have Sarusuke, but he likes to call himself Jet now. Makarov now pointed to a young, slim man with orange hair. He grinned widely, revealing some slightly misshapen teeth. A small, protruding, triangular-shaped molar, upper left molar, along with a chipped portion on the lower row corresponding it. He wore a brown coat with cottony necklines that fall down to his thighs, a violet shirt underneath, and dark pants that are tucked inside tight, black boots. The top of his head was tipped with a fancy hat. And finally we have my own grandson, Laxus. Makarov pointed to the lone figure leaning against the tree away from the group. He had blonde spiked-up hair. His eyes were currently closed, not paying attention to anything the two guilds were saying. Over his ears were large headphones with spikes, and a long lightning bolt-shaped scar ran down his right eye. He wore a dirty yellow shirt over a long-sleeved black shirt with a pair of black pants to match. Enough of these introductions. The pink-haired Natsu screamed, jumping out of his seat and punching the air. I declare the pre-tournament fight between Ozaru and Fairy Tail underway. I'm looking so forward to all these fights I can't wait another second. And neither can Quattro Cerberus. A voice called out. Standing to the left was a man with a blue shirt, black pants and a red spiked dog collar around his neck. His hair was blonde and shoulder length, the top of his head covered by a black hat with a similar red spiked pattern as his collar. His eyes were also covered by a pair of black shades. Standing behind him were 5 younger people. So you finally made it, Roshi and Ozaru. I was beginning to worry, you're the second to last to show up. All we got to do now is wait for Phantom Lord Goldmine. You've entered as well. Roshi spoke with slight surprise, looking at the young man, well young from his perspective. Roshi stood a good few years older than Goldmine. Of course. Got me some major talent in Quattro Cerberus. My last 3 fighters are busy preparing, but these are my main fight force, the Wise Monkey Brethren. He waved his hand in front of 4 similar-looking people who were standing behind him. The eldest and leader of the group, Mizuru Kashikoi, he's 20 years old. Goldmine pointed to the physically tallest and muscular of the group, with wild spiky black hair, tan skin and brown eyes. Wearing a simple sleeveless red shirt with baggy sweatpants like leggings, and black sports shoes. Bandages were wrapped around his wrists and shins, tying the bottom of his pants to his leg. The man's face was calm, but he also appeared reserved, as if he didn't want to be in this place at the time. Next we have the second eldest, at 18 years old, Kikazuru Kashikoi. Goldmine pointed to the one even more muscular than the eldest, just shorter in stature. This brother had shorter spiky black hair than his older brother, but had the same tan skin and brown eyes, yet his eyes held more aggression to them. This brother wore a brown track suit, the track suit top open revealing a black shirt underneath. Fancy shoes were on his feet, like white sneakers. Then we have the third eldest, and only female of the group, Iwazuru Kashikoi, she's 17. He pointed to the girl who replied with a soft smile. She wore black-heeled boots, with slender-fitting jeans, a blue shirt and a very neutral navy-colored jacket covering her upper body. Unlike her two older brothers, her hair was long, wavy in a dark brown shade. Her skin was a fade peach color, but her eyes remained brown like her brothers, yet held an aura of innocence around them. And finally the youngest of the T, Shizuru Kashikoi, at age 15. The shortest of the group grinned wildly. Spiky yet curly black locks were visible out the end of his pulled-up hood. His eyes were a green color, different to his older siblings. His skin was a peach color like his sister, but held a darker tone. He wore a dark green shirt with long sleeves with a green hoodie over it, the hood being pulled up over his head. His legs were covered with black shorts reaching just below his shins. And this is Drew's Rakshasas, not a member of their team, but he will be participating nonetheless and is one of my prime members at Quattro Cerberus. He's 21 and has been one of my most loyal mages for many years. Goldmine pointed to the largest man, taller than Mizuru, with shaggy blonde hair falling around his hair and yellow eyes to match. He wore a tight red jumpsuit, with bandages underneath, visible around his neck and chest. He wore two metal bracelets on his right wrist and black greave-like paddings around his shins. On his chest was a single striped flak jacket. He stood behind Goldmine with his hands crossed behind his back, as if waiting for Goldmine's orders. My other three fighters are away preparing as I mentioned earlier. Goldmine added after introducing Drew's. Goldmine, who else has entered into this tournament? Roshi curiously asked. He did not doubt the strength of his team. But Goldmine was a surprising addition even if he had suspected Quattro Cerberus to enter. Blue Pegasus has entered, as well as Lamia Scale and Phantom Lord. Other than you Roshi, there's another new guild, they're called White Snake, and apparently they've got a few promising members. Goldmine replied, tapping his chin as he remembered the names. And the final guild, Roshi pointed out. Goldmine had only mentioned 4 guilds, counting Ozuru, Fairy Tail and Quattro Cerberus. One guild was still missing. Titan knows. Goldmine replied, looking towards Roshi again. Although no one is expecting big things from them, it's surprising how they even managed to secure a place in the first place. They've really fallen out of the public's favor after the incident with Bora of prominence. Goldmine, do not undermine your fellow light guilds so easily. They may surprise you yet. A old, bald man wearing what appeared to be makeup floated over to them on tiny wings on his back. His voice attempted to be as feminine as possible. He wore a pink spaghetti shirt with a necklace with circle patterns on it being revealed around his neck and pink and purple vertical striped shorts. Slowly walking towards them were another group of 5 mages. Sorry Bob. Goldmine sighed out the most fake apology he could muster. That your team? He nodded to the group of 5 mages. Correct. Although 3 of them are setting up our accommodation for the duration of the tournament, all my strongest mages are here, well the ones available anyway. You remember my right hand, Hibiki Latus. Bob gestured to the rather tall young man with a slim build sporting long spiky blonde hair framing his head. His facial features were handsome, but appeared saddened, even depressed, lifeless. He was wearing a black blazer with a pinstriped shirt underneath, and dark pants. His attire had the blue Pegasus insignia located over the side of his left shoulder, and also had a pair of white stripes around the wrists and ankles. For footwear, he wore high-quality black dress shoes. Upon the mention of his name and seeing the man, Fairy Tail's Loke seemed to go into shock. Excusing himself, he left in a rushed, panicked way. What's up with him? Natsu asked aloud curiously, watched Loke run away. I'm sorry Master Bob, but I can't be here at this moment. Hibiki spoke lifelessly, shoving his hands into his pockets he walked away solemnly. I'm sorry. Bob sighed sadly as Hibiki walked away with a black cloud looming over his head. Please do not mistake Hibiki's actions for rudeness. His lover has recently passed away. I just hope he can get out of this trance before he has to fight. He sighed again, before turning to the rest of the guilds. Allow me to introduce the rest of my group. I sure you remember Ichiya Vanderlei Kotobuki and Ren Akatsuki. The first of the two was in a lack of better words ugly. His orange hair was perfectly spiked and styled, yet his face was almost distorted, his eyes were small and his nose was large, as his face lowered to the chin it seemed to widen. The man was also of a short stature, and wore a white tuxedo with an orange shirt underneath and red bow tie. A blue flower pinned to his blazer and a belt holding vials tied around his waist. The second, younger man was a lot better to look at physically. A tall young man with slim body, short black hair with a ponytail with perfectly tanned skin. Like Hibiki, this man wore a black blazer with a yellow shirt underneath, unbuttoned at the top to reveal a gold necklace and dark pants. His attire has the blue Pegasus insignia, located over the side of his left shoulder in a yellow color. And this is one of my oldest members. Makarov, you might remember Shuichi Kanju. Bob hovered around a man possessing relatively spiky, shoulder-length light red hair that frames his features, highlighting his fair skin. His violet iris eyes held an aura of seriousness about them. He dressed in a plain dark orange open-buttoned shirt with long sleeves, with a pair of black dress pants and dress boots to go with them. His member stamp sat on the back of his left hand, while his right hand was stuck in his pocket. And one of my newer members, Fane Lelny. Bob now hovered around a young-looking female, around Naruto's age if not a few years older, with creamy dark skin with a curvy figure which she accented with clothing. Wearing dark green short shorts and a fishnet covering over her midsection leading to a red sleeveless, strapless bra-like top, bandages covered her from the chest up to her neck and along her arms. Her eyes were a confident black and her long purple hair was brushed over to the right side, revealing her plump red lips and small black dots along the right side of her face. Master, Alaric coughed, before continuing in a hushed tone. Perhaps it's best if we register before you continue speaking to your friends and introducing their teams. Just to inform the officials that we are here. You're right, Roshi replied with a whisper. I'm sorry, but I must register my team before we can continue. Where can I meet you later? Roshi asked. The registration booth is just down this street. And meet us in the guild master's observation box when you're done. We can see what the tournament ring looks like. Makarov grinned, pointing down the street. Roshi nodded in appreciation, before following Makarov's finger, his mages following close behind. What do you mean I can't enter? The Ozaru group heard as they approached the registry counter. The man at the desk sweated lightly, fumbling up his words as he was being shouted out. Just because I'm not a member of one of these stupid guilds. I'm a mage, I have a right to enter for a chance of winning. On the other side of the desk screaming at the man was a boy around Naruto's age, with raven black hair, styled to spike at the back with two long bangs framing his face. Shorter bangs went across his fringe, covering his forehead. A long dark red scarf, tattered at the ends, was tied loosely around his neck, the ends hanging behind him. He was dressed in a sleeveless, open-torso shirt with a white sleeveless shirt underneath. A red belt held the black shirt together, covering the top of his baggy black pants, which were tied into bandages around his shins. His feet were adorned with a type of black sandals. On his arms were tight, fingerless long black gloves, that extended past his elbows. His attire was finished with a sheathed long sword strapped to his lower back by means of the belt and a silver chain necklace around his neck. But that's the rules, this tournament is specifically for guilds. The man at the table stammered out in response to the boy's shouting. Each one of them is bringing 8 mages to fill up the 64 slots. There isn't any space for anyone else. You may have to speak to the tournament officials about this, but one of them is the Magic Council head, Uranai Hoshi. That may not be the case. Everyone turned to the sound. A quiet, clown-like chuckle, as if on cue with the eerie voice. It began to rain heavily. Citizens ran for shelter from the heavy rain, leaving only mages outside. The registry box was well covered for this event. A man dressed in a purple cloak with black bat-like wings on it over a white shirt on orange pants approached. His hair was black but held a red tint to it, but it was covered by a purple witch's hat. His face held a mocking smile, accenting by a thin long mustache matching the color of his hair. Behind him was a group of 7 mages. Master Jose of Phantom Lord, The man gave the other's identity to all. The man, Jose smiled, before walking towards the registry counter, signing in his mages. I have only brought 7 mages to participate, because that's all I need. I was going to give my final slot to another guild, but I realized that would give them an unfair advantage against all of the other guilds. So how about I give my last slot to this boy, then everyone's happy. Jose suggested, looking to the boy for approval. How about it? For a short while whilst this tournament is commencing, you may call yourself a Phantom Lord Mage. I am no guild's mage. The boy replied bluntly, his eyes narrowing towards the comical-looking guild master. True, but all participating mages must be signed in under the name of a guild. If you do not enter under Phantom Lord, then you cannot enter at all. Jose snickered, looking to the boy again. Said boy frowned in contempt, not moving for a few seconds. Fine, but I am not your mage, remember that. Of course, my boy. Now I will need your name. Jose laughed lightly again, waiting for the name to be said. Sasuke Uchiha. The boy revealed his name, watching Jose scribble his name down in the Phantom Lord entry sheet. Just don't get in my way. He spoke loudly as he walked away. He walked towards Ozuru Guild, passing straight past them and down the street. But not before his eyes locked with Naruto's. They stared at each other as he walked past, Naruto's head following him after his shoulder. His eyes held rage, power, contempt, they were just like his own. Ah Roshi, even you have secured a place this year. Jose called out, looking down their way, probably watching the boy leave as well. He approached the older red-haired man, with his team of mages behind him. He observed each of Roshi's mages individually. A fine selection you have got here, maybe they will be enough to best my phantom mages. Jose pointed towards his 7 mages. Saul, a man of average height wearing a monocle, waved at them. He has a tiny mustache and green hair done upward. He wore a brown thorny suit with what seemed to be a small cape just about his elbows. Oddly, his feet were nowhere to be seen, as if they had melted into the ground. Juvia Loxer, a young woman with blue hair and a curvaceous figure, stood motionlessly under a pink umbrella with hearts on it. Her long blue hair was curled on the outside, and she wore a navy blue coat, a fur shawl with the Teru Bozu attached to it, as well as a Cossack hat at the top of her head. Totomaru, a young man garbed in a ninja-like attire, smirked cockily at them. Comprising of a red GI with a furred collar and fishnets on his forearms as well as to the sides of his garb. He sports long, two-toned hair of black and white that is tied up into a Japanese-style top knot, with the black portion overlaying the front and left side of his head, leaving the white portion small and concentrated on the left. The top knot also has the 2 separate colors correspondingly. And on his face, Totomaru sports a tattoo consisting of 3 horizontal bars tattooed across the ridge of his nose and both cheeks in a linear formation, with the one in the middle being the longest. He also carried a katana strapped on his left hip. Sue, another woman, remained unmoving. She had brown skin with greenish hair and a small emerald green jewel on her forehead and a red stud in her earlobe. Her shirt was a dark sea blue with the sleeves ripped off. On her head was a purple jester-like hat with the Phantom Lord insignia printed in a light yellow on the front. Bozo. He was a tall man with brown skin. Completely bald and wearing sunglasses, which had 2 different lenses, the right one being dark tinted in a purple shade, while the left was transparent. Like an ordinary lens, he sported a red-violet shirt and a jacket with a furry blue collar. Gajiel Redfox. Jose said his name with a bit more excitement than the rest, as if he was waiting to name him. Gajiel was a tall and muscular man with long, spiky black hair, red eyes with slitted dark pupils and no visible eyebrows. He wore a wing-like sleeve on his right shoulder right above the spot where his Phantom Lord tattoo was located, and various piercings throughout his whole body, usually in sets of 3 or 5, with the most visible ones being those on his face, including sets of 3 replacing his eyebrows and down the bridge of his nose, 2 under his lower lip and 3 in each ear. His usual outfit consists of a shabby black sleeveless tunic with studded edges and a studded belt around his waist, loose white pants tucked inside studded black boots, and a pair of studded brown gloves paired with similarly studded wristbands next to sets of massive scars on his arms. And finally Lin, Jose pointed to a boy who appeared surprisingly out of keep with the guild's dark look as the rest of the members portrayed. He was smiling widely, his eyes were a deep blue and his hair spiky in a very light green shade. A long green headband was tied around his forehead, with a pair of red goggles on top of them. His clothing consisted of a green base color with red edges, with the exception of the brown, fingerless gloves on his hands. Roshi nodded too all over them. A very good mix, Jose. But if you'll excuse me, I have to register my team. Roshi bowed respectfully before walking past a smiling Jose. As soon as Ozaru had passed and they were out of earshot, Jose's smile turned to a dark frown. Pathetic small guild, he muttered scornfully. How Phantom Lord had to associate with such petty guilds disgusted him. My phantoms, go and prepare for this tournament. He ordered his mages, they all nodded, going to leave. Lin, stay a while. He ordered the light green-haired boy before he could leave. Jose turned with his usual friendly smile, approached the confused boy. Lin, this tournament is the perfect opportunity for you. Prove yourself in this tournament, prove yourself to me. And there might be a fifth spot in my team of elementals after all. Jose smiled. He knew how Lin longed to be made a member of the Elemental Four, despite him not being a fire, water, wind or earth mage. Lin's eyes widened up in excitement, before they darkened considerably. Then I will not fail you, Master Jose. I'll shock this entire tournament. Ozaru found their tent for the duration of the tournament. The tents were set on a small field just near the edge of the town, but close enough to the tournament stadium. The tents were small and a pale color, perhaps a two-man tent, yet it was the only one issued. Naruto wondered how they were to all fit in there. Looking around, he noticed how most of the guild tents were put together. They had walked past two other guilds participating, Lamia Scale and another small guild known as White Snake. They had only seen and were introduced to 4 members of Lamia Scale. They were sat outside the tent on the grass. One was named Sherry Blendy, a girl with blue eyes, pink hair tied in a ponytail with ribbons and wearing a choker tied into a ribbon. For upper body clothing, purple and pink short spaghetti dress with light pink trimmings, black leggings, and high-heeled sandals. Her dress appeared to have long and thin wings. Another was a boy named Yuka Suzuki. Yuka was somewhat of a petite man with blue hair that stands upwards. He also seems to be wearing a long, green one-tail coat. His face was adorned with freakishly large, thick blue eyebrows. A third fighter was a man simply known as Toby. Toby was a muscular man, with a dog-like face. He has large ears that sit above his head. Toby wears a black belt and blue jeans. He has a tattoo on the left side of his shoulder and surprisingly long nails on his fingers. The final member of Lamia Scale they met was a man named Joey DeGraff. He had a bit of chub on him, making his cheeks puff out easily. His hands were littered with many scars, just visible poking out of a pair of some tan gloves. His hair is an incredibly dirty blonde that seemed right in the middle of yellow and brown. His eyes were an earth brown, but were covered by highly reflective goggles most of the time, he only lifting the goggles up once when he first was introduced. His nose is a bit point and he had 2 moles on either side of it. He was dressed in a dirt brown shirt and a pair of tan overalls, and on his feet area a pair of dirt brown boots. His body appeared to have muscle to balance out his fat, but his fat was more visible. However, from White Snake they met a lot more of the members, totaling 6 fighters and their slithery guild master. He was named Orochimaru, and despite being a light guild, he held a sinister air around him. Orochimaru slithered over to them to introduce himself and his guild, inspecting each of the fighters. Orochimaru appeared as an extremely pale-skinned human with waist-length black hair. He had amber eyes with slits in his pupils and purple markings around his eyes accenting his snake-like nature. He wore plain gray garbs, with black polo neck under it and black pants and a thick purple rope belt tied in a large knot behind his back and blue tomo-shaped earrings. They met their physically largest combatant, Jirobo, a massive boy, with a shaved head save for 3 lines of orange hair situated at the top and sides of his head. He wore tan tunic, black pants cut off around mid-calf, bandages wrapped around his ankles, black sandals, and a purple, rope-like belt tied in an inverted bow around his waist. The only female fighter from White Snake that they came into contact with was the confident, cocky Tayuya. Chiyuya's most distinctive feature was her long, untamed, red hair. She also wore a black hat with bandages. She wears a tan tunic, the same as Jirobo's and two other members they had met, with black shorts and standard black sandals. They also met Kitamaru, a boy with tan skin who spoke to them as if initiating a game with them, naming them as players and establishing levels of difficulty. He also wore a tan tunic, black pants cut off around mid-calf, bandages wrapped around his ankles, black sandals, and a purple, rope-like belt tied in an inverted bow around his waist like Jirobo and Chiyuya. They met Saken, a boy that had dark bluish-gray hair with a long bang that covered one eye, also sporting turquoise lipstick and brown eyeliner, making him appear more feminine. He wore a tan-brown tunic with long black wristbands, black skin-tight shorts, and purple ropes tied around their waists. Saken wore a dark red, beaded necklace around his neck. Then they met Jin, a member not wearing the same attire as the rest of the fighters. H wore white baggy pants leading into tied shin-high boots. Two straps of cloth crossed over his chest. His eyes were a deep blue, surrounded by a mess of spiky bright red hair. Oddly, in the center of his head was a small bone horn as well as his ears being pointed. Jin said nothing, entering the tent after being introduced by Orochimaru. Finally the one Orochimaru seemed most eager to introduce Kimimaro Kagaya, similar to how Jose had introduced Gajeel. Kimimaro was characterized by his pale skin, vivid green eyes and masculine facial features. Two red dots on his forehead replaced his eyebrows and shoulder-length white hair, which he wore divided down the middle on his head by an atypical zigzag, hair parting with two separate partings on either side of his face with two red, tube-like hair ornaments, one on either side of his head, securing the two locks of his silvery white hair. Unlike the others, his attire was consisting of a light lavender, loose-fitting, long-sleeved, zip-up shirt, black pants cut off around mid-calf, bandages wrapped around his ankles, black sandals, and a purple, rope-like belt tied in an inverted bow around his waist. Naruto noticed the power residing in Kimimaro's eyes, but chose to ignore it for now. He seemed to be the only member worth fighting out of White Snake. He walked into the small tent, revealing a sudden size change once he had entered. Inside the tent was huge, styled as a luxurious 9-room hotel suite. Me and Midnight will share a room, so Ball can take one of ours. Naruto offered, to which Roshi accepted. Naruto smirked in return. Better to keep his mission partner close to him. They entered the room and quietly closed the door before speaking. Did you manage to perform scan on the other participants? Naruto spoke quietly to Midnight, who had sat on the bed to readjust his boot. It was impossible, Midnight replied apathetically, looking back to Naruto with heavy-lidded eyes. There was so much information at once from each of the members it was impossible to comprehend. It was the same for me. Naruto drifted off from the sentence. He also tried to scan all the members of each guild, but his mind was flooded with so much information it was almost painful. He had to cancel the technique before he did any damage to himself. We'll have to do it individually against each of the people we come up against. Midnight nodded in agreement. I think the opening ceremony is starting soon. It will say who we are fighting first. Then let's go. Naruto turned to face the door. I hope I don't come up against you too early. I'd hate to knock you out of this tournament before it even begins. This tournament, since its creation, has always been about bringing people together. The official for the tournament called out. The 64 participating mages stood in front of him and the crowd in rows, each row represent a guild participating. The crowd all sat in silence to allow the official to be heard. It has always been about bringing mages of light together so they may know each other's strengths, even from other guilds, so they know exactly who their comrades are. The tournament will be set out in a series of rounds, 4 rounds, then the semifinal and final. The tournament has been set into 2 brackets, the West bracket and the East bracket. Each time you defeat your opponent you move to the next round. Finally the strongest from the East bracket will meet the strongest in the West bracket in the final match. Mages will be put into each bracket randomly, meaning all your first matches will be chosen randomly. After that you will face the winner of the round with the closest number to you, 1 and 2, 3 and 4, 15 and 16 for example. Before the matches are picked remember this, strength is not power alone, but combination of power, intellect, will and determination. Now let the matches be chosen. The official spoke loudly to the cheers of the crowd. He raised his hand to the massive Lacrima-powered television. The tournament layout appeared, with 64 spaces on the west side. Names suddenly lit up in those spaces, before scrambling rapidly. It went up for several seconds, which seemed like minutes. Everyone eagerly anticipating to see the match-ups. The names stopped, revealing who was fighting who in the first round. Mumbles began off the mages, trying to find their name on the massive board. West Bracket. Blue Pegasus Ichiya Vanderlei Kotobuki. vs. Phantom Lord Lin Ozuru Alaric Kaiser vs. Quattro Cerberus Rufio Gear. White Snake Kitamaru. vs. Ozuru Geo Freed. Titan Nose Sin Rabble. vs. Quattro Cerberus Kikazuru Kashikoi. Phantom Lord Totomaru. vs. Quattro Cerberus Mizuru Kashikoi. Quattro Cerberus Jackal Insen vs. Titan Nose Indigo Starseeker Lamia Scale Razak Mero vs. Fairy Tail Loki. Lamia Scale Ikla Seance. vs. Fairy Tail Elfman. Fairy Tail Natsu Dragneel. vs. Quattro Cerberus Shizuru Kashikoi. Ozuru Naruto Namikaze. vs. Fairy Tail Urza Scarlet. White Snake Jin. vs. Blue Pegasus Shuichi Kanju. Lamia Scale Joey DeGraff. vs. Titan Nose Yater Bones. White Snake Sakin. vs. Quattro Cerberus Engine. Phantom Lord Bozo. vs. Titan Nose Rez Hatakata. Ozuru Midnight. vs. Phantom Lord Su. Blue Pegasus Lesa Bodokedu. vs. Blue Pegasus Fane Lelni. East Bracket. Phantom Lord Gajil Red Fox. vs. Blue Pegasus Ren Akatsuki. Titan Nose Tower. vs. Lamia Scale Barain Giso Quattro Cerberus Iwazuru Kashikoi vs. Blue Pegasus Violet Starshine. Ozuru Cross Biancina. vs. Fairy Tail Mirajan Ozuru Ponzu Lilith vs. Blue Pegasus Godo Dodokobo Ozuru Spika Futomomotoro vs. White Snake Kinsuchi. White Snake Jirobo. vs. Titan Nose Rush. Phantom Lord Sasuke Uchiha. vs. Phantom Lord Sol Ozuru Kato Yuria vs. Fairy Tail Grey Fullbuster Blue Pegasus Hibiki Latest vs. Titan Nose Hubby Kiba Phantom Lord Juvia Loxer vs. Titan Nose Mishao Tai Ling White Snake Kimamaro Kagaya vs. Fairy Tail Jet Lamia Scale Yuka Suzuki. vs. White Snake Zaku Abumi. Fairy Tail Laxus Drayar. vs. Lamia Scale Toby White Snake Tuyuya vs. Lamia Scale Sherry Blendy Quattro Cerberus Drews Rikshasas vs. Lamia Scale Eon Westwater. They all looked at the massive screens, finding their names and first opponents. Both Midnight and I are in the West Bracket, so the East Bracket couldn't concern me less. I'll just have to wait for the final to find out who I am fight. Naruto though, skipped past the East Bracket when he found his name in the 10th match. Would Ichiya from Blue Pegasus and Lin from Phantom Lord please remain on the tournament stage? Every other mage please return to your tents and await the call of your name. The official spoke out again. Walking slowly, every other member of the guilds retreated to their tents, glimpses the eyes of their guild masters from an observation box above. Leaving Lin and Ichiya to begin fighting. The bell rang, indicating for them to begin. You have a good smell, but unfortunately for you my smell is stronger. Ichiya called out, reached for one of his vials at his waist. Power perfume. Ichiya cried loudly, sprinkling the contents on the vial on himself. Suddenly the small man doubled in height, every muscle bulged out, he flexed the muscles briefly before getting ready for Lin to make his move. I pity you, Lin replied with a kind smile, causing Ichiya's eyes to widen at his soft words and smile. I pity you because of your bad luck of getting me as your first opponent. Suddenly Lin disappeared. Ichiya jumped in circles on the spot trying to locate the green-haired boy. Dynamo entry. Lin suddenly appeared in front of him, mid-air. His legs swung around quickly, spark of lighting covering his red boot. The boot collided with Ichiya's face, launching him into the nearby wall. This is my magic. Lin smiled as he landed. Static pulse. I can generate electricity within my body, speeding up my reactions and boosting my strength and speed. I can then use that lightning externally to deliver powerful attacks. Lin smiled, before realizing he was speaking to an unconscious Ichiya, who had shrunk down to his usual size. He laid there groaning in pain, but motionlessly. With one hit and you're down. Lin spoke in surprise, before turning around heading towards the exit of the stadium. How pathetic. That Lin is quite a strong contender, Jose. You found yourself quite the lightning mage. Goldmine spoke, looking down at the light green-haired boy as he left, his name moving up on the board and easily cruising into the second round. Jose himself only smiled as Lin left. So Lin had some strength after all, perhaps he should including into his team of elementals. Yes, but let's see how he does against other contenders. Ichiya has always bruised too easily. Bob spoke lightly, looking as the unconscious Ichiya was moved out of the stadium. What the hell is this? Rufio screamed in frustration, smacking his hand off the ground. He growled loudly in anger before roaring loudly, picking himself up quickly and charging towards Alaric, who had not made a single move yet. Yet once again when he was getting closer to Alaric, Rufio was blown back, literally stopped in his tracks. It was like an invisible wall had been set up around Alaric, nothing could break through it. Do you understand now? Alaric spoke with a small smile. I admire your determination, Rufio. But I must go through to the next round. However, you have fought valiantly. So I'll tell you my magic. Alaric spoke, waving his hand through the air, his action confusing Rufio. Rufio slowly stood back up, panting. He was going to continue this fight no matter what. Mr. Mime, that is my magic. Alaric spoke to Rufio's shock. The power of pantomime, I can create anything of my will and manifest it as an invisible force. Watch. Alaric spoke, lifting his right hand over his shoulder. I pull an arrow from its quill. He spoke mysteriously, his hand slowly coming back over his shoulder. And load it into my bow. He held up both arms, mimicking an archer's stance, as if tightly pulling on the string in a bow, an arrow loaded on it. And then, his back hand released. Rufio's eyes widened in shock, he coughed once. Pain enveloped his right shoulder. Fearing to look down, he gently touched the area where the pain was originating from. It was sticky and wet, with what felt like a hole in his shoulder. He had actually been shot by an arrow, yet there was no weapon. No arrow lodged in his shoulder. Rufio smirked, the pain was beginning to mess with his senses. He felt sleepy. Amazing, he mumbled quietly, falling backwards onto the ground. Alaric watched the judges approve of the match, deciding he had won. He saw his name move one level up into the second round. The screen read that in the next round he would be fighting Lin. Nodding in understanding, Alaric left the stadium. Medics rushed past him, gathering around the fallen, bloody Rufio. So you are Magic Eater Geo. Kidomaru smirked happily. Finally an opponent with a level 5 difficulty level. I may need a strong strategy to defeat this boss. This is not a game. So just get on with it already. Geo spoke with annoyance, waiting for the boy to begin his assault. Very well, I'll show you two of my magics. Kidomaru smirked before his cheeks puffed out. He inhaled deeply. Sticky gold. Spider net. He quickly spit out a glob of gold, which expanded to form a gold spider web, aiming to trap Geo within it. Geo raised his hand towards the net. When it touched his hand, the spider web was suddenly sucked into his bod through his hand to Kidomaru's confusion. This is the first stage of Magic Eater. Geo spoke again. In the first stage, I can suck an opponent's magic into my body, no matter how deadly it nullifies within my body through my left hand. An interesting magic young Geo has there, Orochimaru chuckled, watching the fight between the two boys. So it appears the question that will be on Kidomaru is how to hit an opponent with magic when magic is useless. No, Geo cannot use the first stage of Magic Eater too much, just the same as the second stage. It may nullify the magic's effect, but the entry of another person's magic hurts him internally. Geo just naturally has an extreme tolerance for pain. I guess I gotta take this to the next level if I'm gonna win. Kidomaru shouted out, gaining everyone's attention. He placed the palms together. Take over. Arachnophobia. Kidomaru shouted. On cue, 4 extra arms burst out of his body, a third eye formed in the center of his forehead. His skin turned a dark red color and his hair grew long and white, finally 2 horns grew on the edges of his forehead. Now let's begin. Kitamura grinned, revealing incredibly sharp, jagged teeth. Hikazoru stood bored in the center of the tournament ring. Sin bounced around him with a flurry of the weakest attacks that could ever be delivered. Sin must have figured if he could deliver multiple strikes from all directions he might weaken the taller mage quicker. Hikazoru didn't even need his earth armor, the attacks were feeble and weak. This fight is boring me now. Hikazoru sighed. Loudly, he caught the speedy Sin easily with one hand, lifting him off the ground with ease. He threw Sin across the stadium ring. Sin landed face first against the stone walls of the crowd spectator seats. He slowly slid down the wall, stopping and remaining unmoving when he reached the bottom. Medics ran over, confirming that Sin was still indeed alive. With the nod of the head, Hikazoru was named the winner, coasting through to the next round with little trouble. Hikazoru smirked victoriously, looking at Sin's unconscious body humorously one last time before walking away. I see, so that's how it is, Mizuru calmly spoke, wiping the mark from his face. He stood back up, turning to face the smirking Totomaru. You're a flame manipulator. Not only can you create fire, but you can control fire as well, even other people's. Exactly, so as a fire mage yourself, you're pretty much screwed. Totomaru smiled, chuckling lightly. However, that is an interesting fire you have there. I'm going to have to take it. Totomaru's fists clenched hard, black shadowy flames enveloped his hands. These are the absorbing black flames, they consume everything. Even fire itself. I use this to absorb the flames of others and add them to my arsenal. Mizuru's own hands enveloped in light blue flames, the heat clearly being seen escaping from them. And these are the searing blue flames. There are no flames hotter than these. Mizuru suddenly dispelled the flames to Totomaru's surprise. Mizuru suddenly charged at Totomaru. The black white-haired fire mage prepared himself. He swung at Mizuru with the black flames once he was in range. Mizuru ducked underneath the blow. Here. Try them for yourself. Mizuru delivered a strong uppercut to the other fire mage, blue flames exploding around his fist moments before it collided with Totomaru's chin. Totomaru crashed hard onto the ground, grumbling as he rubbed his jaw sorely. He had been struck by flames. How was that possible? He almost screamed in perplexity. I simply waited for the very last moment before impact before I conjured the flames. There simply wasn't enough time for you to gain control over them, you weren't expecting it. Mizuru smirked, cracking his knuckles confidently. And it seems doing that also boosts my strength even further than usual. Thanks for the tip. Karyu no Hoko. Natsu roared, a stream of fire exploding from his mouth, launching towards the smaller green-clad boy. Shizuru raised his hands in the air. Wind and air began attracted towards him until a sort of dish was creating between him and Natsu's fire. The flames collided with the wind barrier, twisting around and launching back at Natsu. It was something Natsu didn't expect. The flames hit him dead on, knocking him backwards and onto the ground. The wind is my ally, my protector. You will do no evil against me. Shizuru spoke out timidly, preparing a second barrier of wind. Natsu grinned, wiping his mouth. That's cool, he yelled excitedly. I'm getting fired up. He quickly shot himself back up, charging towards the smaller Shizuru. Karyu no Tekken. Quote. Naruto sat patiently backstage in Ozuru's tent. Both Alaric and Gio had made it through to the second round. He would keep the train going. He would beat whoever he came up against in this round. This girl, Urza Scarlet. She will fall against him. Suddenly the screen in Ozuru's tent lounge lit up, reading only 5 words. It was the only time the screen came on. Mages were forbidden to watch the other fights. Ozuru Naruto Namikaze vs. Fairy Tail Urza Scarlet. Looks like it's me. Naruto stood up, the other members of Ozuru smiling confidently at him. Naruto nodded back once. Go kick some ass, Naruto. Ball shouted excitedly, he and the other members of Ozuru watching Naruto leave the tent. Ozuru Naruto Namikaze vs. Fairy Tail Urza Scarlet. It's time. The red-haired Urza spoke, adjusting the gauntlets on her arms one last time. She looked around to the other members of Fairy Tail and nodded with a confident smile. I will not fail Fairy Tail. She spoke, causing the other members to cheer. Smiling Urza left Fairy Tail's tent and turned left, the direction of the stadium. Urza, wait. Urza stopped, turning around to see it was Mirajan who had called her. I have something to tell you. Well, make it quick, Mira. Urza replied rudely with an annoyed scowl on her face. As much as I dislike you, I don't want to see a member of Fairy Tail to be hurt. Mira continued in an equally rude voice. This boy, the one you're fighting. He's not natural. When I returned from the job a few weeks ago and I had to go to the hospital ward for a few days. That was from a single strangle and slam into the ground from him, all with one hand. Be careful of him, Urza. You don't know what he can do. Urza's hand rested comfortingly on Mira's shoulder. Don't worry, Mira, she spoke in a sweeter voice before turning around, continuing to walk towards the stadium. Whatever his strength, my sword and I will overcome it, that is the will of Fairy Tail. A.N. Hey there. DGS saying thanks for reading the new chapter. I know it was long and not that interesting, mainly just introducing guild members and fighters. Well, the tourney begins, and that's 63 fights. Yes, 63 fights, 32, then 16, then 8, then 4, then 2 and the final makes 63. Now I do not have the energy to write 63 fights in full, just like I doubt you guys have the patience to read through 63 full fights, as well as wait for me to write them. So I think I will do it how I've done it in this chapter, brief summaries detailing a key part of each fight, such as the beginning, a key turning point or the finish. I will write Naruto and Midnight's fights in full as well as one or two others. I have skipped a few fights, such as a few Fairy Tail fights because we know what they can do and superfluous OCs that are literally just names I have made up to fill slots in the tournament's first round. Sasuke has debuted, waits for the cheering that will never come. Nah, I don't mind Sasuke. He's got some good magics in this and I will give credit to the creators of those magics when they are revealed. Speaking of credit, I would like to thank everyone who has suggested OCs for this tournament, it is very much appreciated, so you guys deserve credit for their creation. So, credit for Lin, which I believe is Norwegian or Danish or something for lightning, and Alaric goes to myself. Credit for Mizuru, Kikazuru, Iwazuru and Shizuru Kashikoi goes to Drakedruid for their concept, design and magic abilities, and me for their names. I based their names off the 3 wise monkeys, see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. There is occasionally a 4th one. Do no evil. The names are the Japanese names for those monkeys in that order: Mic, Kika hear, Iwa speak, Shidu, and their last name I believe is Japanese for wise. Drew's Rikshasas and Fane Lelni go to Master of the Red Sand. They haven't really been seen yet but they will have some good parts and they have some cool magics. Joey de Graaf goes to Delta Beta 26 for his creation. He's got a very interesting pair of magics that I can't wait for you guys to see. The whole idea of having Orochimaru's White Snake Guild goes to Crossover. He's also responsible for creating some of Sasuke's magic, but again I will credit him when they have debuted. Revan 228 is responsible for suggesting Jin to be a mage. Jin is also in a manga, I don't know which one, so really credit for his creation goes to the guy that made that maid. All I know is that there is another guy in that manga called Yushi. Shuichi Kanju goes to Outcast 000, he's really cool and got some good magic which we will see soon. I don't think I've missed any out. If I haven't, I've forgot to credit you, I apologize, just let me know and I'll change it immediately. Otherwise all the OC names there that you don't recognize belong to me, but the names are free for anyone to use in their fics. I literally just made them up to fill spaces. Next chapter. Phew, I don't even want to think about it. I guess it'll continue with the tournament, as well as Naruto's first full fight against Urza. Motives will be revealed in the tournament and I can let you know that there is one confirmed death during the tournament. I won't say who it is, but it's not Urza, so stop worrying. Anyways, I'm gone. See ya next time. Laughing face DGS. Naruto vs Urza. Demon Lacrima. Chapter 12. Naruto vs Urza Arc. Tournament of Mages by Death God Slayer. Urza confidently walked into the tournament ring, the sound of the cheering audience deafening her from all else. The atmosphere was warming and longed for a good show. She looked straight ahead. Her opponent had already arrived and stood waiting for her. He held a rather relaxed stance for someone about to fight. shifting his weight to one leg and placing a hand on his hip. His face, framed with spiky blonde hair, was set in a bored expression. Even his ocean blue eyes displayed a lack of interest in the situation. He was dressed in a sleeveless open torso black shirt, with nothing underneath covering his bare chest. Along with this he wore black pants that were tucked into his skin-tight boots that exposed his toes at the end. A dark gray cloth was hanging around his waist, being held up by a black rope. On his wrists were bandages, going up to almost the elbows. The blonde was muscular, yet lean. The same as most young male mages. "I want to apologize beforehand," Urza spoke first, grasping the blonde's attention. "For you defeat, that is. As an S-class mage of fairy tale, I can't afford to lose in the first round." A small smirk grew across the blonde's face. "We'll see who loses this fight," Naruto replied, almost glowing with confidence. Something Urza was not accustomed to against her opponents. Usually men and women cowered before her. A large bell rang, signaling for the fight to begin. Urza immediately targeted Naruto. A bright light formed around her body. "Requip. Black wing armor," she called out ominously. As the light faded, it revealed her normal armor had been replaced with a black with silver trim armor, sporting bat-like wings. The armor kept most of her limbs covered while her abdomen was exposed. The crowd roared in excitement at the armor's appearance, chanting Urza's name in unison. Urza's body hovered into the air, flying across the ring towards Naruto, swiping downwards with the large bastard sword in her hands. The sword cutting through the air made an audible sound, and it was followed by the clanging of the blade on the ground below. Naruto had sidestepped the attack easily, almost lazily. The crowd gasped in shock together. Even Urza went a little wide-eyed, before her eyes narrowed, continuing her assault. She brought the sword back up, slashing horizontally this time, aiming at Naruto's abdomen. He dodged backwards. She followed up with a quick twirl in the air, bring the sword back down diagonally. Again, Naruto ducked around it. Urza roared in anger, landing on her feet before swiping sideways again. Naruto ducked underneath the blade, and with one crouched spin brought his leg around the back of Urza's, tripping her up and causing her to land hard on her back. As Urza groaned at the small pain, she noticed that everything had gone silent. She looked around at the crowd. Astonishment was written across their faces. The silence was broken by the sound of a chuckle, which grew into full laughter. It was a mocking laugh. She turned to the source, her blonde opponent, whose head was pulled back with laughter. Each second of his laughter insulted her. She shot back up, flying towards the blonde again, the sword pulled back ready to slash again. She swiped it high, aiming for his head. Naruto bent backwards, his laughter still continued, ducking under the blade once again. His body shot back up, his forehead pressing against hers, his face still held a maniacal smile, coupled with his eyes set wide. "What good is a sword if you can't hit your target?" Urza's eyes widened with enlightenment. She jumped backwards, clearing a safe distance between the two. "So that's it. You're a speed mage." Naruto's laughter only grew louder at her suggestion, causing Urza's brow to furrow in annoyance. "No matter, I too have a way of speeding myself up. Requip. Flight armor." The light enveloped Urza's body again, revealing a new armor consisting of a leopard-patterned chest plate and shoulder guard, and a cloth from her waist down. There are also a pair of leopard ears on her head, and a bushy tail. Her speed increased tremendously, moving towards Naruto with agility, yet still he continued to dodge and laugh. The almost dance-like moves continued, with Urza leading, hacking and slashing at Naruto, who dodged them all effortlessly in succession. Urza not even coming close to nicking him with the tip of the blade at sometimes. "He hasn't done anything yet, not a single attack. My plan was to attack quickly and clear a difference before he could use his monstrous strength Mira warned me about. But he hasn't made any attempt to attack, and I am beginning to tire." Urza inwardly cursed. She had begun to pant lightly. Even with her boost of speed she could keep up with him. "Your deduction was false, by the way." Urza's eyes snapped open, staring at the blonde, who was smiling back confidently. "I'm not a speed mage. Here is thanks for entertaining me somewhat. I'll let you see my magic." Naruto grinned. A black light enveloped his fists, glowing ominously. "Chaos. Eclipse fists." Naruto suddenly dashed right in front of her, delivering a powerful punch to her exposed abdomen, before following with a right hook straight to her cheek. It knocked Urza off her feet. She flew through the air, but landed back on her feet gracefully. So you're a light mage. Urza smirked victoriously. I have an armor to deal with that. It reduces the effect of light spells by 50%. Requip. Opaque armor. Again the light surrounded her body. This time she revealed to be heavily armored, her armor covering the entire front of her body in black and gray armor, with golden outlines around each piece of metal. Even her head was covered by a helm, leaving her red hair unseen by anyone, with a dark tinted screen at the front covering her face from view. In both her hands were two shields almost entirely gray in color, shaped like an upside-down heart with one circular section taken out of each side. The shield also had two more large spikes at the bottom, one protruding from each of the bumps on the heart. The border of the shields were silver while its face was gray. Can your light penetrate this armor? Her voice did not sound muffled by the massive armor. Naruto chuckled quietly, extending his palms towards the red-haired girl. Chaos. Dark lighthouse, he called loudly. A beam of the black light that surrounded his hands shot from his palms, firing towards the armored girl. The beam of light connected powerfully with the armor, and within seconds had destroyed the part it was connecting to, hitting Urza inside it and blasting her away again, forcing her back into the floor. Urza requipped her usual armor, showing injury and pain on her face, as well as confusion. Do you have an armor that can defend against the combination of light and darkness, the foundation of the universe? That is chaos. Naruto spoke before Urza could ask anything. Using her regular sword, she used it as support to bring herself up. Never had she taken so much injury against two attacks. It was unbelievable. If it wasn't happening, if she didn't see this magic in front of her, she wouldn't believe in its existence. I'm bored of this fight, so I think I'll spice it up a little. Naruto grinned sadistically at the red-haired. Let's talk, find out about each other. Urza Scarlet, who is most important to you? And who has dealt the biggest blow to your heart? Urza looked at the blonde mage with utter confusion. What on earth are you talking about? She asked with annoyance, her words panting out heavily. Such stupid questions to ask, such a stupid time to bring them up. It's okay, you don't have to say anything. I'll let them do the talking. Naruto smiled, slapping his palms together. Chaos summoning. Doppelfer and Lusalfer. Naruto slammed his palms into the ground, create a plume of smoke, with a complete black light and complete white light appeared, clashing against each other, the light blinded Urza, who looked away to avoid being further blinded. It's been a long time. Urza, I see you joined my old guild. I'm glad. Urza's eyes widened in horror at the voice. She looked through the smoke, seeing an old man with cracked, weathered skin, long white hair and a full beard to match, with two long eyebrows. The old man was shirtless, but had a pair of tattered shorts covering his legs. A faint white light emanated around his body, causing a faint glow. Rob. Urza looked at the old man in shock, a tear falling down her face. How is this possible? It doesn't matter how. I'm able to see you again. My, how you have grown, and you're now strong, I bet. Rob looked at her lovingly, like a grandfather. A proud smile set on his ragged face. Yes, little Urza has grown up, away from all the pain and sorrow. Rob's eyes widened significantly, a small dribble of blood fell from his mouth. Urza screamed loudly as Rob looked down. A child's fist was punched through Rob's stomach, an eerie shadowy glow radiated around the fist, the shadows moving like small flames. Rob looked to Urza one more time, a smile forming on his shocked face. He began fading into nothing once again. At that moment, Urza's body froze. Not a single muscle in her body obeyed her mind and will's commands to rush over and save Rob from whatever danger he was in. Unlike last time, she wasn't weak and helpless, she had grown strong. Yet in the presence of that voice she couldn't help herself. Her body froze up, tears began pouring from her eyes. As Rob's body faded away, a smaller form stood behind him. A young boy with blue hair and menacing eyes, a long red tattoo running down his right eye. Dressed in similar rags to Rob, he had a dirty white tank top far too big for him and green shorts. Look at little Urza Scarlet, so big and strong now. So happy that she doesn't have to deal with any of us anymore. The boy spoke with a sadistic grin on his face. Jello. Then perhaps I should remind you. The boy, Jello, suddenly rushed at Urza, his eyes and grin widening to a psychopathic degree. Of everything you left behind. As Jello neared, he too faded away, just like Rob. Urza's body had completely shut down. She only looked at where the boy was in front of her, tears pouring down her face. Had she focused on the scene behind her, she would have seen Naruto charging another technique. This technique needs some time to charge, so I use Chaos Summoning Doppelfer and Lusalfer to halt the movements of my opponent whilst I prepare. I am disappointed actually, hearing the praise and gossip about you around this tournament. I expected more than just a silly requip. Naruto's hands hand-pressed together, the black light of chaos emanating from every part of his body, shrouding himself in a black light. His hands and arms opened wide as his eyes did, staring at the scarlet-haired girl maniacally. Chaos. Twilight Impact. The blonde's hands flew back together. With the thunderous clap, the lights beamed from his body, shining into the air. The large beam of light split into smaller beams which surround Urza from every direction, crashing into her motionless body. All that could be seen of the attack was the shining dark light and the scream of agony emitted by Urza. As the light faded and battered and bruised, Urza was revealed, who promptly fell straight to the floor in a heap to the crowd's silence. A knockout so quickly. Naruto's eyebrow rose as he quirked curiously. Most likely due to the emotional state she was in, coupled with her lowered defenses. She probably would have put up a better fight if she knew more about my abilities before the match started. Naruto turned from the sight of the unconscious redhead. Heading to the entrance from which he arrived in the ring, he received no applause or cheer as he left the ring. The crowd staring at him only in a stunned silence. Winner by knockout, Naruto Namikaze of Ozaru. Winner by knockout, Naruto Namikaze of Ozaru. The TV screen in Fairy Tail's tent lit up, revealing the outcome of the match and calling the next match's contestants to make their way towards the tournament stadium. The mages of Fairy Tail only looked in utter horror as the outcome was revealed to them. What? Natsu screeched at the screen. Urza lost. That's impossible. Someone check outside to make sure the sky isn't falling. Shut up, Natsu. Gray shouted loudly at the pink-haired boy, obviously shocked at the result of Urza's match, but not in hysterics as Natsu was. So, that Naruto managed to defeat Urza after all. Miragen bit her thumb in thought, settling into her chair. She remembered her past experience with the blonde mage. Yet that super strength of his shouldn't have been enough to defeat Urza. I wonder what magic he possesses as well. They'll be frightening to come across. Just how powerful are the other mages entering this tournament? Jet wondered fearfully for his own health. The fight between Urza and her opponent hadn't taken long. It couldn't have lasted longer than 30 minutes. If Urza, one of Fairy Tail's strongest, couldn't last long in the tournament, just how would he fare in it? Damn, all of you shut up. Everyone turned to Laxus, who appeared angered at their reactions, not the outcome of the match. He glared at all of them collectively. Urza loses and suddenly you're all questioning the strength of Fairy Tail. When did Urza become the face of Fairy Tail? Well, let me tell you something. Against the rest of us S-class mages, me, Gildarts, Mistgun, even Miragen, Urza is pathetic. Don't count Fairy Tail out just because Titania fell. Laxus said the nickname in a mocking tone, before exiting the tent, leaving to somewhere away from the other members of Fairy Tail. I have to agree with Laxus. Everyone turned in surprise to Loke, who was leaning against the tent wall. Although he didn't put it in the best structure of words, Laxus has a point. The strength of Urza does not equal the strength of Fairy Tail. We are all stronger and weaker than Urza in our own ways. We can't throw in the towel simply because Urza has lost. It changed the mood of the tent's atmosphere. Loke's natural leadership shone once again. Everyone smiled at his words. Even the panicked Natsu had calmed to an ecstatic aura, clenching his knuckles in anticipation. And my next fight is against the guy who defeated Urza. If I've done my maths right. Natsu grinned eagerly. He had already passed into the next round. Now I'm all fired up thanks to Loke, and this guy has gotta be strong to defeat Urza. I can't wait for my fight against him. Kaleidoscope. Sue raised her arms towards her black and white-haired, motionless opponent. The boy from Ozaru had yet to make a single move in the match. Her attacks kept bouncing off of him even better than her mirror magic. A cage of mirrors surrounded the boy, ensnaring him with reflections of himself, yet suddenly as if a chest inhaling and exhaling, the mirrors moved towards him at the center, bending inwards before being expelled outwards, shattering them in an array of fragments, the light reflecting off the tiny particles of glass all around the boy in a glittering display. Sue's eyes widened in surprise before narrowing, a confident smirk across her face. You know there's 7 years bad luck to those who break a mirror. The amount you've broken in this one match, you've probably been cursed for an eternity. Yet it is your luck which has run out. Midnight replied in a bored tone. From the moment you entered this tournament you were destined to face me. Your bad luck began long before mine did. Midnight lazily lifted his hand towards the green-haired girl. Spiral pain. Quote. Midnight manipulated the air around Sue to shred her in an inescapable vortex of pain. As they attack led up, Sue dropped to the floor, struggling to recover back to her feet. It's time to put my new technique into action. Midnight smirked sadistically, waving his hand through the air. Suddenly Sue's clothes began to twist and constrict, tightening to an unimaginable level. Sue screamed out in agony as she lost feeling in her limbs, lacking oxygen entire her body, her very clothes cutting into her flesh. Sue dropped to the floor in an unconscious heap, lying helplessly until medics arrived to take her away. Midnight received no applause, and he didn't look for it. Winner by knockout, Midnight of Ozaru. Midnight was already leaving as the announcement of his victory was heard. Members of the crowd began applauding. The crowd were favoritists, only acknowledging the names they had heard of, expecting immediate victory from them. Yet as he left, a smirk grew on Midnight's face, a smirk of success. The technique worked perfectly, now only to wait for my chance to use it against him. Midnight's eyes widened in anger as he remembered the brown-haired white mage, Kato, who humiliated and degraded him. Midnight now held an almost permanent grudge against him. One that would be satisfied until the sweet sound of Kato's screams of suffering and pain and agony filled his ears. You will experience this delectable pain soon enough. I have to say, Roshi, you've got yourself quite the batch of mages. Goldmine grinned towards the elderly red-haired mage, who was looking down towards the ring below from the guild master's booth. Looking down at the match just finished. The match went in favor of Quattro Cerberus Iwazaru Kashikoi, defeating Blue Pegasus Violet Starshine with a range of water spells. Yes, Ozaru has managed to go through the entire West bracket without losing a single competitor. Bob added, looking across to Roshi. Yes, Urza's defeat against Naruto was perhaps the most surprising. For some strange reason I expected more from Fairy Tail's Titania. Jose commented with a sly, mocking smile on his face. But the East bracket has only just begun. We'll see if Ozaru's luck runs through both brackets. White Snake's guild master Orochimaru chuckled darkly. It was one of the rare times he had actually spoken throughout the entire first round. I wonder, Roshi, if you would be considering putting up any of your mages for the guild mage trade-off this year. Goldmine spoke with a slight twitch of hope in his voice, hoping to be able to acquire one of these mages. I haven't really thought about it, Roshi replied quietly in confusion. He knew what they were. The guild mage trade-off happened once every 5 years. It was similar to drafting. Guilds would put up mages who wanted to travel or who had become bored of the scene in their current guild and had the possibility to be traded to another guild with a mage of a similar predicament. They were quite popular, really. The atmosphere and prospect of gaining new comrades and friends was always enjoyable. Roshi was confused because he had literally not thought about putting any of his mages up. Well, here comes the end of your luck, Roshi. Makarov laughed loudly, looking towards the 2 mages entering the ring. Ozaru's cross Byansina and his own Miragen. I may have lost Urza, but your cross will definitely have a troubling time against my S-class Miragen. Let's get this match over with quickly, okay? Cross gave the sweetest smile to his opponent, Fairy Tail's S-class mage Miragen, who was staring back in anger at him. Let me guess, you're the surprise mage in Ozaru, right? People will look at your appearance and immediately think you're weak and useless, then you'll pull out some massive superpower magic. Mira looked at the effeminate boy with a knowing, victorious smirk. Well, I am a S-class mage like yourself. Cross smile faded, looking at his opponent with a harder expression. Shall we begin? He pointed a finger towards the white-haired girl. Electric water shot. Quote. A torrent of water, wrapped and filled with electricity shot from his finger, moving at a quick speed. Mira dodged the attack easily enough, but looked in surprise at the light white blue-haired boy. My magic is cedar magic, element possession. I can channel all the elements of the earth into my body and use them for my disposal, even elements that you wouldn't actually think are elements of nature I can use. My degree of mastery is so great I can even combine any type of element with another, although I'll admit it's easier to combine elements that naturally go together, such as water and electricity. Cross explained briefly. Cedar magic, just like Nab and Bixlow. But element possession, I didn't even know it existed. I can't afford to hold back. If this guy is in the same guild as Naruto, who defeated Urza so easily, I best not act cocky and underestimate him. Mira's brow furrowed quickly, a light surrounding her body quickly. Take over. Satan's soul. Mira screamed, morphing into her demonic winged form. Satan's soul. I'm not impressed. There was once a time when demons frightened and enraged me, but I have long since mastered my emotions. Even his voice held an unimpressed tone to it. He held his index finger up again, pointing towards the white-haired demon girl. Explosive power shot. His fingers quickly tightened into a fist. A line of fiery explosions launched from his fist, igniting and exploding in a direct line towards Mira. Yet Mira dodged with her heightened speed easily, gliding through the air to evade the next lines of explosions cross-fired at her. She soon found an opening, charging in to deliver a powerful uppercut to the boy, knocking him well off his feet and into the air. Cross crashed down onto the ground below him, looking up to see Mira smirking cockily in the air, as if she had already won the match. Very well, I best not play around either. Cross mumbled quietly as he stood up. Meeting Mira in the eye. I don't use this spell for any old opponent, so understand that I acknowledge your strength. But it's over. No demon could ever defeat me. A familiar light to Mira surrounded Cross, knowing all too well what he was going to perform. A takeover. That's not possible. Mira screeched in fury as the light grew brighter and whiter than she could have ever imagined. Takeover. Supreme Archangel Metatron. The light faded in a fabulous flash of light, leaving Cross' transformed body in the ring. Armor and replaced his skin, covering his arms and legs, with a steel battle skirt covering his midsection with a basic crown symbol on the front. His midsection was free of armor, but looked like a glowing white-blue fire instead of his body and organs. His face had been covered by a smooth-shaped mask, not having openings for his mouth or eyes, and his hair had grown significantly, being pushed back by the mask. Small fragments of lights had solidified behind him, making spears of light hover weightlessly behind their master. Cross, masked face, looked upwards to the flying demon girl, who looked at his form in shock. Now, his voice echoed through the mask. It had retained Cross' soft-speaking pitch, yet had gained an air of control and command in its tone. It is time for our true battle to begin. Quote. A.N. Hey there. DGS here, saying thanks for waiting for the new chapter. I know the last one wasn't everyone's cup of tea with all the introductions and descriptions and whatnot, but it's all out of the way and we can safely move ahead. Anywho, this chapter, I really enjoyed all three fights, to be honest. People were worried I was gonna kill off Urza. Well, I didn't. I just broke her down on an emotional and mental level. Very enjoyable. And Naruto's magic is becoming more and more developed, which is good. Arc of Void will return soon, I promise, round the back end of the Fall of Ozaru arc. I've always wondered why Urza is considered the best when all she can do is change armor and swords, as Naruto said, what good is a weapon if you can't hit your target? Midnight and Sue. Midnight develops his clothes restriction technique out of spite after seeing Kato do it with his weight magic. I didn't want Midnight to be just instantly be a psychotic masochist. I want him to turn into that, just as Naruto will turn to relish destruction, which will be seen at the end of the Tournament of Mages arc. He will do it for the wrong reasons, that's all I will say. Cross vs Midnight, mainly a homage to one of the most fantastic things in manga history, Satan vs Metatron in 666 Satan. Amazing experience to read that. Seriously, if you haven't read 666 Satan, go read it. Anything else? Oh yeah, Fairy Tail 245 sucked. Laxus could have easily taken Hades, but for some bullshit reason he let himself get hit and transferred his magic to Natsu. Why Natsu? Urza was there, Gray was there, Happy was there. Jesus Christ, that chapter was terrible, all that hype from Laxus returning and he goes down in a single chapter. And since when can Natsu eat lightning? Thank you for the meal. Yes, thank you for shoving bullshit in front of my eyes. Anyways, on a lighter note, I am starting a Naruto X Avatar, The Last Airbender crossover FIC. I flicked through what's available and found it's all pretty much dimension jumping. I'm not a fan of that. I would rather work a character into the universe's storyline of the author manga, which I've done. And the Legend of Korra spin-off has answered some of my all-important questions, such as the possibility of interracial bending families. Which is good, so if you're a fan of Naruto and if you're a fan of Avatar, The Last Airbender, and if you're a fan of reading, then be on the lookout for The Four Nations, The Secret Airbender, coming soon to the computer screen directly in front of you. Anyways, next chapter. The second round will be commencing probably next chapter and an evil plot will be underway. 3 guesses who's plotting what. And as I said last chapter, a confirmed death, still won't say who, but the death happens in the later stages of the tournament. DGS. The first round ends. Demon Lacrima, Chapter 13. The first round ends arc, Tournament of Mages. By Death God Slayer. A light white aura enveloped the body of the transformed Cross, his face covered by a helm of pure white silver. His longer hair now fluttering without gravity in the air. Mira herself snarled in fury at the display of his technique. This guy, he was destined to be my opponent, she thought angrily, before letting out a massive war cry, filling and silencing the battle ring. Darkness stream, Mira cried out. From a black magic seal shadowy hands sprung outwards, flying towards the motionless Cross, who seemed prepared to just accept the full brunt of the attack. Divine intervention. Cross' angelic voice called out calmly just before Mira's shadowy attack struck. The dark hands appeared to just bounced off an invisible wall, glistening and glittering as it was struck each time. It acted like an egg protecting the precious embryo from harm, defending him from all sides. Mira snarled as her attack failed, canceling her shadowy attack. Quote, "Evil spark." Mira growled in frustration as she lunged forwards at a quickened pace, her wings carrying her body but an inch off the ground, her hands charged with electricity. She jabbed at Cross. But his hand moved at a super speed, hitting her upper forearm and pushing it away with force, causing her entire body to shift to the left and forced away from himself. "Your evil will do you no good here," Cross' soft echoing voice spoke out again calmly. "Yeah, well, try this on for size." Mira screamed in fury, hurling herself high into the air with her wings. In her hands an orb of darkness expanded as she hovered of Cross. "Soul extinction," she screamed as she threw the orb downwards. Cross looked upwards in surprise as the orb expanded, revealing its true form, a large beam that enveloped the entire battle square. The crowd screamed in terror as the attack neared dangerously close to themselves, covering their eyes from the bright display of light and debris. Mira grinned cockily in victory as the spell began to fade. The attack hit directly onto Cross, and soul extinction was one of her strongest attacks. There was no way he would walk away from it easily. "Impressive." Her eyes widened as Cross' smooth voice beckoned was again. Looking down in horror, she found few scratches from her attack on his body. His head had moved to stare at her, yet his helmet blocked her from locking eyes with him. "But as I said before, your evil will do you no good here. I cannot be harmed by the darkness." Cross exhaled loudly, his head fell backwards to gaze up at the sky, his arms went wide at the sides of his body, his hands reaching out as if ready to catch something. His body went into a completely unusual stance, as if he was going to fall backwards, yet he remained firmly planted on the ground. For every second, of every minute, balls of light began to sprout of Cross' body, a white fire flowing around each one. These tiny balls of light expanded several times in size as they distanced from his body. Until they were almost twice the size of Mira's head. They sprouted in every direction, seeming to stop at random points all over the arena. Of every hour, Cross continued, the speed the orbs were created increased significantly. Of every day, God's eyes are watching over me. Orbs of fiery light shot of Cross' body like bullets. Soon there wasn't a space in sight where Mira could move to without hitting one of them. Thousands upon thousands of orbs surrounded her. Was there any hope of escape? 365 feet 000 burning eyes, peer through the darkness, and vanquish the malicious shadow of the devil. Cross called out ominously, his hands slapped together suddenly. His fingers entangled across each other save for the index fingers, which remained upright and together, pointing towards Mirajan in the sky. Within that moment, Mira lost all hope in her eyes. What could she accept other than defeat as the hundreds of thousands of orbs launched themselves at her? She closed her eyes and sighed as she embraced the impact of this unavoidable attack. The crowd watched in awed silence as the attack struck like fireworks, each orb exploding upon contact with Mira. Lights flashed rapidly as the number of orbs striking her changed with each millisecond. And just like that, within seconds it was over. The many orbs had caused their damage on the battered Mirajan, now devoid of her demon transformation. The spell appeared as if it would cause total obliteration, yet despite heavily wounded, Mirajan showed no signs of loss of limb or life. Her unconscious body began to plummet through the air to the ground below. It would have been painful to see her body collide with the ground had the angelic form of Cross not intervened, catching her in his arms, before returning back to his own usual form. His eyes looked down with regret at the white-haired girl. "I'm sorry, I do not usually use 365 feet 000 burning eyes. It is my last resort spell. I'm sorry you had to experience its ferocity." Winner by knockout, Cross Biancina of Ozaru. The announcer shouted loudly, fist pumping the air. The crowd soon followed with a variety of screams and applause for the boy. Medics began to run over to Cross, still holding the unconscious girl in his arms. "I shall help you carry her to the infirmary." Cross smiled at the medic, already beginning to walk out of the battle square. Without waiting for a response, "Come, we should evacuate and let the next match commence." The crowd murmured to themselves as the unknown mage walked onto the battle square. He must have been an incredibly new member to Phantom Lord because none of them had heard of a Sasuke Uchiha before. It only left them with questions. How strong could he be if Master Jose has already put so much faith in him? However, no matter what, in this fight Jose would lose one of his Phantom Mages. It was Sasuke against Saul, both members of Phantom Lord. A rather unfair fight considering there was 63 contestants to pick from and they received a member from their own guild. Sasuke's eyes narrowed at his green-haired opponent, his mind flickering back to a conversation he had with Jose moments before this fight began. Flashback break. Sasuke. Jose stopped the raven-haired teen from making his way to the battle square. The boy, now with a sword equipped on his back at his waist, turning around in silence, looking annoyed that Jose had stopped him. "I do not know you, however I know Soul's strength. He could go far in this tournament if given the chance. I have done you the favor of allowing you to enter this tournament. Your reasons are your own and I will not pry, but Saul is worth more to me than you, and you owe me. Do you understand?" Jose's eyebrow rose with a grin, hinting at the raven-haired boy to take a dive in his fight against Saul. "I understand." Sasuke nodded in returning, before turning back around, heading towards the battle square once again. He raised his hand lazily as he left, waving over his shoulder as the distance between himself and Jose grew. "Let Saul win if I feel like it." Flashback break end. With the signal to begin, Saul began an attack. Roche Concerto. He laughed out victoriously as he launched a barrage of rocks at his raven-haired opponent. Sasuke stood still as the attack neared, slowly reaching for the sword sheathed across the back of his waist. "Wind aura," he muttered quickly but quietly. In moments his sword had been drawn out. Around it there was an extension on the black-colored blade. A cloak of wind had surrounded the sword, increasing the size and length of the blade. Sasuke's eyes locked onto the rocks basting their way towards him. As each one neared him, he moved towards it and cut through them easily, moving so fast he was able to cut each rock into quarters before moving on to the next one. The crowd could only stare impressed as the mystery boy danced fluidly with his sword, the metal slicing easily through thick earth. Saul stuttered in slight fear as he watched his attacks be cut out so easily by the boy, before composing himself. Non. Perhaps I should finish this in one move, The green-haired man played with his small mustache, twirling the hair between his fingers. Suddenly a magic seal popped out in front of him. Plater Sonata. Out of the seal came a massive earth fist, hurling towards Sasuke. Yet as the attack neared, Sasuke nearly jumped over the large fist, driving his sword through it and cutting it in two. As soon as he landed he was ensnared by Saul, whose unnatural elastic body had coiled around him like a snake, binding him in place. Non, who may have dodged my strongest attack, but can you escape this? Saul snickered victoriously as he felt Sasuke try to escape from the entanglement. Sasuke suddenly stopped moving, the sword gripped in his hand once again, touching Saul barely on the wasting, nicking him with the smallest of cuts with the wind blade. Thunder aura. The sword suddenly changed, the wind was replaced with racing sparks of electricity running down the blade. The electricity entered Saul through the little cut on his waist. His elastic body freed Sasuke as he leapt away in pain, trying to free himself from the electric shock surging through his body. Sasuke jumped after him, catching up to him quickly, slashing across the green-haired man's body with his electric sword. Each cut sent sparks of electricity to course through Soul's body. Once his attack stopped, Soul's body slumped to the ground stiff, his body paralyzed and making him like stone. Only small twitches of his body and moans of pain indicated he was still alive. Sasuke stared down at the Earth Mage blankly, before sheathing his sword once again. Pathetic, was all he said as he was named the victor of the match and walked quickly out of the battle square. What the hell is this? Gray cursed in his mind as his body skidded across the floor. He looked back up to his armored opponent and gritted his teeth. He had started this fight on top, being able to pummel his opponent. Even though he was encased in that armor, the guy just couldn't keep up with his speed. This Kato, what stunt is he pulling that's making his attack stronger, yet slowing mine down? This battle is really fun, we should do it again sometime. Kato spoke happily behind his iron helmet, before clenching his fists and shifting into a battle stance. Gray grunted as he stood back up, yet was smiling nonetheless. Yeah, it is, you got some neat tricks up your sleeve. But it's time for me to go on the attack. Gray shouted the last few words as he jumped into the air, smashing his left fist down sideways on his right palm, swinging his arms over his head. Ice make. Hammer. In his hands grew an enormous hammer made entirely of ice. He wielded it over his head, ready to bring it down on the armored Ozuru mage. It takes longer to change the weight when it's bigger. But luckily I have already touched his ice, I can change its weight no matter when he creates it. Kato thought with a smirk, waving his hand towards the hammer. Gray's eyes widened as his forward momentum stopped, the weight of the hammer just suddenly increased massively, he could budge it any further as it crashed into the ground with a thunderous thud. He's a weight mage, Gray thought with the revelation, things had finally clicked together. Gray noticed how Kato suddenly began to move at a frightening speed for someone encased in full-body iron armor. He's using his weight magic to make his armor lighter and allow him to run at his usual speed. Shit, Gray cursed as Kato neared, letting go of his hammer he quickly smashed his hands together again. Ice make. Cocoon. Gray cried out, as ice spiraled out of his body, leaving a thorny dome surrounding his body. The defensive spell didn't deter Kato from his charge. He continued running forwards, cocking his fist back. Giant's punch. He shouted as his armored fist drove into the ice, shattering a large chunk of it with his. Kato grinned at the result. He continued his assault on the ice wall between him and his target, altering the weight of his fist moments before he struck to increase his strength and power of each attack. Within seconds he had battered his way through the ice. Gray's defense had become his downfall. It left him with nowhere to evade to. Kato's fist connected with Gray's body, the impact destroying the ice behind the dark-haired ice mage and shattering him out of his icy cocoon. Kato followed up with a series of punches, each with the weight of his fists altered. He launched Gray up into the air quickly, before squatting down, ready to jump. Sky-soaring leap, Kato shouted as he leapt into the air. He quickly flew over Gray with a lighter weight of his armor causing him to float upwards. Once he was over Gray he positioned his knees above the ice mage's abdomen, boulder knee drop. He called as he dramatically increased the weight of the armor once again. They plummeted down together. Kato forced Gray to crash under his increased weight into the ground. The impact caused a massive crater into the battle square, and seemed to cause massive damage to Gray. It looked like he wasn't going to move for a while. This has been fun. Kato smiled as he deactivated his iron shell spell, looking down at the ice mage. He isn't going to be moving for a while. Call the match please. He turned to the announcer with a small smile. The announcer gulped. The ferocity of their fight had been intense. Years of serving as an announcer had given him a sixth sense of sorts. He could immediately tell who was going to win a fight, but this one, even he would have had taken a guess. Winner by knockout, Kato Yuria of Ozaru. And now comes the final match of the first round. These two contestants have waiting a long time to compete, but finally their chance has come to shine. So please welcome to the battle square, Drew's Rikshasas of Quattro Cerberus and Eon Westwater of Lamia Scale. The announcer called with a particularly loud scream, even for him. The two competitors entered the ring confidently. Drews marched in like a soldier up for inspection, awaiting the order to begin. And begin, the announcer shouted to the impatient cheers of the crowd, as if 31 previous fights were not enough to sat their appetite for entertainment. The blonde Drews turned quickly to his opponent, his golden eyes locking onto Aeon's features. I apologize, but anticipation for this tournament has got me excited. I don't think I will be able to hold back. Never will I. Eon grinned back confidently. They don't call me Eon the Reckoning for nothing, you know. Drews said nothing in return to Aeon's cocky comment. He only stood motionless, waiting for an attack. Get ready, cause my magic is out of this world. Eon shouting as his arm glowed a deep brown. Golem Buster. He screamed as he pushed his fist forward, a rocket of earth blasted from his arm aiming towards Drews. Drews on the other hand still stood unmoving, focused entirely on Eon standing behind his attack. A small smile suddenly graced his respectful and noble features. And the crowd gasped in odd unison. Suddenly, Eon and Drews had switched places. Drews stood behind the attack and Eon stood in its way. His Golem Buster spell hit Eon right in the face, launching him backwards into a wall. Eon the Reckoning, you are correct. Your magic is indeed powerful to knock yourself out, however you have never come up against my switch. Drews spoke respectfully, give a small courteous bow to the unconscious Eon and then to the judge, before turning to Goldmine in the stands, bowing once more to him. The audience only watched Drews leave the battle square in a stunned silence. Would you believe that, folks? The announcer suddenly broke the silence. Drew's Rikshasas performs the quickest knockout of the first round. Under 6 seconds. Please stay put for the announcements for the second round, which will begin shortly. The audience cheered loudly at the prospect of the second round beginning, yet up in the Guild Master's booth the stunned silence remained. Goldmine, was that spatial manipulation that your Drews performed? Makarov asked in a silent shock, his eyes slowly shifting towards the grinning Goldmine. I had always known that Drews and Mistgun shared a rivalry of sorts across our guilds. But this is unbelievable. Time and spatial manipulation magics were supposed to have been forgotten and become extinct. Goldmine only chuckled at Makarov's comments. Drews, he spoke out with his light chuckle. He's always been one of my best. And thus concludes the first 2 days of the tournament, ending round 1 with an awe-inspiring bang. The announcer screamed to the crowd. His response was cheers of applause and admiration. The second round will kick off tomorrow morning. Be sure to be nice and rested to watch these titans clash for the ultimate prize. The announcer called out again to the cheer of the crowd. This ultimate prize, what is it? Naruto asked curiously, standing in the battle square with the other 31 contestants. They were arranged in lines corresponding to their guild. It was obvious which guilds were the underdogs and top contenders. As of tomorrow, contestants will now be able to watch the other fights. Study and learn your possible opponents, you may just come up against them in the final. The announcer yelled into his Lacrima-powered microphone again. And now a brief rundown of the contestants left. Titan Nose with only 1 mage remaining, Indigo Starseeker. White Snake with 4 mages remaining, Kimimaro, Kagaya, Sakin, Jirobo and Tayuya. Surprisingly, also with just 4 mages left, Fairy Tail. With Laxus Drayar, Natsu Dragneel, Loki and Elfman remaining. Fairy Tail's biggest rivals, Phantom Lord, have the advantage now, with 5 mages remaining. Could this be the year Phantom Lord finally defeats Fairy Tail? Well, with Gajeel Red Fox, Lin, Bozo, Juvia Loxer and Sasuke Uchiha remaining, it just might be. Lamia Scale has but 3 contestants left, Joey DeGraff, Bahrain Giso and Yuka Suzuki, but Lamia Scale's rivals, Blue Pegasus and Quattro Cerberus also just have but 3 contests remaining. Shuichi Kanju, Fane Lelni and Hibiki Latus from Blue Pegasus and Kikazuru Kashikoi, Mizuru Kashikoi and Druz Rakshasas from Quattro Cerberus. But, the most shocking display so far, newcomers Ozuru have all 8 contestants still remaining. Let's hear it for Ozuru, Alaric Kaiser, Geo Fried, Cross Biancina, Naruto Namikaze, Midnight, Hanzu Lilith, Spika Futomomotaro and Kato Yuria. The announcer finished. Cheers changing volume and pitch depend on the name of the guild and mage being called. Fairy Tail still receiving the largest amount of applause. Ozuru wasn't far behind. Naruto noticed how his name caused massive noise from the crowd, including a few squeals of delight. He could hear members of the crowd speak about him in awe, how he had defeated Urza so easily and no one now stood in his way. Am I, the fan favorite? I will go over the scheduled fights for round 2. Please pay attention to the board. The announcer called, pointing to the large screen above the battle square. Everyone's heads turned in anticipation to the screen. The results were fixed, but perhaps people forgot who they would be fighting. Phantom Lord Lin vs. Ozuru Alaric Kaiser, Ozuru Geo Fried vs. Quattro Cerberus Kikazuru Kashikoi, Quattro Cerberus Mizuru Kashikoi vs. Titan Nose Indigo Starseeker, Fairy Tail Loki vs. Fairy Tail Elfman, Fairy Tail Natsu Dragneel vs. Ozuru Naruto Namikaze, Blue Pegasus Shuichi Kanju vs. Lamia Scale Joey DeGraff, White Snake Sakin vs. Phantom Lord Bozo, Ozuru Midnight vs. Blue Pegasus Fane Lelni, Phantom Lord Gajiel Red Fox vs. Lamia Scale Barain Giso, Quattro Cerberus Iwazuru Kashikoi vs. Ozuru Cross Biancina, Ozuru Panzu Lilith vs. Ozuru Spika Futomomotaro, White Snake Jirobo vs. Phantom Lord Sasuke Uchiha, Ozuru Kato Yuria vs. Blue Pegasus Hibiki Latus, Phantom Lord Juvia Loxer vs. White Snake Kimimaro Kagaya, Lamia Scale Yuka Suzuki vs. Fairy Tail Laxus Drayar, White Snake Tayuya vs. Quattro Cerberus Druz Rakshasas. Naruto looked over to the small line that was the mage's left in Fairy Tail, his eyes locked onto the back of the head of the rosy-haired boy. The one that was to be his opponent. Natsu Dragneel. Let's have a little sneak peek and see what I'm up against, shall we? Naruto gave off a small, almost undetectable smirk as his eyes locked onto the rosy-haired mage, as if a radar went off from his eyes. Scan. His eyes widened for a moment, flashing wide open before returning to a cocky narrowed look. Only magic. Fire Dragon Slayer. Pros. Gives the ability to create and produce fire from any part of the body. Allows the nullification of all known fire magic spells to the user. Allows the user to eat fire in order to replenish his own energy. Cons. Cannot manipulate fire, can only create it on his own body. Naruto smirked as Scan finished its analysis of the Fairy Tail mage. The most important con, Naruto smirked amusingly to himself. It's in the hands of an idiot. Naruto stared at the Fire Dragon Slayer one final time, his brow lowering as he glowering confidently at him. Come little Fire Dragon Slayer. Time to fight someone who has dealt with the god of fire. A.N. Hey there. DGS here saying thanks for being so patient. You see, I had lost a little faith in Fairy Tail, after the incredibly short fight with Hades, yet despite how he is now, all valuing life and whatnot, Zerf has actually restored my faith in Fairy Tail. He intentionally killed someone, one of the few times someone has actually done that in the manga, if not the only. Rob and Simon sacrificed themselves. Well, the first round comes to an end. Was that to everyone's liking? I'd like to thank Crossover Naru and Windrader for Sasuke's magic. Crossover Naru's hasn't been seen yet, but he's to credit, and Windrader created the Blade Aura magic, so props to him. Side plots and plotlines will begin over the next 2 chapters, so be on the lookout. I've put pictures of some of the tournament OCs on my profile if you'd like to take a look at them. I've made a poll of who out of Ozuru would you like to see survive. You have 3 choices in total, but you don't have to use all 3. Similarly, 3 members might not survive, maybe only 1 or 2 shall. However, one person on that list will definitely die, see if you can figure out who it is. Well, that's about all for now. I'm gonna try update the Namikage and the Four Nations again. I'm also trying to persuade Rinne Kami to not leave fanfiction, so please bear with me for chapter 14. Thank you. DGS. At the Sidelines. Demon Lacrima. Chapter 14. At the Sidelines Arc. Tournament of Mages by Death God Slayer. The world seemed so much smaller from this new height, yet still he couldn't be found anywhere. The wind blew through his long spiky yellow hair as he stared over the open-air balcony of the humongous airship. Naruto, it's been 2 weeks since you left. How are you doing? Have you become stronger? Have you gotten any closer to achieving that goal? Zankro thought solemnly as he stared at the ground below him, standing at the very edge of the balcony, against the railing in order to get the best view of the world below. It was a rare moment indeed, one of the very few times Zankro would drop his deranged, psychopathic maniacal side, allow a new personality to show, one of care, thoughtfulness and worry. Only 2 people had ever caused this side of his personality to surface. Naruto and Merity, they were the only ones. He heard the door to the balcony open behind him, but he didn't turn to greet whoever had entered. He remained still, staring at the ground below. Even when the sound of footsteps echoed over the whistling wind, he still didn't not move. He remained thinking about Naruto, about when he would return. I miss Naru-ni too. That was all he needed to identify the person without even having to look at them. Only Merity called Naruto. Naru-ni. Her voice had switched once again. It was an empathic voice, drastically different from her scared or robotic tones. At least you still have Ultir within the 8 kin, Zankro responded with a heavy sigh, but in a quiet tone. We are above the other members of the guild, so they do not approach us out of fear, only doing so when absolutely necessary. Even within the 8 kin, Rusty Rose is a narcissist, just because Naruto is the only one out of the 8 kin who actually managed to beat him once in a fight. He thinks he's better than everyone, so he annoys me. You can't approach Azuma without want a sparring battle from him. I can't understand a single word Kane says, and Caprico is always so busy running the lower-ranking members of the guild. Ultir may call herself the eldest, but it is Caprico that makes this guild function as it does. A sad expression grew on Merity's face as she quietly listened to Zankro's breakdown of his opinion of the other members of the 8 kin. Slowly, she moved towards him, wrapping her arms around his waist to form a hug from the side. Zankro remained unresponsive, not moving into the hug or trying to break the contact. He only continued to stare at the earth below. You still have me, Merity mumbled from his side. And you could try speaking to Ultir. She's really nice. I don't trust Ultir. Zankro responded quickly and bluntly, unsurprised when Merity's body jolted away from him. His eyes darted over to the pink-haired girl, who stood glaring at him in anger and confusion. How could you not trust my Ultir? Merity asked in anger, performing one of her patented personality switches. Her defensive side only showed when Ultir was involved, becoming unwilling to speak to anyone until they had resolved their negative feelings about Ultir. And it caused the grin to grow once again on his face. If only you knew, Merity. Zankro thought with the sickest grin on his face. He knew what happened the day he, Ultir and Kane found the young Merity. It was Ultir's plan after all to raze the village to the ground, but he would never tell Merity that. It doesn't matter. What did you need me for, or were you just coming to observe as well? Zankro chuckled maniacally once again. Master Hades sent me to find you. He says he has a mission for you. Merity muttered out quickly, not meeting Zankro in the eye, looking annoyingly at the ground below. Finally, Zankro laughed loudly in glee, already making his way towards the door. Being locked in this airship is making me claustrophobic. Zankro gleefully pushed the doors wide as he strided into Hades' throne room. Walking down the long corridor of bones and making his way towards where his master sat. Master Hades, you have a mission for me. Zankro yelled loudly as he approached the aged guild master, his psychotic grin ever present on his face. I do, Zankro. One of great importance to our guild. Hades replied in his stoic and stern voice, the one he would always use when he spoke to Zankro, like partially scolding a child, yet at the same time praising him. And the news of the importance of the mission made Zankro even more excited. Faint black smoke began to seep through his breath with every breath he took. What's the mission? The mission will greatly improve the relationship between Grimoire Heart and Tartaros, thus it is imperative that you succeed and show your true strength, Zancro. Do not forget that. Hades, eyes narrowed, silently cautioning the boy on the price of failure. A team of Dark Guild investigators have recently begun to track ours and Tartaros' moves more exclusively, more obsessively if you will. You are tasked in destroying said team, leave nothing of them to be discovered, Zancro. Wipe them from the face of this earth. Oh yeah, Zancro screeched in hysterics, black fire erupting from his body, engulfing the room in scorching heat as the boy laughed his psychotic laugh before calming down, a blank, confused expression suddenly appearing on his face. Wait, so how will this increase the relationship between Grimoire Heart and Tartaros? You will be working with one of the members of Tartaros' most powerful team, the Four Horsemen. Hades responded bluntly, not fazed by the reaction presented by Zancro. One of the Four Horsemen? Seriously? Zancro asked almost nervously. He remembered meeting them for the first time, even by his standards each one was intimidating. He remembered the fight they got into with them. Even with 7 members of the 8 kin of Purgatory, the Four Horsemen still managed to overcome them. When Naruto joined in at the last moment, the tides were changed only slightly before the fight was stopped by Tartaros' guild master and Hades. Which one? He asked almost nervously to his guild master. Hades sighed quickly, before speaking. Each one of them is shrouded in mystery, known only by codenames and aliases. You are to be working with the Red Horse, War. Zancro's face faltered at the news. He had thought he was a destruction-loving psychopath until he came up against War. But for some reason he couldn't stop the mad grin growing across his face. Excellent. War and fire make a good combination. Good, your mission begins immediately. We are nearing your drop-off point. Hades responded quickly, ushering Zancro away to begin the mission. Master Hades. Zancro remained unmoving as he looked up at the aged man. The grin fell from his face once again. A sentence of advice from the person closest to him continued to repeat through his mind. Work on your flame god slayer, and at least consider picking up a second lost magic soon. The more he thought about it, the more it could benefit him. Would it be possible for me to begin learning a second lost magic? Hades looked down at the blonde-haired boy from his high throne. Succeed in your mission, and we shall discuss the matter further. Blue eyes fluttered open slowly, the light blinding her eyes as it had been a while since they had opened. Where am I? Mira spoke quietly, as if just asking herself. She was in a tent, staring up at a bland yellow tent roof. The infirmary. She was surprised when a soft, yet masculine voice replied. Her eyes looked to the left of her, and instantly her eyes narrowed slightly. For smiling widely at her was the person who put her in this infirmary bed, Cross Biencina. It was he that she would met when she regained consciousness, not her brother Elfman who was at this tournament as well. You've been unconscious for a while now, it's already midday. What are you doing here? Mira asked weakly, yet attempted to spit her words out at him. His smile condescended her, almost patronized her. It annoyed her greatly how he just sat staring at her with a smile on his face. He was about to answer when a blissful sigh came from behind him. She saw a young nurse behind him, around the same age as them with brown hair and a brown pair of eyes to match. Her head rested in her hands as she stood looking blissfully and longingly at Cross. He hasn't left your side unless he absolutely had to since the moment you were brought in here yesterday. She sighed out as she continued to smile blissfully at the light white blue-haired boy. You got yourself one hell of a boyfriend there. I hope I'm lucky enough to find a boy like him one day. She sighed once more before leaving the couple together. The hardcore Mira left with a flustered, embarrassed look whilst Cross just smiled nervously, a small blush on his own face. You really stayed all this time? Why? Mira asked quietly and curiously, looking at the boy weirdly. They knew nothing about each other, yet he stayed a whole day by her side it seemed. I had no intention of hurting you, nor did I take any joy from doing so. But I have been specifically chosen by Master Roshi and Master Defua to compete in this tournament. I can't just give up, I have to push as far as I can. Cross replied with a small smile on his face, his light blue eyes locking with hers. But what about the second round and your match? Mira asked quickly. Had he dropped out because he felt bad that he hurt her? If that was the case, why didn't he just let her continue on? The second round starts tomorrow. I am fighting the one named Iwazuru Kashikoi. Another female. Cross spoke the last two words almost dejected, annoyed at the fact. I've heard that she is in fact quite strong. You shouldn't underestimate females so easily. Myra's eyes narrowed scornfully at the white blue-haired boy. You misunderstand me. Cross spoke quietly, shaking his head slowly. I do not underestimate or undervalue female strength. Quite the contrary, I consider females to be stronger than males. Yourself for example. The last person to be hit by 365 feet burning eyes was unconscious for 2 weeks, yet you awoke within 1 day. You're obviously very strong. Myra's cheeks lightened to a faint pink glow once again, before shifting her face away from having to look at him. When are you leaving? She asked in an annoyed tone. I will leave when my match starts and return as soon as it ends. I rather enjoy talking to you. Cross smiled another large smile, his eyes clenched shut. Mira thanked silently that he closed his eyes when he smiled, so he couldn't see the blush intensify on her face as he spoke those words. Do not bother watching any of the fights that do not include an Ozaru member. Naruto spoke to Midnight as they sat in their shared room in Ozaru's tent. They were discussing the new rule of being allowed to watch the fights, and how it may help with their mission in taking down Ozaru. We have to learn each of the Ozaru members' magics by watching them, so we can understand properly how they use their power, and develop effective counters to overcome them. Naruto detailed his plan to Midnight. This was the best action to take. The other guilds were just nuisances, they posed no real threat to Midnight and himself. Whilst they were held back by rules of the council, they were free to progress as far as they wanted in the darkness. Yes, we discover their weaknesses, it will making taking them all down easier. Midnight replied in agreement to Naruto's plan. However, we must also find out the use of this Phoenix Soulstone they are rewarding to the winner of this tournament. Agreed, they have left it shrouded in mystery. I wonder, does this camp have a communications Lacrima? Naruto pondered the question. It must do, in order to contact authorities in case something goes wrong. There is a communication Lacrima. Midnight answered his question, but it is guarded. We would have to make use of it when the coast is clear. Then I will use it alone. One person is less suspicious than two. When we make our way towards it, Naruto responded, standing up and making his way towards the door. Halting just before it. Midnight, don't get kicked out of this tournament yet. If I've done my maths right, me and you will meet in a fight before the finals. Then, we shall have our true battle. Naruto spoke before opening the door and making his way through. Midnight remained unresponsive, only staring at the back of the blonde mage as he disappeared out of the room. As the door shut, Midnight sighed quietly, before falling into one of his slumbers. This tournament was beginning to become an annoyance. The camp had grown silent as the darkness of night crept of the town of Dawn. The streets that came from the organization from the tents were empty. Naruto snuck through each street delicately, without making a single sound, ducking around every possible corner he could. He had spent the earlier hours locating the communication Lacrima, and the best, most secret route to reach it without being detected. Incredible. Naruto's eyes widened as he heard the shouted whisper from up ahead. Quickly he darted behind a tent, ducking behind its sheets. He carefully peered around the corner, seeing what or who could possibly be around the camps at this time. He was surprised to see the entire team of White Snake huddled around together with their master Orochimaru. From the smiles of anticipation and interest on the faces of the members of the guild, Naruto could tell they were discussing something of great importance, but it appeared he had just missed the crucial part of information. So that is the use of the Phoenix Soulstone. The guild master Orochimaru continued with interest shining in his tone of voice. You have done well to collect this information, team. Damn, I wish I had arrived seconds earlier, it would have saved me so much time for them to just tell me what the Phoenix Soulstone does. Naruto cursed his tardiness in his mind, before continuing to eavesdrop on their conversation. Perhaps I could learn something more from them. And there is only 9 of them in the entire world, Master Orochimaru. So how rare and fortunate it is that they are offering one out so easily at this tournament. The member with white hair, Kimimaro, spoke in a stoic voice. Yes, as soon as I learned they were offering something like this I knew I had to enter White Snake. I had always heard stories and Legends of the Phoenix Soulstones. How amazing that they were all true. White Snake's entry into this silly tournament was just a ruse in order to get close to that precious stone. Our plan to steal the Phoenix Soulstone begins in 2 days. Prepare yourselves. Kimimaro, Sakin, Jirobo, Tayuya, prepare for advancement in this tournament. We could still achieve it by honorable means, if you succeed in this tournament. The pale guild master chuckled darkly, a snake-like tongue slithered out his mouth, licking his lips. Hey, master, isn't it funny that all these light guilds can't even tell that we are actually a dark guild? The member, Sakin, spoke with a scoff towards all the light guilds. A dark guild. Naruto smirked in amusement as he heard the information. This tournament just got a lot more interesting, but I shouldn't bother with them now. I need to contact Master Hades. He thought as he began to take a significant detour around the White Snake Guild, just to be sure they would not sense his presence. He needed to get to the communication Lacrima quickly, more had just been put at stake. Naruto scanned every detail within the communication tent. Making sure nothing was recording the entry into tent, the communications or who was begins contacted. He found only minor devices, things that could be easily dismantled and replaced after he had finished. With it, what trusting, simple-minded fools. Naruto grinned as he placed his hat on the communication Lacrima, channeling his magic in. Contact Hades. Naruto. Hades' face suddenly appeared within the Lacrima, affirming that a connection had been made. What is the meaning of this? Why have you contacted me? Hades asked angrily through the Lacrima. I'm sorry, Master Hades. But I need information on the Phoenix Soulstones. Naruto asked the aged man if anyone knew about their use. It would be Hades, he was traveled, learned and full of knowledge. The Phoenix Soulstones. Why do you require such information? Hades asked skeptically to the blonde. Ozaru has entered a tournament of mages, I am one of the participants for them. The winner of the tournament receives the prize of 1 Phoenix Soulstone. Naruto quickly and briefly explained his situation to his elderly guild master. An interesting development, Hades suddenly spoke after moments of silence. Naruto could easily read the interest and surprise on his face. The Phoenix Soulstones are incredibly rare and powerful magical items. There are only 9 of them in the world. Hades began to explain the magical stones. Each one is blessed with the power of a phoenix, reincarnation. Reincarnation. Naruto himself turned to surprise. That sort of power is held within those stones? He asked in complete disbelief. Hades nodded slowly, but affirmatively. Yes, however, unlike a phoenix, which is reborn from its ashes each and every time it dies. The Phoenix Soulstones can only be used once, when all 9 have been used. The Phoenix Soulstones suddenly all magically reappear in new locations, however it could take hundreds of years to locate of 9 and use them. And how is it used? Naruto asked with interest, the power to cheat death once. It was an incredible thing to hold in one's hand. Once the Phoenix Soulstone comes into contact of the DNA of a deceased person, their body is revived from the stone, in perfect condition. If they died of old age, they will be reborn young. If they die of disease, they are reborn immune. No matter how long the person has been dead, no matter how much the corpse has rotted. With just a single strand of DNA, it guarantees successful reincarnation. Hades explained the method of use, his hand gently stroking his beard as he spoke, most likely contemplating something of great importance. That stone would be of invaluable use to me. Hades mumbled to himself, however Naruto was still able to hear him. Naruto, you must win this tournament and claim the Phoenix Soulstone they offer. That is your submission. Hades ordered the young blonde mage, who nodded in return. And what about the Dark Guild White Snake? They are here at this tournament, disguised as a light guild with intentions to steal the Phoenix Soulstone. Naruto debriefed Hades on possible obstacles to his new mission. White Snake. They are a powerful dark guild. In fact, they were considered for the final place in the Balam Alliance should the talks with Orochimaru cease fail. The master, Orochimaru, is a formidable man with incredible and dangerous man. After him, their biggest threat comes from their ace, Kimimaro Kagaya, known as the Corpse Mage. Hades explained the Dark Guild to Naruto, who was surprised at the guild's actual strength. To be considered for the Balam Alliance. Naruto, you must make sure their plan to steal the Phoenix Soulstone fails. Watch them, Naruto, and if they make any attempts to steal the stone, stop them. I understand, Master Hades. I will not fail. Naruto spoke in return before ending the transmission. Resetting all the recording devices, he left the tent, making his way back towards the Ozuru tent. His mind was plagued with thoughts based upon all the information he had received this night. If I stop White Snake from stealing the Phoenix Soulstone, I gain the trust of everyone at this tournament. And at the same time, I eliminate any possibilities of the stone being taken by conventional means other than winning this tournament. It's a win-win situation for me. The dark smirk began to grow on Naruto's face once again. This tournament had becoming very interesting. Hey there. DGS here saying thanks for being patient with the chapter update. I hope it lived up to your expectations. I decided to follow the advice given to me in Saimisumarian's review and have an interlude chapter. What is happening between the first and second round? What is going on with Grimoire Heart? That was basically covered. I hope it didn't let people down. At least we found out some pretty neat stuff. Tartaros and the Four Horsemen will begin to have larger roles in this story. When they are introduced is uncertain at the moment. Next chapter. Straight into round 2 of the tournament. Should do a few battles of better quality this time. And Natsu vs Naruto is coming up, so look forward to that. DGS. Naruto vs Natsu. Demon Lacrima. Arc. Tournament of Mages. Chapter 15. Naruto vs Natsu by Death God Slayer. The crowd's roar was deafening, the cheers muting every other sound in the world. It's been a very interesting second round so far. The announcer screamed into his microphone, addressing the crowd. It was no surprise that Alaric Kaiser, the ace of Ozuru, moved into the third round after meeting Lin of Phantom Lord in the first match of the second round. Lin put up one impressive fight, however Alaric's pantomime magic proved too great to beat with his lightning magic. Then in the second match, Ozuru proved its worth even further, with the S-Class Geofreed soaring through to the third round after defeating Quattro Cerberus Kikazuru Kashikoi with little trouble. His Magic Eater proving far too great against the giant Earth Mage. However, Quattro Cerberus is not down and out yet, with the eldest of the wise monkey brethren, Mizuru Kashikoi, defeating Indigo Starseeker from Titan Nose, officially knocking out Titan Nose from the tournament. Now only 7 teams are able to claim the prize of the Phoenix Soulstone. And in an unfortunate display, 2 of Fairy Tail's mages came face to face in the second round. Loki and Elfman showed the power of Fairy Tail with neither forfeiting nor giving up because they faced their comrades. However, it was Loki who pushed through to the third round with his Regulus magic. And now on to the 5th match of the day, and it's sure to be one exciting match. The third Ozuru member fighting today, Naruto. Namikaze of Ozuru. This mage displayed shocking skills in the first round. Not only defeated a top contender for overall winner of the tournament, but doing so without even breaking a sweat. The crowd roared loudly as the blonde mage entered the tournament ring, cheering his name over and over as he approached the center. Naruto himself stood uninterested in the cheers of the crowd, standing patiently for his opponent to enter. And his opponent, another member from Fairy Tail, Natsu Dragneel. Can he get revenge for his comrade that fell against Naruto? The announcer yelled. More cheers were elicited from the crowd as the pink-haired mage from Fairy Tail ran into the arena, grinning madly at the fight to come. Let's not waste any time. It's sure to be a memorable fight. Begin. The announcer beckoned quickly, starting the match. In a flash, Naruto was in front of Natsu, taking him off guard and delivering a powerful punch to the stomach. I'll end this quickly. The blonde muttered to the rosy-haired boy before delivering another punch to the stomach. He followed with a string of quick, yet extremely powerful punches to the stomach, not giving Natsu a chance counter or even respond. Naruto ducked down. Spinning on his hand, he moved to spring his feet upwards, hitting Natsu directly in the chest and launching him across the arena, crashing him into the wall behind him with such force that the wall cracked and broke from the impact. Natsu slowly slid down the wall, hitting the floor slowly, where he remained without movement. Naruto looked down at the mage, before a small smile graced the left side of his lips. You're weaker than the other Fairy Tail mage. He spoke before looking over to the announcer in his seating booth. This fight is over. He spoke bluntly again, completely turning his back and beginning to walk away. Her name is Urza. He suddenly heard someone roar. Looking over his shoulder, he saw the pink-haired mage had stood up, charging an attack. Carry you no Hoko. The boy roared before belching out a stream of intense flame, connecting with Naruto, quickly engulfing his body in an inferno. The crowd went silent at the sight, whilst Natsu grinned madly at the successful hit. Urza didn't even touch him, yet Natsu landed a direct hit. Bob spoke in surprise to Makarov, who grinned down at the pink-haired dragon slayer. Natsu's grin turned to horror as the flames began to recede. Standing amongst them, completely unscathed, was Naruto, who glared angrily at Natsu. The crowd gasped in horror in unison, as the blonde-haired mage did not move from the flames, yet standing directly within them whilst they burned. I don't care what her name was. And, seeing how weak these flames are, I don't care what your name is either. These flames are nothing compared to the flame gods. Naruto spoke without anger in his voice, before black light enveloped his fists. Chaos. Dark Lighthouse. He spoke, launched a beam of dark light energy at Natsu, which connected instantly, launching the boy back down. Yet Natsu stood up again, smiling widely. Naruto wasted no time. In mere moments he stood before Natsu, his fists engulfed with dark light. Chaos. Eclipse fists. He punched Natsu multiple times with dark light-powered attacks, each one connecting with the blonde. He finished his continuous assault with a powerful strike to the rose-haired mage's right cheek, launching him downwards, bending his body so his head was driven into the ground first. Naruto grinned down at the boy. His body was dirtied, bruised and beaten, whilst the blonde stood in perfect condition. He took a few steps away from the downfire mage. He began standing up slowly and painfully. Naruto chuckled quietly as he saw the mage returning to his feet. You've got strong willpower. I'm gonna enjoy breaking it. Naruto's grin grew further, clenching and cracking his knuckles. His left hand clenched around his right wrist, his right fist clenched tightly. Chaos. Starseeker. A large bullet of dark light fired from his fist, striking the mage and firing Natsu down once again. Natsu screamed in pain as the attack knocked him down, yet after a few moments he rose back to his feet. Naruto's brow furrowed in anger and annoyance. This fight is over. You can't continue, so why do you still keep getting back up, wishing to continue? This fight isn't over. Natsu panted heavily, obviously in agonizing pain. Until I win, he roared, running towards Naruto once again, his fist cocked back ready to strike. Naruto growled in anger as the pink-haired mage neared him. Stay down or suffer, he roared out in rage. Chaos. Light of the abyss. A massive ball of black light appeared in front of him, with a pure white epicenter. The white orb began to absorb the darkness surrounding it, compressing it within itself as it didn't grow in size. Once all the blackness was gone, Naruto launched the orb at Natsu, which connected, creating a devastating explosion upon contact, surrounding the pink-haired mage in a tremendous display. A large crater was left in the wake of the attack, the pink-haired mage lying in the middle of it on his back. Naruto looked down the crater at him, smiling. Now it's over, he spoke quietly. Until he saw the mage's body twitch, hearing his teeth clench as he began to sit back up. Instantly fury covered the blonde's face. He roared in immense fury. Before he suddenly stopped, pain etched across his face. His mouth left agape and his eyes stood as wide as they could possibly go. His hands reached for his head, before he let out an agonizing scream of pain. What's happening? He yelled. Loudly in pain. Hehehehe. It's been so very long since you let your anger boil like this. A voice resounded, yet no one else seemed surprised at it. Was it only him who could hear? You haven't dipped into your rage for such a long time. I should thank that kid, he's given me a chance to stretch my legs a bit. Single quote. Q. Naruto realized who it was who was speaking instantly. Don't worry, Naruto. This will all be over soon. He heard Q chuckle once again before even more pain engulfed him. A red bubbling liquid began to engulf his body, covering him in a cloak of some sorts. Roshi, what's happening? Makarov asked the Ozaru Guild Master as he looked down with worry at the match. Roshi himself had stood up, staring down himself with more worry than Makarov. Naruto lost control at such a time. I will sacrifice one chance of my guild winning if I have to step in and stop him. Single quote. I don't need your help to defeat this piece of trash, Q. Naruto argued in his mind against this part of his personality taking over. I can defeat him with my own power. Single quote. Everything seemed to stop for Naruto. There was no more pain, and no more need to put up resistance. Very well then, use your own power. He heard Q chuckle. Pain inflicted his body once again. He screamed loudly as the cloak began to recede back into his body. In exchange, the air around Naruto began to spiral in small segments, as if the space around had morphed. Tiny wormholes began to appear in every direction, before the same happened around Natsu. Chaos. Infinite Starseeker. He spoke as smaller, but a vast number more of his previous attack grew from every part of his body, being fired into the small wormholes. They reappeared instantly around Natsu, but not in the same pattern the fired from Naruto. As if the wormholes did not mirror across both of them, they launched at the pink-haired mage from different directions, each one blasting into Natsu, causing him to scream out in pain. The attack did not stop for a few minutes. And when it did, Natsu's body slumped to the floor, his eyes open wide but unmoving. His body did not twitch, yet the faint sight of his chest moving was a sign that he was still indeed alive, just unconscious. And the winner of the match through knockout, Naruto Namikaze of Ozuru. The announcer called, to the cheers of the crowd. Naruto looked around in confusion. What was that attack? I can conjure anything like that, he wondered in his mind, as he slowly began to walk out of the arena. What in the world was that? Quattro Cerberus, Guild Master Goldmine asked with confusion as he watched the blonde leave his stadium with the other guild masters. It was like Drew's spatial manipulation, but on a different level. But what about that red cloak that enveloped him? I've never seen anything like it. Lamia Scales Guild Master, Uba Babasama. Clearly your mage is hiding a lot of secrets, Roshi. That's cheating Lamia Scale out of victory. The old woman screamed loudly. Roshi remained silent, watching the blonde vacate the arena. Please excuse me, he spoke quietly to the other guild masters before leaving the guild master's booth in a rather hurried pace. Naruto sat alone in his room, staring aimlessly at his hands. That power, I've never used anything like it before, yet it seemed almost familiar to me. Naruto contemplated the magic he performed during the fight. His head snapped upwards at the sound of the door closing quietly. Roshi leaned against the wall, his hands crossed across his chest as he stared Naruto down. Master Roshi, now do you understand how easy it is to be manipulated by the Lacrima contained within you? Roshi cut him off before he could speak any more words. Do you understand how at risk you constantly are? How others around are constantly at risk because of your power? Naruto was left silent at the elderly man's words. He had no rebuttal to them other than a small nod of his head. However, a small smile graced Roshi's usual serious face. I am pleased though. You showed incredible self-control over yourself and the Lacrima inside you despite having so little knowledge about how to control. I was moments away from stepping into and stopping you, disqualifying you in the process. However, you overcame its influence on your own, a remarkable trait. With it, you will be able to gain control over the Lacrima inside you quickly. I believe your mastery over the Lacrima is more advanced than you realize. Naruto seemed to smile at his words, as if relieved from what Roshi said to him. Thank you, he muttered out quietly to the elderly guild master. Roshi nodded back at the blonde, before he turned to open the door. You forgot to mention when you first arrived at my guild that you possessed the lost magic, Arc of Void, perfect spatial manipulation, above even what Quattro Cerberus, Drew's Rakshasas has displayed. He said before he left the room, leaving Naruto alone with new thoughts to occupy him. Naruto was left speechless for a moment, before he returned to looking at his hands. Memories flashed through his mind, ones he believed himself to have discarded, from his time in that village and the powers he displayed to escape the pain he suffered at that place. I remember my magic before gaining 9 tails. Arc of Void, so that is its name. Has it finally become available to me once again? He pondered as he stared at his hand. A twisted grin grew on his face, his hand tightened into a clenched fist. Master Hades will be pleased. Hey there. Been a while since I updated this. Apologies for the short chapter, I've lost that writing fighting spark, so I understand any complaints made about it. I hope Arc of Void returning was a good enough compensation. Now to clear up a few things. I wasn't thinking of anything when I made up the Phoenix Soulstones, but I understand people relating it to Dragon Ball Z. Well, inspiration has to come from somewhere, and I guess I played on it subconsciously. Cheeky smiley face. Second of all, Naruto does seem overpowered, I'll admit, but that's because he hasn't really met a challenge yet. You'll see later on as he meets stronger opponents that he isn't all powerful. I'm considering skipping the rest of round 2 and 3. I don't really like the fights in round 3, and all the best action comes after it. But I'll see how I feel. Anyways, that's about it. I can't put a date on my next update. Things are a bit hectic at the moment, what with college, work and a bitch of a slutty ex-girlfriend, but the last one doesn't really matter. If anything, I'm using my experience with it for pairings. Gonna be lots of fun smiley face. So next chapter, I can't even give you the title of it yet. But a lot of stuff is gonna happen in this arc. I swears, it's not just fighting, there's death and betrayal and resurrection and revelation. So don't miss out. Again, sorry for the crappy short chapter. DGS. Results and Treachery. Demon Lacrima. Arc. Tournament of Mages. Chapter 16. Results and Treachery by Death God Slayer. This is most impressive. What an exciting round 2. The announcer screamed to the roaring crowd as the second round came to an end. Ozaru continued to dominate through Cross Byansina, who successfully defeated Quattro Cerberus Iwazuru Kashikoi. The next fight was another battle between guildmates when Ozaru's Ponzu Lilith overcame Spike of Futomontaru's solid speech magic. White Snake lost another member when Phantom Lord's newest, mysterious member Sasuke Uchiha took down Jirobo without even breaking a sweat. Surprisingly enough, Hibiki Latest with his archive magic, a magic not suited for combat, managed to defeat Ozaru's Kato Yuria. In the match after, Phantom Lord lost another elemental 4-member Juvia Loxer when she came up against White Snake's Kimimaro Kagaya and he impressive yet creepy bone magic. Lamia Scales' anti-mage Yuka Suzuki stood no chance when he came up against Makarov's grandson Laxus Drayar, who claimed another victory for Fairy Tail in the second-to-last match of the day. Finally, Drew's Rakshasas continued to prove himself an extremely formidable contender for the overall winner of the tournament when he took out White Snake's Tayuya. The announcer took a deep breath after explaining the outcomes of the last matches before continuing. Now, as it currently stands, Titan Nose and Lamia Scale have been officially eliminated from the competition with not a single mage remaining. How unfortunate that they couldn't even get to see the third round. Quattro Cerberus have but 2 mages remaining. The eldest of the Wise Monkey group, Mizuru Kashikoi, and Drew's Rakshasas. Will they be able to see themselves through to the 4th round? Similarly, Blue Pegasus and White Snake have 2 remaining members. Hibiki Latest and Shuichi Kanju from Blue Pegasus and Sakin and Kimimaro Kagaya from White Snake. Yet what is even more shocking, 2 guilds that routinely left the tournament victorious, Phantom Lord and Fairy Tail, have been trampled by Ozaru's power. Now only 2 mages from each guild remains to keep the flames alive. Kangajiel Red Fox and Sasuke Uchiha from Phantom Lord, and Fairy Tail's Loki and Laxus Drayar survive. And finally, the guild that has dominated the competition, having triple the members left than any other. Ozaru stands with 6 fighting mages left. How will they fare in future matches when they come into contact through matches? These mages, Alaric Kaiser, Geo Freed, Midnight, Cross Byansina, Ponzu Lilith. Who is the strongest amongst them? And more importantly, who will be the one to knock out the fan favorite? The newly dubbed Fairy Slayer, Naruto. Namikaze. The crowd screamed and roared with cheers when the announcer called Naruto's name. The announcer himself basked in it momentarily before continuing on. The next round starts tomorrow morning. Let's have a look at the matchups for round 3. Everyone turned to look at the massive screen to see the matchups and refresh their memories about each mage still participating. Ozaru, Alaric Kaiser. Ozaru, Geo Freed. Quattro Cerberus, Mizuru Kashikoi. Fairy Tail, Loki. Ozaru, Naruto Namikaze. Blue Pegasus, Shuichi Kanju. White Snake, Sakin. Ozaru, Midnight. Phantom Lord, Gajiel Red Fox. Ozaru, Cross Byansina. Ozaru, Ponzu Lilith. Phantom Lord, Sasuke Uchiha, Blue Pegasus, Hibiki Latus. White Snake, Kimimaro Kagaya, Fairy Tail, Laxus Drayar. Quattro Cerberus, Drew's Rikshasas. Naruto panted heavily, standing in the middle of a secluded area away from the tournament camp. He stared at a small wormhole in front of him. He had been practicing Arc of Void ever since his match ended. It's still so hard to conjure up, Naruto thought as he stared at the small special crack. It must be related to the demon Lacrima. The more I gain control of it, the easier it will be to access Arc of Void. Single quote. It's impressive. He turned at the sound of a new voice. He saw that boy from the tournament, with black hair with a blue tint to it, with the back style to spike up, a sword tied behind his back. To discover such a magic in the midst of battle, but what was that red cloak that covered you briefly during your match? You're that Phantom Lord Mage. Naruto responded, standing back upright to face the mage on equal standing. I am no guild's mage. The mage spat back at him with a frown on his face. My name is Sasuke Uchiha, and my power belongs to me only, no one else. Then why are you fighting in this tournament under a guild? Naruto chuckled almost mischievously. The only way I could enter was under a guild's name. I wanted to test myself against some of the best mages in Fury. Then I discovered what the prize is. Sasuke's words trailed off as he seemed to slip into contemplation, before a frown returned to his face. Nothing can bring back the dead. I will win this tournament, and crush the Phoenix Soulstone with my own hands. Naruto could see how the raven-haired mage's resolve hardened at the topic. A smirk appeared on Sasuke's face. As it currently stands, I've marked you as the mage to watch out for. I can see you're not even trying yet. Just like me, you haven't had a challenge yet. I don't mark you as anything, Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto spoke as he walked towards him, stopping as he passed him slightly, looking back over his shoulder to stare at the raven-haired mage. You're only someone who is in my way. My goal is to win, and claim the Phoenix Soulstone for myself. Sasuke chuckled slightly, watching the blonde walk back to the mage camp. I'll be seeing you in the finals then. Naruto sat in the Ozuru tent, watching the current match. He was battered and bruised, and his clothing had been torn when Midnight walked in a similar appearance to the blonde. Naruto's eyes shifted to greet him. A small smirk grew on his face. You were underestimating your opponent's Midnight. You believed you could toy with this Sakin, but his splitting magic and cellular reconstruction proved difficult against you. Naruto pointed out, before smiling further. However, I did the same, and look at the results. That Shuichi, his space fire took me by surprise. We won nonetheless. That is all that matters. Midnight responded dully, moving to stare at the television Lacrima with Naruto. But we can't afford to do it again. Our opponents are getting tougher. And one of us will have to fight against Alaric. Gio is by no means weak, but he forfeited before he even began fighting Alaric. That must mean something. Alaric must be beyond Gio to make him think that he would be better off forfeiting than fighting him. And what about this Cross Byansina? What should we make of him? Midnight asked, unfazed by Naruto's warnings. In his eyes, they were nothing compared to his and the blonde's power. He's very dangerous. We need to be careful of him. Naruto returned as they continued to watch the fight draw closer and closer. To a rather obvious conclusion in his eyes. Round 3 has come to a close. The announcer yelled at the top of his voice. Once again the crowd screamed with joyful passion. This has been a very interesting round to say at the least. Gio Freed forfeited against his fellow Ozuru member Alaric before the match even kicked off, giving Alaric an easy coasting into the 4th round. Quattro Cerberus, Mizuru Kashikoi continues to impress as he takes down one of Fairy Tail's last 2 members, Loki. Ozuru's Fairy Slayer, Naruto Namikaze wrestles a victory out of the hands of Blue Pegasus Shuichi Kanju after a well-fought battle. As does Midnight from Ozuru, who took down Sakin and his newly discovered split-side Ukin in an utterly thrilling matchup. Ozuru then continued their winning streak when Cross Byansina took out Phantom Lord's ace member Gajil Red Fox to power his way into the 4th round. Then in an act of vengeance over his fallen comrade, Phantom Lord's last member Sasuke Uchiha trumped Ozuru's winning streak. Ponzu Lilith stood no chance against this mysterious, powerful mage. White Snake managed to stay in the competition and at the same time take out Blue Pegasus when Kimimaro Kagaya and his bone magic tore through Hibiki Ladies' defense. And finally, by far the best match of the tournament so far. Laxus. Dreyar met Drew's Rakshasas in a thrilling battle. Yet the winner stood as Makarov's grandson, Laxus Dreyar. How will the other competitors fare against Laxus, now proving himself to be one of the biggest threats remaining? Looking at the remaining mages, Ozaru has finally been forced to drop half of its staring 8 members. With Alaric Kaiser, Naruto Namikaze, Midnight, and Cross Byansina remaining to fight off the savage last standing members of the other guilds. Fairy Tail's Laxus Dreyar, Phantom Lord's Sasuke Uchiha, Quattro, Cerberus's Mizuru Kashikoi, White Snake's Kimimaro Kagaya, each one of them is fighting to keep their guild in the running. To not follow Blue Pegasus out of the competition. Let's have a look at round 4's matches. The announcer proclaimed turning to the massive television. Ozaru Alaric Kaiser, Quattro Cerberus Mizuru Kashikoi Ozaru Naruto Namikaze, Ozaru Midnight Ozaru Cross Byansina, Phantom Lord Sasuke Uchiha White Snake Kimimaro Kagaya, Fairy Tail Laxus Dreyar. We're sorry, Master Orochimaru. The night came, and members of White Snake bowed towards their guild master, looking for forgiveness from him. I expected nothing less. Orochimaru snickered as he watched each of them tense in fear, even though his words escaped his mouth in a calm manner. Master Orochimaru, is it wise to begin our operation now? Kimimaro asked his master in a dull tone. I am still in the running for the matches, I can win this tournament. There is no one that stands a chance against me. We move now, it is the perfect time. Orochimaru chuckled out playfully. The best mages are still weakened from the harder round 4 matches. The weaker mages won't stand a chance against us at this time. We claim the Phoenix Soulstone for ourselves before the better mages can recover. Yes, Master Orochimaru. His guild members bowed in unison before taking off into the night, each heading in their own direction. As they all left, Naruto peeked his head from around the corner, grinning as he stared at the place where they once stood. It's time for my own assignment to begin. Hey there. I won't ask for reviews because this chapter doesn't deserve them. It was terrible, especially considering how long you've waited for it. But if you allow me, I will explain my actions. I'm bored. I've been so bored of this story for a while. I planned it out so much and what's coming is exciting, but it's stuck in this tournament, so I skipped a few rounds. But I promise, once we've got into the Fall of Ozaru arc, I'll RTURN and revamp this arc with new fights and better storylines. I can't give you a date to a new chapter yet, but at least you guys know this story isn't on hiatus or discontinued. DGS.